These are the Backrooms, an endless labyrinth infested with skulk enemies and no way out. At least for now. In today's video, I'm planning my escape. I need 12 eyes to open the way home, and I'll get them by turning simple things like chairs and carpet into automated factories. We'll craft tools, explore the endless maze, and eat silverfish? Is that right? Join me as we survive the Modpack, Liminal Industries. Well, I gotta say, they definitely nailed the Backrooms look. This thing just goes on for what I'm guessing is forever. Oh my god, there's actually variation in the room types too. This is insane. Got a random tree over here. You have a random room with a cardboard house and some boxes. And to top it off, I'm trapped here. I can't break the walls, I can't escape through the ceiling, I can't break through the floor. We're stuck. So what are we supposed to do here? We gotta mine the chairs. That's right. The only way to get wood is to break furniture. You gotta take the furniture, put them in your crafting interface, and break them down into blanks. And to celebrate, we're gonna use this confetti popper. Alright, we have a basic set of tools here. A pickaxe, a knife, and a cutting board. So it turns out that with a knife, we can actually cut through the carpet. And with the pickaxe, we can't break through the floor, but we can take off chunks of concrete. On top of that, we have an item called cut carpet. You know, the carpet we tore from the ground. Not entirely sure what we can do with this. Oh, I guess we get string. And with the string, we can make a brush. And with the brush, we can sweep this filthy carpet to get enemies, along with some nasty dust. Get away from me. Silverfish eggs? And we can eat them! Well, when in Rome. So with the pieces of concrete, we can craft ourselves a furnace. I don't know what that is. I was crafting the essentials and that started playing. Now that we've crafted ourselves a furnace, we're gonna move back up the progress tree to make something new, a bag. No brainer. Now to make a bag, we're gonna need wallpaper. And to get wallpaper, all we have to do is scrape the walls with an axe. 7 paper and a string will give you 1 sack. Oh, 9 extra inventory slots. And last but not least, we need a means of collecting water. There are pieces of damp carpet which we can blot with sponges to get water. And with that, we have a sponge. So all we gotta do is find some damp carpet and then we'll have access to water. What is that? Can we touch it? Oh my god, that almost gave me a heart attack there. I need food really badly, and all I've eaten are silverfish eggs. I hope there's something in this house. Thank god there's a chest in there. Please be food. 17 cardboard. So if we're gonna feed ourselves, then we have to sweep the dirt. I have 4 silverfish eggs. If I eat them on their own, it's only gonna give me half a hunger. If I combine them in a bowl, I get weird caviar, which gives me 2.5. Alright, here's to the Backrooms. Okay, we have a sense of newfound purpose. We can get food, which means we can keep building. And that is wet carpet, just what we were looking for. Alright, let's pull out the sponges here. And simple as that. Perfect. So we have a couple of wet sponges. How exactly do we take the water out? Well, to utilize the water, we're gonna have to make a propeller. With this tool, we can use the fan to blow the moisture right out of the sponge. Check it out. And it actually works, that's insane. Circuit breaker. No, that's a hard no. No. I'm gonna go now. I mean, I took a pickaxe to a circuit breaker. What was I expecting? Also, don't try that at home. Kinda curious to see what's down here. This may be a bad idea, but who knows? Maybe we'll find something great. And there is what appears to be a sign with a skull. I can't help myself. I know there's a sign that says not to go, but I'm gonna go anyway. And to be honest, it looks like the sign was misleading, because all there is another brown sofa, which I guess means laziness can kill. So I'm just gonna go ahead and help myself. Caution. So is the caution back there? And if that's the case, what is that supposed to be, a bug? You know, I'm beginning to notice that the signs are getting more and more, how should I put it, cautionary the further we progress. Turn back. Oh my god, this is the most narrow passageway I've been through yet. Warning. What does that say? Turn out? Turn around? Padded wall. It's a TV. And it actually works! Oh, I like this channel. There's nothing in this room. It's a padded cell like the one you'd find at an asylum. I'm gonna take this TV. You know what I can't take? Your like, or your hype. That you gotta give to me. please like and hype this video if you've made it this far. That way I can keep making more. Okay, I think we're gonna set up shop here in the trampoline room. There is plenty of space to build whatever it is we gotta do, and now we can start making the fan. Alright, we'll set up shop right here. 1 stick, 4 planks, that gives you the propeller blade. Next I gotta go ahead and craft a barrel, and then all I have to do is click the propeller onto the barrel. Alright, so we have the encased fan right here. I added this hand crank in the back, and when I turn the crank, as you can see, we have some nice airflow coming from the fan. When I add the wet sponge, spin the fan, and now it's blowing water. Isn't technology amazing? So we have our essentials, we have our encased fan. With that, we're about halfway through the chapter, so let's make some clay. So to get clay, we have to wash this dust that we've been collecting. Toss the carpet dust, and then from there, we just turn the fan and we let it wash. So not only did we get clay, but am I seeing seeds in there too? We got strawberry seeds. On top of that, we got 30 clay balls. This is a pretty big deal because with the clay, we can actually make a bucket, which we're gonna cook in our furnace, which leaves us with a ceramic bucket, which when we add with the wet sponge, gives us a bucket of water. This is great. Infinite water. And as a reward for making liquid water, we get an axolotl plushie. So now we'll only be slightly less lonely. We're gonna have to start farming with these strawberry seeds. Let's get to farming, because honestly, I'm getting a little sick and tired of these silverfish eggs. So we have 2 options, strawberries and sweet berries. To grow these, they need a decent light source, and while we have some light down there, I think they're too far from the actual lamps themselves. We have to take a wet sponge, click the carpet, and now that it's converted into damp carpet, we can plant the seeds. And now we have a little berry farm. Now the strawberries are a little trickier. They have to grow directly underneath a light source, so I think this will work. Hopefully we'll have strawberries pretty soon because they're supposed to be able to heal you when you eat them. Alright, so we've planted our berries and now let's go ahead and claim the rewards. Hanging lights and a lunch basket. Please let there be food in this lunch basket. Of course, it's empty. I wonder what these hanging lights look like. Oh my god, that's actually really cool. Hold on a minute. That is so cool! Wait, we're gonna use this for our berry farm. Our berries now have light to grow. Perfect. As you can see, the strawberries took an instant liking to it because this thing is growing. And of course, I'm gonna add some lights over here to our setup. That way, this place looks a little less mundane. Oh my god! That freaked me out. There's elasticity to these connecting lights. I thought they were unlimited. Guess that's not the case. Okay, well, that's good enough. Okay, so the berries are growing. What's the next thing we want to do? Well, we want to make some chalk. It's a pretty simple crafting recipe of clay and some dust. The reason you want chalk is because, well, in the Backrooms, things just happen to look pretty similar. So this is a great way to mark your way back. Put a heart there. You can't really see that all that well, though. Oh, there's different colors. Perfect, so we'll put some red markers right here to say that this is home. Now, if we get lost, we can find our way back home, right there. We have a ton of chalk, so we're gonna go ahead and put them in our chalk box. That way we don't waste inventory space. They thought of everything in this pack, I love it. Speaking of love, look at that! Our little berry bush is finally grown, and now we can enjoy some delicious sweet berries. That's much better than this disgusting weird caviar. Yeah, eating them right off the bat was a bad idea. Probably should have saved the berries and replanted them, but we're gonna hold on to that for now. Alright, it's time to get serious. We have water, we have clay, and we have a furnace. We're gonna combine all 3 of these things to make something new. An alloy kiln. It's basically a slightly bigger furnace. We're gonna need lots and lots of clay. I smelted the clay into bricks. Did a few bounces on the trampoline while I waited for the bricks to cook, then I crafted them into kiln blocks. Alright, we have our kiln bricks right here. Let's go ahead and set this up. Now we have to combine them into one structure. To do that, we're going to have to craft an engineer's hammer. Once you have the hammer, all you do is click the structure, right? But there it is, the alloy kiln. As you can see, our setup is really coming together. Basic crafting and storage, a sanitary water source, a squishy friend, and now an alloy kiln, which we're going to use to make lava. All we need are 64 pieces of concrete. Oh boy. Well, I better get mining. Okay, it's as simple as adding the concrete in there with a ceramic bucket. Alright, so what we have here is not a bucket of lava, it's heated concrete. To turn it into a bucket of lava, we have to put it into a furnace and cook it even more. And now we have a bucket of lava. I've never been so happy to see lava, but I think I just made a fatal mistake. I didn't know the bucket was gonna break. Can I scoop it up? Yes, I can. Okay, now we know. Waterlog some spruce stairs. Perfect. We've just entered the age of cobblestone. And with all of this, I conclude the end of Chapter 1. Now that we've completed Chapter 1, we are one more step closer to escaping the backrooms. I think this merits a little celebration. We have a lot to do if we're gonna get through this mod pack, so we better get started. Oh my god, I almost died. Alright, it's time to get some cobblestone. Stop burning in the lava. Alright, so I got 40 cobblestone, and on top of that, our strawberries have finally grown. And they just healed 1 heart. Not bad at all. This is a superfood. It's time to dive into Chapter 2. There are 3 tasks we have to accomplish, the first of which is making a petal apothecary. With this, we'll be able to make magical flowers that will somehow help us on our backrooms journey. The next step is to get ashes, and to do that we have to craft a flint and flint, the backrooms equivalent of a flint and steel. There's a 10% chance for flint to drop, so I think our odds are okay. So we got our 2 pieces of flint, which gives us a flint and flint, and now all we have to do is burn something. The only problem is that the wallpaper and the carpet, they're fire resistant, so they're not going to burn into ash. But you know what does burn? Cardboard. All we have to do is burn the cardboard that we collected from that one weird house, and eventually it should burn into ash. There it is. And now we have ash. Perfect. We'll go ahead and burn the rest of this, and hopefully we will have more than enough ash for our needs. I just noticed we can make cardboard armor. This is a game changer. I think I'm gonna have to go out and find some more, because I carelessly used the last of it to make armor. Alright, it's time for our first expedition out into the backrooms. Let's go. And that is so that we can find our way back. I found a microwave, and it has no power. We're taking this. There is something going on over here. This chair is just spinning on a turntable. Look at that. This is different. Whoa, we have a courtyard down here. Everything about this screams bad news. And this room is an entire dedicated aquarium. And what would happen if I tried to swim in that water? Oh, there we go. Cardboard, right? There is something going on over there. Arrows and gunpowder. Think that means there's a threat on the other side of that wall, because there are weapons here. We are taking the TNT. And cannonballs? Okay, I don't know what we're gonna use cannonballs for, but I think we can probably melt them down for later. Bombs. And a spyglass. And more crossbows. Okay. A microwave and a scary looking block. And a spider. A skulk spider. Okay. That's obviously a spawner. And a skulk creeper. And he sees me. We're not gonna break this cardboard. I think this cardboard is good where it is. Although we will take this one. We just went in a circle. There's our arrow over there. Run! Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, there's so many of them. Fine, fight! Oh, they hurt, they hurt, they hurt, they hurt, they hurt, they hurt. Have a heart, have a heart, have a heart. Oh my god. They're still following. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Blocks. Oh, they're still there! Oh my god. Those guys are serious bad news. Massive aggro range, because they are I don't know how far I had to go, and they're still behind me. Okay, I'm gonna put some distance between myself and them. Hopefully they despawn. Okay, we're back here. I think this is far enough. It's time. Are they gone? I think they're gone. Man, that was close. On top of that, I lost my bag. I have to go back and find it. Okay, this right here is a no-go. We are going to mark this as the death zone. There it is, thank God. Tried exploring the back rooms. Worst mistake of my life. But we got what we needed. Plenty of cardboard. I'm gonna go ahead and make the rest of that cardboard armor. Not that I think it'll help, but it just makes me feel a little bit better. There we go. A whopping 2 armor points. Okay, let's get some ash. So now that we have ash, it's time to make a new item with it. An andesite alloy. Psych, this is an ash alloy. And to make it, we have to combine ash with cobblestone. This is probably the least expensive andesite alloy recipe I've ever come across in any mod pack. Okay, we have 22 ash alloys. Perfect. And as a reward, we get a create mod wrench. Let's go. Now that we have the alloys, we can move on to the next big task, getting endless charcoal. We're gonna have to make coke bricks using the alloys we made. On top of that, I have to smelt the ash into ash bricks. While we're waiting for those to cook, I'm a little worried that I'm gonna be chased by more enemies, so we're gonna install some nice little security measures. That way they can't get inside our inner core. There we go. As simple as that. Alright, the ash bricks are done. Perfect. The recipe for coke bricks is pretty simple. Cobblestone in the middle, 4 ash bricks, and 4 ash alloys. We finally have all the bricks to make our coke oven. With one click, we finally have a means of getting more fuel. I'll throw in an oak table, and now all we have to do is wait. Instant charcoal block. We have new fuel. The next thing I'm going to do is convert the charcoal into a new type of fuel. This is called coke coal. Basically charcoal 2.0. The reason I had to make the conversion was because we needed something called creosote oil. We'll take a scoop of the creosote oil, and now we're gonna upgrade our wooden planks into treated planks. Here it is, our treated planks. With these blocks, we'll be able to make infinite wood. That way we won't have to be burning up furniture all the time. But first we have to head to the right of the skill tree to work on Botania. The first task is to make floral fertilizer. One of the ingredients we'll need is yellow dye. And to get yellow dye, all we have to do is scrape the wallpaper off of the walls, toss it in front of the encased fan, and then you wash it. Because the wallpaper has a yellow tint on it, naturally it drops yellow dye. Plus, we have regular clean paper. The next step is arguably my favorite. We're gonna add water to the petal apothecary, convert some of these berries into seeds. Next, my favorite step, we're gonna drop 2 yellow dye, some ash, and lastly, some seeds. And with that, we have floral fertilizer, which we're gonna use to grow mystical flowers. I think we'll have a nice little flower garden out here. So the flowers are only gonna grow on wet carpet, go figure. So let's do that. Okay, I think this is good. Let's test this out. Look at that. They actually grew. We actually have colors now. Now that we got the mystical fertilizer, we can begin the next step, pure daisy. To make a pure daisy, all we need are 4 white petals and some seeds. Let's go ahead and add them to the apothecary and make a new flower. We're going to use this flower to convert our treated wood planks into something more. All we have to do is surround the flower with the planks, and now we wait. And there it is, the conversion of treated planks into living wood. It's not exactly a suitable replacement for regular wood. We're still going to have to go out and break furniture, but we do need it for some machines we're about to make. For example, combine the wood together with an ash alloy and you get a wooden hand. Next, we're going to need a lot of andesite casings. With these, we'll be able to make machine parts, like the deployer. This thing is going to be very useful. There are lots of contraptions you can make with the Create mod, but to do that, you need power. Steam power. We need to make a steam engine, the ultimate source of power that will bring our machines to life. As you can see, that is quite the laundry list of items we need, so we'll just take it back a few steps. One task at a time. The next one, crafting a burner. You can't have a steam engine unless you generate enough heat, and that's where the burner comes in. Now, frankly, I've never used this before, but I'm assuming that this is where some of the fire's gonna go to boil the water. We also got a wooden hopper. Don't know what this is for, but that's the reward for this machine. Next, we gotta craft another tool. This one is called a mechanical press, along with its basin. With a mechanical press, we'll be able to stamp and shape items in any shape or form that we need. It'll also give us copper. So let's make a press. All we gotta do is take a block of ash alloy, give it a nice click on a casing, and like that, we have ourselves one inactive mechanical press. And the basin is very simple to craft too. Ooh, we get pancakes as a reward. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really a pancake person, but for the sake of not starving to death, I will imbibe in one pancake for now. I think I used the word imbibe wrong. As you can see, many of these machines for the steam engine are made out of copper. So how exactly do we obtain that? We need to crush copper pipes, which also means I have to go outside again. Well, at least outside of our base. You may or may not remember that some of these rooms contain pipe systems. All I gotta do is backtrack and find them. Look at that, we found a new passage. Check it out, unexplored territory. And a lot of free stuff, don't mind if I do. Well, this is different. Stripped bamboo? Not what we're looking for, but I don't mind if I do. Alright, my axe is broken, but we will definitely be back here. Oh, perfect. Just what we needed. What is this? No way. We have the power to transform into a box? Oh my god, this is crazy. I love it. Does that mean I can go through 1-block gaps? It does. Look at that. We'll just take that off for now. And let's collect the pipes. Alright, this is what I was looking for. This is what I'm talking about right here. Oh, this is the jackpot. I can't mine it because I don't have stone. No! Alright, we have 41 copper pipes. I think that is plenty for now. So now that we have the copper pipes, we have to crush them into copper nuggets. But to do that, we need a heat source. As you can see, our basic burner is empty. There's no fire inside. That's because it's a burner without a blaze. For this kind of stuff, you usually use a blaze burner. But since this isn't the case, we have to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to take this wooden hopper, place it next to the basic burner, put the basin on top, mechanical press right above that. For this demonstration, I'll throw in half of my stack, and now we'll throw in 1 coca-cola, and as you can see, and I think all I have to do is light a fire. Oh, that did it. Now to get this going, we better be getting copper nuggets. 24 copper nuggets. It's working! Alright, all we have to do is keep cranking this and we'll be ready to go. And with that, we have 13 copper ingots. Now that we have this delicious copper, we're gonna have to mold it into the items we need to make the steam engine. First up, the fluid tank. Alright, so I got my basic deployers set up right here. This is where we'll make our fluid tank. But first we have to make some copper casings. 4 of them to be exact. Next, we gotta take the copper that we have and flatten it into a copper sheet. And now that we have the copper sheets, put it in the hands of the deployer, activate the hand crank, and there we go, 4 fluid tanks. The next thing I have to craft is the steam engine itself. And here it is, the lovely steam engine. You just attach it to the side, and as you can see, our fluid tanks have taken a new form. They now have a little meter right here that indicates how much steam pressure is inside. Alright, we have everything we need. Now that we have all the components, all we have to do is assemble it. We'll put a basic burner at the bottom, fluid tank on top. Of course, the steam engine's gonna need a water source. Now, how do you get the water into the steam engine? Pipes. You need some pipes. Don't forget to change the flow of the water. And now, for the most important piece, the steam engine itself, which will power this machine. All we have to do is connect them. Okay, the setup is basically complete. All I have to do is add this hand crank here, add a little bit of fuel, and it should be good to go. So we'll just start with 1 coke coal just for this demonstration. Light it up. So we got the fire going, but nothing's happening. That's because you got to get the water flowing into the tank. So all I'm going to do is turn the crank to give it a nice little jump start. That should get the pump going. And there we go. The steam engine is alive. You can see the pressure being generated there. And because we completed the quest, they're going to give us some goggles. Oh, I love Create Mod goggles. Now we can actually analyze the power of our boiler. The only problem is that if we want this to continuously run, then we're going to have to keep supplying this fuel. Next, I have to collect a ton of carpet. We're going to take the carpet and use it to craft belts. Not the kind you wear around your waist. I'm talking about conveyor belts. There are so many purposes for conveyor belts, but in this case, we're just going to use it to connect the steam engine to our machines. I was just looking for more cardboard and then I heard a strange noise. Oh, yeah, we're just going to block this off. The heck was that? Oh my god! The furniture just started moving. Oh my god! No. That may have been what we heard. Is this a kitchen? Oh, this is like a bar. Okay, this is one of the stranger rooms I've ever been in. It's like nature's trying to phase into the Backrooms. Witta de Groy? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, right or left? Oh, not bad. Nope. Just so that we remember. Just a random plate in the hallway. Oh my god. What is this room? All plates. Wow. Alright, we're right where we want to be. We can afford to take some cardboard boxes away from this side, at least. Now that we have a steam engine, we need something colossal for it to power. Like a pair of giant crushing wheels. One of the more expensive recipes for the Create mod, but well worth it. With these monsters, we'll be able to crush anything we need. Alright, we're gonna put the crushing wheels to the test. I have some cobblestone in my inventory. All you gotta do is just drop them in. As you can see, the cobblestone is being crushed and the gravel is coming out from the bottom. We got 10 gravel, but we're gonna crush it even further. What do you think you get when you crush gravel? If you guess sand, then you are correct. Now, why did we want sand? Because we're gonna grow sugarcane, of course. The sugarcane recipe is really simple. We'll throw in a bucket of water, some paper, a living wood twig, 1 green petal, and 1 lime petal. Then you throw in some seeds, and like that, we've just introduced sugarcane to the Backrooms. Alright, we'll place a bucket of water, and then our sugarcane, and now we wait. This is gonna take a while. Unless we grow the sugarcane on snad. That's right, snad. When you take sand and press it down, you get snad. I don't even know if we need a sugarcane farm. I think it's just way faster to break them and replant them because they just grow back instantly. I don't know about you guys, but building these machines, it really works up quite an appetite. And these sweet berries, well, they're not really filling. But now that we've created sugarcane, we can use it to make something better. Liminal jam. By combining a couple sweet berries with some sugar, we can create a jam that's a little more filling than the average sweet berry. The first thing I'm going to do is craft a cooking pot. From there, you're going to want to craft a campfire, place the cooking pot on top of the campfire. Next, we're going to convert the sugarcane into sugar, and now it's time to combine. Alright, let's see what we have here. 22 jars of liminal jam. 23 now. Now we got some proper food, or I guess a beverage. Leave a comment if you think a jam is a food or a beverage. We got some small rewards here, like a coaster. Wonder what we can put on here. Oh, look at that. We can put jam, plus some sweet berry jam toast. I would kill for more sweet berry jam toast. The next task I did was prepare a ton of lava buckets. 10 lava buckets to be exact. This is because we're building a nether portal. With the nether portal, we can take shortcuts across the Backrooms. And to make it, we're gonna have to use the old lava and water method. There it is, the nether portal frame. Now, seeing how this is a Backrooms mod, I can't help but wonder what the nether's gonna look like. Is it gonna be the nether, or some weird Backrooms variation? And it's, what is this? This is not what I was expecting at all. And to be honest, I'm a little worried about what I'm gonna find here. This place is insane. It's just towers of books as far as the eye can see. I mean, my render distance is low, but still, I'm assuming it all looks like this. Well, there won't be a shortage of books, that's for sure. We can break through the floor. There's red carpet underneath. Although that is indestructible. Okay, so there are a few reasons why we wanted to come here. Number 1, backpacks. We need leather, and to get leather, we're gonna have to break down all of these books. Reason number 2, quartz. We gotta collect a ton of this checkered floor, because once we have enough, we can crush it, and it'll drop quartz and black quartz. And finally, number 3. We need to find one of the lost eyes. This eye is one of 12, and if we're gonna escape the Backrooms, we need all of them. We have a lot to do, so let's get started. We're gonna break up all of these books and get as many pieces of leather as we can. I think that's more than enough. Next, we gotta go ahead and craft a backpack, and as a reward, we get some backpack upgrades. Let's go ahead and upgrade this backpack to a copper backpack, and now we have a little more space. Next, we're gonna collect a ton of this checker floor stuff. I think that's plenty. We're gonna take the blocks and grind them up. And there is the product at the bottom. We've now unlocked quartz. And now we get this cool chessboard. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. No way it actually works. Oh my goodness, this actually works. Can you believe this? We're actually playing chess in Minecraft. I mean, that's probably not that big of a deal, but this is insane. Of the 3 tasks, we've accomplished 2, so it's time to finish what we started. So the eye could be on top of any one of these towers. It's a good thing we have a spyglass, that way we can save ourselves the trouble of having to climb. I think the strategy is to just walk in a straight line until we see it. Do you see what I see? There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the many eyes. 1 down, 11 to go. Now that we have the eye, we'll just go ahead and put it right there. The next thing we're going to do is make this new machine called a rolling mill. I attached it to the setup that we already have. Now we're going to take some copper sheets, toss them inside, and that's going to give us copper wire. I'm gonna go ahead and craft some treated slabs. We'll give copper wire to this guy and quartz to the other one. As you can see, they have them in their hands. Now all we have to do is add the treated wooden slabs, and as you can see, the hands are placing the parts onto the slabs, making us electronic components. And now that we have electronic components, we've nearly completed Chapter 2. There's only one more step. We have to build a smeltery. To make a smeltery, you need seared bricks, which is made from grout. And to get grout, that's a combination of sand, gravel, and clay. Lucky for you guys, I've already set some aside. So let's go ahead and combine these items. We now have a stack of grout. All I have to do now is wait. One aspect of this mod pack that I've been neglecting is photography. I guess photography plays a role in it somehow. And to get started with that, we have to craft a light room. Okay, so we have the light room. Let's go ahead and see what this is all about. There are a few options here, wow. We should probably start by claiming all of the rewards. We got a camera, black and white film, a water bottle, photograph frame, and some black dye. Everything a photographer needs in their arsenal. Check out this cool camera UI. You can even adjust the zoom. That is so cool. So we're gonna put some film into the camera. Let's go take a test picture. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out. You can even follow the rule of thirds. Oh, I think we just took a photo. So now we have to develop the photo, I think. Can I take a selfie? We can take a selfie. Oh, I took two, actually. I didn't mean to do that. Let's take one with our setup back here. The first Minecraft selfie on Doublesal. Alright, so we got the film out. Let's go ahead and process these photos. This is going to give you a developed black and white film. Okay, so this is where we have to use the Lightroom. We'll develop our photos here. We'll put a piece of paper there and some black dye here. Oh, you can actually see the negatives. Look at that. That's so cool. Let's go ahead and process this now. Each piece of film requires its own paper and dye. Let's see what we're working with here. Okay, so the cube was probably not the best subject to take a photo of. Not a lot going on there. But this... You know what? This isn't that bad. That's a good picture. I don't want to sound a little vain, but that is a handsome photo. And they gave us some frames. That way we can always remember these precious moments. Ooh, that's a big frame. Oh, just like that! I think we just found a way to brighten the backrooms a little. Although I wish I had more interesting subjects to capture. Well, that was a fun little adventure. Alright, let's get back to work. We have to build a smeltery, and to do that there are a few components I have to craft. The first block we have to make is the brains of the operation, the smeltery controller. Next a seared fluid tank, a faucet, and finally a casting table. Okay, we have all of the items we need down here. Now we have to assemble it. Okay, it's done. All we have to do is add the table and the drain. I kinda don't like how it's just floating like that though. There we go, that's better. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to announce that we have finally completed Chapter 2. Which means we can start the monster that is Chapter 3. We got some cool rewards like another party popper, a music disc, a fridge, and an iron golem plushie. Add this plushie over here to the Hall of Fame. And as for this fridge, well, we don't have food, but we could always get more. Okay, friends, let's celebrate the end of Chapter 2. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little worried about what's ahead in Chapter 3, but I think we have it down already. The backrooms are not as bad as I thought they'd be. Plus, with the help of all of our machines, we are going to be set. Chapter 3 heavily focuses on automation. The first thing we have to do in this chapter is gather brand new resources, like the much-missed iron ingot. But how do we get iron? The answer's simpler than you think. We gotta melt down a fridge. Well, not just fridges, any appliances for that matter. Throughout the backrooms, I've seen random fridges and stoves and cast iron pans. If we can get our hands on some of those, then we can melt them down and get iron. Ah, this is just what I was looking for. With one stove, we can melt it down and get one iron block. Oh yeah, we better go find more. Oh, we finally made it back here. Collect that copper along with the stove. I wonder if we can melt down TVs as well. As a matter of fact, we can. One TV gives us silver. Don't mind if I do. I don't like that one bit. Oh, I definitely don't like that. Do we go further? That's definitely bait. Yeah, we're not gonna go that way. That's a glitch. What the? It's a working escalator. Oh my god. Actually, I think we can use this to our advantage. Let's see how much of a serious threat they are when they can't attack me. Not bad. I'm somewhat inspired to use the camera, so we're gonna start taking photos of very strange things. Okay, where are these escalators gonna take us? Okay. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Is that supposed to be wet carpet? Despite that, we found a fridge. Kinda tempted to go down there and see what it's all about, but you know what? It's probably death. But what kind of explorer would I be if I didn't try? If there's monsters down there, we'll hear them before we get to the bottom. I guess we'll just jump. Crude oil. There's oil here? That's a friendly sun. What the? Wait. That's a thing? No way. We can actually... Some of the blocks are fake. They're illusionary walls. And that is just a box of bedrock. Hold on, the back room just got super interesting again. Is this fake too? No, this is real. You know what? That's gonna make me wonder now how much of what we're seeing is actually there. Yeah, I still can't get over this. This is so cool. Let's go. Okay, what is going on here? I guess we're at a beach or something. We have a cooler, we have some beach chairs, and the beautiful horizon with clouds and a sunset. Fitting. That's so funny. The carpet is soggy because it's supposed to be the ocean. Look at that. This is my attempt to press my ear against the wall. That's a warden. Yeah, this was definitely a very interesting section. Well, only one more direction to go, and that is this way. And all we have is a toast! Oh my god! Oh! Okay, I wasn't anticipating that I'd be able to phase through the floors. I mean, that's classic Backrooms, but it still caught me off guard. Now I'm wondering where it's not safe to step, and there's no way to distinguish solid from transparent floor. Don't tell me we're stuck. Oh no. We may have a slight dilemma. I can't climb back up. How are we gonna get out of this? It's the perfect trap. Okay, wait. What if I try this? What if I try this? Will this still cut the carpet? No way. Ha 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 ha! It worked! Thank goodness that's a thing. I thought the playthrough was over. I seriously did. Okay, so as long as we leave this ladder here, the carpet will regenerate, but around the ladder, because the carpet grows back, so does the wallpaper, if you don't know. With that, let's press onward. The texture's broken, so I'm not sure what this is supposed to be, but it's just called divided by 0. Now, if I break the circuit breaker, the lights are gonna go out. The plus side is that we can melt it down for 2 blocks of gold. Almost 3, actually. I mean, that's just a steal. I can't. I'm taking it. A classroom? What is that? And you can draw on it. No way. Hold on. There. A smile. Emergency, 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 emergency. Oh my god. Shoot, I should have taken the crossbows. Okay, I have these bombs. Oh my god! Bad idea. Bad idea. Okay, well, at least we're back. That's kind of what I wanted. Alright, let's make some medals. Our journey totaled us 2 television sets, 6 light stoves, a light fridge, and a circuit breaker. All we gotta do is melt them down, and then we'll have medals. Alright, let's go ahead and add some fuel to this smelter. And now that we have fuel, we can finally melt down some of these appliances. Oh, I love Tinker's Construct. I love how it actually shows you what's being melted down inside of the smelter. Okay, here we go. And as you can see, we finally have ourselves some molten iron. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. Let's go ahead and pour this out, get some iron blocks. Slowly, it's gonna cool down, and eventually we'll have ourselves 1 block of iron. There it is. And now we have iron ingots. Thank God. We are done living like cavemen. Alright, we'll go ahead and melt down the fridges as well, and eventually we should have at least 1 stack of iron. Take a look at it, friends. Look at all that beautiful iron. I think we've earned this. I definitely think we've earned this. Out with the old, and in with the new. Okay, so we have iron armor. Perfect. We don't really need it, but I just like to have it. Now, when it comes to making iron items, there are a few options we have. One of them is to make a walkie-talkie, the second to make a putty knife, and the third to make power tools. Now, all of these things sound fine and dandy. I think the first thing I want to make is the power tools. Imagine having a tool with infinite durability. All we'd have to do is recharge it in a tinker's workbench. But first, we're gonna need some redstone. For that, we're gonna have to jump back to chapter 2. That's because I skipped a step. To get redstone, you need flux tooth spores. Spores aren't that expensive, just takes a small botania ritual. I'm gonna go ahead and make a composter, because I think we're gonna need bone meal. It costs 1 red petal to make 1 redstone in the petal apothecary, and we only have 2 more red flowers, which gives us 4 petals, so, I mean, that's like 6 redstone altogether. We're gonna need more. So we gotta grow more red flowers. Place a petal right here, then a bone meal. As you can see, we have a tall mystical red flower, and we all know what happens when you bone meal a tall flower. Well, that doesn't work here. I'm clicking the flower, it's not giving me more. On the bright side, we can collect the flower. If we were to use the regular red flower, we'd only get 2 petals. If we use the tall one, we get 4. And it's that simple. You just rinse and repeat. Okay, let's make some spores. Petal, 1 ash, 1 sweet berry, and then a seed. Now we have flux-tooth spores. Now if I wanted to, I could craft them into redstone right now, but that would be a terrible idea. We gotta multiply these spores by any means necessary. And I think we can accomplish that with the fermenter. The only problem is that we have every ingredient to craft one except glue. Thankfully, we can make glue pretty easily. This is the igneous extruder, and it does just that. And to make it, we need an engineering block. Let's begin! The first thing I'm gonna do is craft a basic machine frame. Alone, it doesn't look like much. After all, it's just a frame. But when we take the frame and add a few components, we can upgrade it. Now to get one of the items, we're gonna have to do a little bit of vandalism. Fluorescent tubes, which can only be gathered from ceiling lamps, as far as I know. With the simple throw of a brick, you get all the fluorescent tubes you want. Next, I'll go ahead and add each item to the deployers. The fluorescent tube there, a regular pipe there, and then the electronic components that we made earlier. All you have to do is drop the engineering frame, and like that, they slowly assemble our new block, light engineering block. There's only one more step left to make the igneous extruder. All I have to do is craft a drill head. Now witness the creation of one of my favorite blocks, the igneous extruder. Finally, we have a means of automating actual items. Check this out. Break that cobblestone block, place the extruder. Now you can see that something is taking place here. We are generating cobblestone at a brand new rate. This is amazing, but it's only the beginning. I'm gonna go ahead and make a second igneous extruder. I'll strip the wall here of its wallpaper, and now we're producing glue. 2 items, 1 old and 1 new, both fully automated, thanks to our friend the igneous extruder. This time around, I'm gonna go ahead and try to stay organized, so I'm gonna add labels. Perfect. Alright, let's go ahead and craft our keg, and now that we have these beauties, let's go ahead and multiply our flux-tooth spores. Alright, we'll add a couple of campfires, because I think the kegs have to be kept warm. Oh no, that's hot. How do we find that middle ground? I'm gonna go ahead and break this. I read that if you place the heat source a little further, that you can get them warm instead of hot. We want them warm. Alright, let's try 1 block away. There it is, that's perfect. Alright, so if we add the spore, will it go a little faster? We're gonna continue letting these spores ferment here, and now let's craft our redstone. And now that we have the redstone, we can finally make our power tools. First, I'm gonna go ahead and craft the Tinker's workbench, and for that we're gonna have to melt down this recycling bin. Okay, so we're melting down this trash can. That's because it converts to aluminum. Oh, look at it. Aluminum. We got about 5 ingots worth of the stuff. It's not quite enough, so we're gonna have to go get more. All we have to do is find a cooler, which I've seen plenty of, although at the time I didn't collect them because I didn't know what they were used for. Alright, we'll go and explore this way. I've never been up here before because I can't seem to find any coolers. Thank God we found one. And here is cooler number 2, and you'll never guess where I found it. Here down at the beach, where the sun is still brightly shining. Okay, now we have at least 1 block worth of aluminum. We're gonna take the block and convert it into ingots, and then from ingots into wires. And now we have aluminum wire. With it, we're gonna craft some redstone wire, and then lastly, a redstone flux coil. But for this recipe, we're gonna need some gold. Thank God we have a means of getting that too. All we have to do is melt down some circuit breakers, and as you can see, we have an abundance of gold. 5 blocks to be exact. Let's go ahead and take this gold out and put it to work. With the gold, we're gonna go ahead and craft our flux coils, and now we can craft our workbench. So we have a Tinker's workbench, and as you can see, it has no power. Thankfully, when it comes to energy, we have a means of generating it. This is an alternator, and it generates power by rotating. I'm gonna go ahead and craft a coil block, and now we're gonna go ahead and craft the alternator. Very simple looking block. We have to rotate this part right here, and that should generate the power that we need. Just go ahead and place it right there. And as you can see, it is generating power. Now to connect the power, we have to craft flux ducts. They're basically less convenient electrical wires. To make them, we're gonna need some lead, which we can only get from melting down radioactive waste barrels. Do not try this at home. I'm gonna go ahead and make myself a gold cast. That way we don't have to pour metals by the block. We have 1 lead ingot, 1 glass block, 6 redstone dust, and 2 ingots later, you have yourself some flux ducts. And as a reward for crafting them, more of these extremely cool lights. Let's go ahead and hang these up. These ones aren't as nice as the other ones. Also got some blue ones. They're just as ugly as the green ones. Well, they're not ugly, but they're not as nice, you know? Meh, good enough. Okay, so usually, since we don't have that many flux ducts, I'm just going to, for the sake of example, place one here, connect it to the crafting table that we have, and as you can see, it is slowly filling with power, and it will continue to do so long as the engine keeps running and the alternator right there keeps spinning. Now, I would like to add that the faster it spins, the more power it generates, so keeping that concept in mind, let's get it to spin a little faster. Go ahead and disconnect that, break this. We'll want to break this as well. I hope it keeps its power stored. Okay, right here is good enough. 1 cogwheel there. We'll add the alternator. Ooh, that is spinning really fast. And with the flux ducts, we will connect our workbench. As you can see, it is filling up at a much faster rate now. Of course, all of this, once again, is contingent on the fact that we keep this burning. We're going to have to address this little bottleneck eventually. Alright, now that we have an operational Tinker's workbench, we can finally craft our power tools. Judging by the saw blade, I think you can guess which one we're making first. A flux coil, the saw blades, 2 iron ingots, and of course, some electrical components. We now have a flux saw, although it doesn't have any power. Not a problem. All we have to do is go ahead, place it in the Tinker's workbench, and now it's fully charged. Let's go ahead and put it to the test. A simple, unassuming oak plank, and now it's broken. Worst ka charm. And because of that, we no longer need to clog our inventory with this nasty axe. But we're not done yet. With a nearly identical crafting recipe, we're going to craft the flux spore, our replacement for the pickaxe. Although now that we don't have a cobblestone generator, I'm not sure what we'd use this for. Despite that, let's put it to the test. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty happy with it. And as a reward, we get 3 radial enhancements. I guess these are upgrades for our tools. So we're going to switch the Tinker's workbench to augment mode, add a tool, and now we add the augment. So we have the augment applied to the flux spore. All we have to do is change modes from single block to 3x3. This is a very useful tool, although if we were anywhere else, it would be extremely useful. It's just that given the fact that we're in the Backrooms, there's not that much to mine. Okay, so we understand that this is a very important piece of our entire setup, the steam engine. And without fuel, it's basically useless. So we have to automate fuel. Specifically, we have to automate charcoal. Thankfully, when it comes to that task, we are right on track. As you can see, the first step is creating glue, which as you can see right here is already well taken care of. This means we can move on to the second step of creating bamboo. The recipe is pretty simple, plus it includes glue, which is why we had to make it. Of course, it does require that we take a little detour to make this one ingredient, the rune of the earth. Alright, let's start Botania. The first step we have to accomplish is making a mana pool. Not just that, but a couple other items as well. Just like with the planks, we're going to take the stone, place it around the flower, and eventually they will convert into an item called living stone. Alright, now let's put this drill to the test. Haha, look at that. Works like a charm. Next, I'm going to go ahead and make mana spreaders. We just need 2 more petals. And lastly, endo flames, which are going to fuel the mana spreaders to generate mana. 2 brown petals, a red petal, a gray petal, and some seeds. Okay, let's set this up. Put a mana spreader here, a mana spreader there, our mana pool right here. Set up the sponges here for the flowers. Next, I'll put a pressure plate right here with an open crate, some redstone, a block. The last thing I have to do is craft a wand of the forest. With the wand, we can toggle each item and bind them together. Thinking I'm going to move these mana spreaders over here on each side. And now we linked them to the mana pool. As you can see, they are not generating a single drop of mana. That's because these endo flames need something to burn, like that wood block I just broke. So you can see the coal has dropped. The mana flowers here, the endo flames, they are accepting it. You can tell because they have that little flame particle between their petals. And now we are generating mana. Thanks to the Wand of the Forest, we can watch how much mana is being generated into the mana pool. As you can see, we have a very small amount. But if you allow both of these to continuously run, you'll have mana in no time. The last 32 ingots, we're going to put them to good use by turning this ingot into mana steel. With the mana steel, we're going to combine it with the extra stone that we have to make a runic altar. This is what we're going to use to craft the item that we need, the Rune of the Earth. The only thing we're missing to make the Rune of the Earth are mushrooms. A red petal, bone meal, mana powder, and of course ash. With that we have 1 red mushroom. Okay, let's make this Rune of the Earth. We're going to add the mushroom, coal block, mana powder, a stone block, the mana steel. As you can see, we have the rune right there, but it's not crafting yet. That's because we need to infuse this table with mana. And so we're going to take this mana spreader, place it above the runic altar, bind it with the table. As you can see, the mana is being infused into the altar, as indicated by the symbol being filled with green. And now all we have to do is add some living rock and click the table. With that, we have our Rune of the Earth. On a little side note, because we completed this task, we get a cool monocle. Oh my goodness. Look at me. I look like a scholar. Looks like we can also wear our create goggles on top of that, although they don't show on your face. I guess the monocle's a tool to help us see the range of these endo flames. So now that we have this Rune of the Earth, we can finally go back to our original task. We were gonna make bamboo. Alright, we have everything we need to make the bamboo. Here we go. Let's make some bamboo. A sugarcane, glue, 1 living wood twig, 2 mystical lime petals. With that, all we have to do is drop a seed in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have bamboo. Now that we have the bamboo, we're 1 step closer to automating charcoal. Now, I'm going to assume that the process for growing bamboo is identical to growing everything else in this pack with the wet carpet. I think we're going to plant it here because this is where the ceiling is almost at its highest, so we want our bamboo to grow as tall as possible. And now, we wait. While we're waiting for the bamboo to grow, let's go ahead and automate this, because honestly, I'm getting sick and tired of having to refill it with water every single time I want to make more spores. Now, before I go too far with my idea, I first have to confirm one thing. I gotta see that these blocks are create mod compatible, otherwise this is gonna be a huge waste of time. This right here, this is a funnel, and it allows items to come out of chests, and hopefully kegs as well. Let's change the direction, and it works. Looks like we're in business. Let's see if we can actually deposit the items from the top. Okay, so far so good. And they collected here in the input slot. Perfect. Okay, this qualifies as a create mod compatible block. The design I'm going to do is going to be very simple, so we're going to have to make more ash alloy for this. But instead of making the 1 in the alloy kiln, we're going to combine the cobblestone with the ash in a mixer to make 2. At least I think that's 2. Maybe it's 4? I'm going to have to burn a lot of boxes. So this is a brand new tool known as the mixer. You can see it's got a whisk attached to the main base of the machine here. All we gotta do is toss the ash inside along with the cobblestone. Let's see how much ash alloy we get. Oh, it does make 2 at a time. Not bad. While that's mixing, as you can see, our bamboo has made some considerable progress. I won't deny I went AFK for a little bit, but a man's gotta eat dinner. Okay, the ash alloy is just about done. As you can see, we have plenty of ash alloy now. Let's make this loop. I'm gonna go ahead and craft a couple of these chutes. And now let's go ahead and dismantle this. Okay, here's what I got so far. We have the keg here. Hopefully the items will go in through here. They'll be brewed into more of these spores, then they'll come out, cycle through, and then go back in again where they'll be brewed into even more spores. We're about to find out if this works. Okay, here we go. Put this in. And it went into the wrong slot. Uh-oh. Okay, I think this will work. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the create mod, but I'm not a create mod minimalist. Sometimes I tend to overcomplicate designs, and this may be one of those situations. Anyways, here we go. We have our flex-tooth spores. Let's throw them onto the belt and see where they end up. Perfect, they are just where we want them. Okay, so the spores are brewing. If we're lucky, when they finish brewing, they'll come out of here, circle around, and finally end up back in the first funnel. Any day now. Oh, there they go. Perfect. Now all we have to do is continuously pump water in here and we're set. Just go ahead and connect these pipes like this. Add a cog to a pipe to make another pump. Oh, there was a nice steady flow of water, but will the keg accept it? Yes, it will. And like that, we have fully automated the keg, which means we fully automated redstone. The setup's probably not the prettiest, but it gets the job done. One thing I discovered is that you could craft something called a heating cask. I'm guessing the heating cask is what we can put under our keg so that we don't have to use the campfire anymore. Let's give it a try. We'll break that campfire. As you can see, the keg has come to a standstill because it's normal temperature. But if we add the heating cask, perfect temperature. Look at that. Now, as it turns out, redstone's not the only thing we can automate. We also have the option to automate glowstone, as well as slitake spores, which can be heated into slime balls. But there's one item that's caught my attention. Boom shroom spores. Just what we need to craft gunpowder. Just in time too, because we're going to be making a musket. The recipe's very simple. All we need is gunpowder, ash, one mystical gray petal, and, like always, seeds. And now we have our boom shroom spores. They're going to share the same belt, but we don't want our redstone items to go into our gunpowder barrel. I added a smart chute, which is like a regular chute, but with this one you can add a filter, which means when the items pass through the belt, only the boom shroom will go in. To upgrade a basic smart chute, you first have to take a gold ingot and press it down into gold sheets. Take the gold sheets, put them in the hands of a deployer, then you add your chute to the depot. And with that, it just pops it off with gold on top. Go ahead and add the smart chute to the top of the keg. We'll apply the filter by clicking on the smart chute with the item we want. And it's as simple as that. Now it will only take these little redstone spores. And like that, not only have we automated redstone, we've automated gunpowder. Now that we have the smart chutes, the items will go in and out into their respective kegs. Well, it looks like our bamboo took quite a liking to the backrooms. That's kind of surprising. Do you know what this means? It means we're gonna have to make glue, which in turn means we have to make slime. It also means I'm gonna have to break this smeltery and use it somewhere else. Why am I using a pickaxe? I have a flux spore. Let's go ahead and make some slime. Lime petal, carpet dust, sugar, and some seeds. With that, we have slitake spores. When you cook the spore in the furnace, you get a slime ball. Once you have a couple of these, combine them with an iron sheet and an iron nugget, and you get glue. Now, why do we need glue? We're going to create a multi-block contraption that's going to cut down and harvest this bamboo for us. And to put it together, we got to glue it. Alright, the first thing I got to do is cut down a lot of this bamboo. Mission accomplished. We'll go ahead and store the bamboo in my backpack for now. Next, we're going to use the last of our iron to make a saw blade. 2 saw blades, actually. You know what? I think I'm gonna need 3, and I have 1 more fridge to melt down, so I'm gonna rebuild the smeltery. We'll go ahead and put it here. Oh, I hope it's enough iron. This is our last fridge. Okay, we have saw blades number 3 and 4. Perfect. With this, we're gonna create mechanical saws, just the tools we need to chop down our bamboo. Next, we'll craft a block called a linear chassis, and finally, a turntable, which we'll combine with another alloy casing to make ourselves a mechanical bearing. Okay, here is where things get a little technical. So we're going to put a gearbox here. On top of the gearbox, the mechanical bearing. And this is going to be the center of our official bamboo farm. With the chassis, we're going to attach them to the top of the mechanical bearing. We're going to put glue on the sides of the chassis. Then I'm going to attach the saw. From there, I'm going to place sand, that way the bamboo can grow on it. It can also be dirt, but I don't have dirt, just sand, so yeah, we're going to use that. Also, if it wasn't obvious, I'm making this design up off the top of my head based off of other machines I've made in the past, so bear with me. If you wanted a proper Create Mod tutorial, I am not your guy. Okay, so this is where things get fun. We're going to take the shafts, we're going to bring them out and connect them to the rotational power. Now, if I did this right, this is going to rotate in a circle. Here we go. Oh, that's a lot faster than I thought it'd be. Okay, let's slow things down a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and add a chest. This is gonna hold all of our bamboo that the machine chops down. Next, we need a new block called a portable storage interface. As a matter of fact, we need 2. This block is gonna be the bridge between our machine and the rest of the setup. And then if all goes well, the bamboo will come out from this end, down the chute, and into this chest. Okay, let's plant some bamboo. Guys, I really hope this works the first try. It's rare that it does, but I feel like it will this time around. I almost forgot. Do not forget to glue the chest and the portable storage interface to the rest of the machine. Okay, as you can see, we have some bamboo growing. Let's see if it actually works. Oh, it's working. Look at the bamboo coming out. Oh, I think we did something good. I think we did something great, actually. Ladies and gentlemen, we just automated bamboo harvesting. You'd probably make this better by making it multi-tiered. I think it's better than making the arm longer, at least. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. This thing is 3 tiers. I really hope it doesn't put too much strain on the engine down there. Maybe pushing it a little with this one. In an unsurprising turn of events, I am out of iron, which means I can't make any more sauce. It's time to go on another expedition, but this time we're going to go in a different direction. Hopefully there are plenty of fridges and microwaves and stoves and anything else that could give us iron. Here we go, uncharted territory. Well, look at that. Isn't that... They did me dirty with that one. Look how perfectly set up it is to be baked. Right in the middle of the room. What the... Banana stalks. Do they grow bananas? Yes, they do grow bananas. Okay, new food discovered. When you eat a banana, it gives you agility. So what does that mean? It means I can climb walls is what that means. And it's the classic Backrooms room. This is gonna get me lost real easy. I do want to search every nook and cranny though for every item we can melt down. This is different. Okay, we actually have a fake sky. And some sky wallpaper, albeit very depressing. Those are not normal walls. Okay, how are we going to get across? I guess this is where the bananas are going to have to come into play. First time ever coming down here. Okay, this is new. Just discovered what looks like some offices? Yeah, these are cubicles. Coordinates. There are actually coordinates in the Backrooms. Oh, I don't like that. What is that? Oh, it's just a frog. I don't know why that freaked me out. Oh, this is nice. One cubicle with personality. Somebody's birthday party. I wonder where all the guests are. How much you want to bet around that corner there's a plate room? Yep. No way. That's the same plate room from earlier because we just circled back. How in the world? Oh, that's insane. That's throwing me off. Alright, we're going back. How did we come full circle? I swear we've been like miles away from the base. Still not enough iron. There's gotta be stuff we can burn here. Is that a sniffer egg? What a find. Oh, you're coming home with us. Well, we didn't find all that much iron, but we did find something else. We found friendship. We're gonna wait for this little guy to hatch, and then we won't be so lonely. Hopefully, by the time we come back from our final iron run, he'll be hatched. This is the darkest room I've seen. Oh, this creeps me out. Oh my god, this is like ultra creepy with no lights. I don't like it. Wow, this darkness goes on forever. Oh my god. I don't know why that bothers me. Like, am I sensitive? I must be sensitive, because usually little things like this don't bother me, but just, god, it's so unsettling. Guys, I think this is the spawn room. Tell me if this looks familiar to you, okay? Does that ring a bell? Or how about the room next over? I don't know how we did it. What is going on here? And what is that material? Some type of blackstone. Hold on, we gotta get a closer look. That may be important. Oh, it's skystone. Applied energistics. Yeah, it's the meteor where you find those, those components for the storage. I think it's great that we actually found this. This is probably very important. Oh my god, we actually got the presses. I'm beginning to notice that the further I explore, the more elaborate these rooms are becoming. I'm seeing generations I've never seen before, and they're not as linear. Like, this room is just all over the place. This room has got to be bait. Oh my god, what is this? That's a fake floor. I can tell by the way the light passes through it. Yeah, that's a fake floor. Okay, this is by far the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. I think this merits a photo. There we go. Oh, it feels so good to be back. Back to the mess and the clutter, and, well, it just feels like home. And is that what I think it is? Oh my god. He's alive! Hello, little friend. Look at you. Our first Backrooms buddy. Okay, let's finish this once and for all. Okay, here is the final product for the bamboo farm. 3 tiers of bamboo. As you can see, each tier has its own chest. Let's just get a little zoom in there. There's one right there. And then another chest right there. And they're all connected because this is all one machine. As you can see, it is emptying all of its bamboo into this chest right here. Now, it's a little slow because this block right here, this ash alloy, it only lets you pass 1 item through it at a time. Resolve that later when we have the right materials, but for now, look at all that bamboo. The next step is to take all the bamboo and convert it into a block of bamboo. Then it's gonna go up and into this basin right there. I'm gonna add a filter for the bamboo block and a second one down here. That way only the blocks pass through and not the regular bamboo. And then to tie it up all nicely, once the bamboo block comes out of this funnel right here, it's going to enter this next belt, which will feed directly into the barrel where we store our fuel. This guy just discovered a beetroot when I was on my way to go get some trapdoors. Thank you very much, Mr. Sniffer, and it looks like you've taken a liking to the Backrooms given your size. I need to get through, so you're going to have to move. Just let me... Thank you. Perfect. So, this is what's going to happen. The bamboo block is going to come out from that chute, and it's going to be blocked right here, where the lava is going to cook it up, and once it converts into charcoal, it will then be accepted, pass through this chute, go into this barrel, where we can supply our burner here. I think it's time we give this a little test ride. It's one last component here. And that is just what we want. You can see the fire is blowing outwards. Perfect. It is getting a little tricky to navigate through here now. Oh my god! I didn't even know that was connected. Oh. Yeah, the saws will hurt you. Alright, here we go. Alright, bamboo's coming out, bamboo's coming out, bamboo's coming out. This thing is going to press it down. It comes out as a bamboo block. It's getting cooked by the fire. The fire is going to convert it into charcoal. And... it became coal, and now it went into the barrel. Oh my god, we automated fuel. Let's give ourselves a little pat on the back. We just made a charcoal machine. The only thing we have to do now is to get it to auto-input into the basic burner, but I think with the simple hopper, we can solve that problem. Now, I'm sure there are many more ways to actually, make this a little more compact. But like I said, I am not a create mod minimalist. This is what my brain came up with, and I forged it into reality. So, if you want a better design, this video is not for you. Now, the only downside of this is that I'm not sure if the bamboo can grow as fast as the charcoal burns. Now, we could resolve that problem if we convert the charcoal into coke coal. I know for a fact that coke coal has a significantly longer burn time than charcoal, so somehow we would have to incorporate the coke oven into that already packed design. Well, there's only one way I can think of making this work. And of course, we're gonna have to take this apart as well. Whoa, what was that? That was a weird visual bug. Shoot, I think one of the blocks fell in there. And we'll just plop it here. Bloop. There we go. Okay, the charcoal will enter from this end, and just to make sure that the items will actually go in. Perfect! After the conversion, the coke coal will come out from this end right here. We'll go ahead and set this to output mode. Finally, its final destination, the basic burner. Attach a funnel right here. Let's throw one piece of coke coal as an example. And it went inside the basic burner. I think this is the design, folks. I think we may be set. Here we got charcoal being converted into coke coal. Perfect. Look at the fuel amount going up. I think we just automated it. All we have to do is get the creosote oil to be drained regularly, otherwise this thing is going to fill up quickly. Okay, we'll have the pipe take out all of the creosote oil, and it'll be stored in that tank over there. I think we're going to start getting to a point where our FPS starts dropping. And there it goes, the creosote oil. Oh no! Oh, there we go. Perfect. Ooh, that is filling up fast, actually. This may not be a permanent solution. We can probably stall it by adding a few more tanks to the equation. There we go. That should buy us a little time. As you can see in the basic burner, we are almost up to a full stack of coke coal. I just realized it's called coal coke. I've been saying coke coal this whole time across multiple videos. Nobody said anything. Well, with that, our machines are going to run continuously for basically forever. So with that, we've completed the charcoal section. Now, if you look at our progress tree, you can probably tell that it's a little uneven. We have severely neglected the left side, but not anymore. One of our first tasks is actually a fun one. Let's make a musket. The crafting recipe for the musket is as simple as it gets. 2 iron ingots, a nugget, of course our flint, and some wood. And here it is. A relatively simple weapon. Unarmed, of course. When you use the weapon without firing, and you actually click to punch, you hit them with the back of the rifle. That's so funny. But what's a musket without a little ammunition? With some lead, gunpowder, and paper, you get a paper cartridge. We're gonna need some gunpowder, so I'm gonna collect half of these boomshroom spores, and now we're gonna reap the rewards for our automation. All you have to do is take the spores, cook them in a furnace, and you get gunpowder. Our paper right here, we'll add some lead, and of course, the gunpowder, giving us 8 paper cartridges. We have our musket. How do we actually load this? Let's go find something to test it on. I want to find enemies fairly quickly, but I'm not going to fight the spiders over there. So instead, we're going to see if we can gain access to these lower levels, and hopefully we'll find some skulk enemies. Alright folks, we made it to the ground level. I think this is the lowest we've ever been so far. We're going to collect this because I'm pretty sure we can melt down jukeboxes and get diamonds. Don't be bothered by the fact that I broke a jukebox with a pickaxe. I'm walking, and it doesn't look like this room at the bottom has any exits. Let's try the second floor. Aw, don't tell me it's like this for all of them. Well, that's a cheap trick. None of these floors actually have exits. Oh my goodness, this is a new room. Alright, there's not a lot going on here. Oh, this padded room is actually smaller. But what about up here? Not a dead end. Really? Just how are we supposed to reach that? That's obviously a troll. Hold on, what is that? There's resources up there, but I hear the spiders. This musket is not for spiders. We'll go around that real quick. I want to know what that material is. That looks like... It looks like silver. Oh my god. No way. This is the largest room I have ever seen. And it continues over here. We could put so many factories here. Think of all the machines we could fit in this space, and it goes so far that it's not even loading. My render distance won't keep up with it. Right now, there is no end in sight. I am so tempted to relocate here. I could start a forest down here of bamboo. Oh, that would be so great. Okay, I think we're going a little too far. Oh. Okay, we just entered another realm. This is definitely a first. Oh, no way, you can actually use it? Okay, here we go. Test subjects. Perfect volunteers for the musket. That was a lot stronger than I thought it'd be. Of course, the reload time is abysmally slow, but when you have a setup like this, it doesn't really matter. One thing we're gonna have to do is collect a ton of bones for the next step, so this is actually working in my favor. We are definitely coming back here. So as we all know, the musket worked like a charm. Killed plenty of husks and collected all of these bones. But now we have business to take care of. Magic business. We need to make a brazier. With this item, we'll be able to perform rituals like summoning things. But first we have to craft a pewter ingot, which is a combination of iron and lead. I'm gonna need more iron. Plus, we're gonna need more lava. As you can see, the fuel tank is dangerously low, which means if we run out, we can't melt any more metals. To make lava, I'm gonna try a new technique that's recommended by the guide. We're gonna place cobblestone into the hands of the deployer, throw on a bucket, and now the deployer is gonna continuously fill the bucket with 10 blocks of cobblestone. What we're left with is an item called a bucket of cobblestone. Brilliantly named. And from there, all we have to do is throw it into a furnace, and the charcoal should melt down into that lava we all know and love. And essentially, we just rinse and repeat. Alright, we're gonna do an even ratio of 4 and 4. I'll go ahead and add the fuel, and now all we have to do is wait. Alright, we have 3 pewter ingots. Go ahead and craft the brazier, which has a coal block in the middle, 3 pewter on top, and of course, 2 sticks on the bottom. what we're left with is a simple brazier. Now we have to craft 4 stone hands, which I'm assuming we're going to use to surround the brazier with. 2 stone blocks, 3 slabs. And I assume we just place the hands like this, although I could be wrong. Thankfully, we have some rewards, some of which may explain what to do. The first thing I'm doing is taking this warlock's hat and putting it on. Oh my god. This is the best thing ever. This right here, of all the pieces, it ties the whole look together. We have the monocle, we have the hat. Looking at the values of the warlock's hat, it even provides more armor than that of the base iron helmet. On top of that, we have 2 different types of books. This one is known as Ars Ecclesia, while the other is a simple book known as Summoning 101. Now, I'm not entirely sure how relevant Ars Ecclesia is because it's showing me images of enemies that I'm pretty sure don't spawn in the backrooms. Although it does give me a list of potential items that I can craft. And before we get into any of the rituals and stuff, the first thing I'm going to do is craft some of the baubles. They're pretty basic, so why not make them? This basic belt, it adds 1 armor toughness. We're going to want all the protection we need if we're going to be messing with monsters. There's another bauble I want to make, but for that we're going to need a new material. This item is called a soul shard, and to get it we have to do a crystallization ritual. To perform the ritual, we're going to have to place our brazier right here along with our stone hands. There they are, right on time. There we go, perfect. We have them right where we want them. So if I understood this correctly, all we have to do is put some bone meal in the brazier, 2 pieces of redstone, and then we set it on fire? Something is definitely taking place here. Oh my god, look at that! And now, perfect. This is just what we wanted. We have our soul shards. I guess we rinse and repeat. One thing I discovered about these things is that if you want to lure all of them, you have to punch one of them. And then they all follow. Okay, as you can see, I have 3 stacks and some change. Look at that, he discovered a potato! We have potatoes now. Now that we have the soul shards, we can actually do some summoning. And one of the first things we're going to summon is a cod. So according to this, summoning a cod is pretty simple. All we have to do is place the bowl of water in there, some bone meal, and finally a single piece of charcoal. And somehow, this is going to summon a cod. Don't really see the correlation to these items summoning a fish aside from the bowl of water, but hey, that's magic for you. Here we go, where's our cod? Look at that. We just summoned a fish in the backrooms, and now he's going to be dinner. I think this is actually our first piece of protein throughout our entire life in the backrooms. Thank God we don't have to eat berries anymore. So we summoned the cod, and as a reward we were given fish stew, along with a pufferfish plushie. Look at this little guy. We're going to put him right next to the iron golem, right above the water. We're going to take this magic a step further. The time has finally come to craft a new item called a crucible. To craft the crucible, we'll need 6 pewter ingots plus a rune of water. So that's why we had to summon the cod. Mana steel, mana powder, cod, bowl of water, sugar cane, combine it with some stone, and now all we have to do is wait. Click! And now we have a rune of water. Let's go ahead and craft the crucible. Alright, so we have this new item. Looks pretty simple, but soon there's going to be a lot going on here. Now before we get into the intricacies of the crucible, I think we have to do a little bit of organizing around here. As you can see, things are a little, how should I put it, cluttered. I'm going to go ahead and make some additions to this place because as you can see, I don't think we've truly optimized the space in ways I'd like. Plus, maybe we can make this place look a little less backroomsy. Since we're limited on wood, we're just going to use a lot of stone. Okay, so far I have something simple. Just another platform so we have more surface area to make more stuff. It's not much yet, but it has potential. Put the brazier right here, put the cauldron right there, and the reason I went with stone bricks is because number 1, I'm limited with materials, and number 2, we got some like magical wizard vibes going on with this mod, so I thought this was appropriate. And I guess we can brighten this place up with a few paintings. Now that we have our new setup, let's go ahead and make some items. The first thing we're going to tackle is a new recipe. One that's going to help us figure out how the crucible works. This is called time in a bottle, and to make it, we're going to have to create sulfur. The first step we have to do is make enchanted ash. The recipe's pretty simple. All we have to do is burn some bones in a furnace. There we go, enchanted ash. Okay, so for the crucible, first you have to add water, obviously. Then you have to wait for the water to come to a boil. Next, specifically pertaining to sulfur, you have to add the items in this order: charcoal and the ash. There we go. Perfect. We got ourselves some sulfur. So all we have to do is take the glass bottle, put some sulfur inside, and with that we have time in a bottle. I guess all we have to do is have it in our inventory and it will slowly store time. Then when we want the time to be used, all we have to do is click a block like, let's say, a furnace, and I guess the furnace will smelt faster for 20 seconds, 21 seconds, however much time we have accumulated in this bottle. So we're going to go ahead and put that to the test. So this is a regular furnace's speed. Note how fast it's smelting based off of this arrow right here. Once that bone is done, we'll click it with the time in a bottle. Judging by the 2x right there, I think it's moving twice as fast. If we can make it even 4 times as fast. Wait a minute. And as you can see, the bottle reset because there were like 20 seconds in here. So we'll just store as much time as we can and we'll get around to it later. The next thing we want to produce is lapis. To make lapis, we're going to first have to apply sulfur, then step 2, blue dye, and then we stir it twice. For the next step, we're going to have to break out the old flower pouch because we need blue dye, which we can get from these mystical blue flowers. We'll convert all of these into blue petals, plant them down, and you know the drill, bone meal them to get the big ones. And now that we have the petals, let's make them into dye. And now for the first 2-step crucible crafting recipe. We let it boil, add the sulfur, add the blue dye, mix it once, mix it again. Now, lapis? Oh my god, why isn't this working? I read something and people are saying to stir before the water changes color. So we'll have to do that. That's step 1 complete. Step 2. There we go. That's what it was. Okay, yeah, we were letting the blue dye soak for too long. At least we have lapis now. Okay, I think we mastered the basics of the crucible, which means we can move down to craft our next item. This one is called a soulfire wand. And to craft this wand, we have to create a brand new workbench. A magic workbench, which is comprised of a couple of ingredients like a pewter inlay, along with polished wood planks. Look at that. Guess we gotta use the crucible again. Okay, here we go. Let's try this out. We'll toss in the planks, then the ash, and the shard. Does that look right? No. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, we got the planks. Let's go ahead and craft the pewter inlay. Perfect. And now we'll combine the items together. 3-cut carpet, the wood, and then the inlay on top. The result is a fancy looking crafting table. Go ahead and place that here. That is a fancy looking crafting table. Oh my gosh. All right, folks, we have to craft a soulfire wand. Some of these ingredients we have, some of them we don't. First, what I'm looking at is the arcane gold. 2 redstone, a shard, and 2 gold ingots. It's also going to craft us a gold inlay, which we also need for the wand, plus a basic ring, one of the baubles I've been wanting to put together. So let's go ahead and make some fancy gold. Given that the stakes are a little higher, we're going to have to follow this recipe to a T because, well, the ingredients are very expensive. 2 redstone and a shard, and then 2 gold ingots. Thank God we got it first try. Arcane gold. Let's go ahead and craft my bauble. This is the basic ring, and with it we get a little more armor toughness. Check it out. Our little bauble collection is growing. You could toggle the invisibility? I didn't even know that. Next, we're going to make the second bauble. This one is a necklace, and once again, more armor toughness. This is the basic amulet. And then the last thing we have to make with the arcane gold is, of course, the gold inlay. With those 2 items crafted, it's time to make another new item. This one is an updated version of the soul shard. This is a soul gem, and to get it, we have to use the crucible again. Thank God we got it. Okay, good job, everyone. Okay, we put the inlay at the bottom, we put the arcane gold on the side, and then the gem on top. And with that, we have a soulfire wand. What does this do? Oh! Fires magical sparks. I hope we didn't waste that. But we're not done with the quest yet. We still have to make bricks and nether bricks. Okay, let's go ahead and convert this clay into bricks, and then we'll give it a zap with the soulfire wand, and that should make it into netherrack bricks. Alright, let's give it a try. We got almost 3 stacks of bricks. Hopefully 1 zap is enough to convert all of them. Here we go. Look at that. That was amazing. Now that we have ourselves almost 3 stacks of nether bricks, it's time to make a new piece of equipment. We're going to put together a crude blast furnace. Although we only have half the items to craft the bricks, we still got to make concrete bricks. And for that, we're going to need liquid concrete, which is a combination of sand, gravel, and clay. 2 sand blocks, 1 gravel, and 1 clay. Let's see how much that's going to yield us here. Half a bucket's worth of liquid concrete. Okay, not bad. So we're just going to keep making this stuff, and eventually we'll have our bricks. Now to make the bricks, we're going to have to transfer over this stuff into this basin here where it's going to be pressed. It's as simple as scooping it up and pouring it in. And as you can see, we have multiple concrete bricks. All right, we got our concrete bricks, we have our nether bricks, and there is the recipe. And with this, we have plenty of blast bricks, probably more than we need. You just build it into the shape of a cube, and this is about it. Let's give it a click with our engineer's hammer. There we go. New technology. Now this is a crude blast furnace. It can be upgraded, but we'll get to that later. Now even though we have the blast furnace, we're not done with the step yet. It's time to put it to the test to make this brand new item. We're gonna make hot steel. Thankfully, we have almost an hour of stored time. So let's see how quickly this will speed up the process if I just click this. Doesn't seem any speedier. I guess the time in the bottle doesn't work for this. It says it has to be single blocks, and I don't think this counts as a single block. Aside from that, we have our first piece of steel. Well, hot steel. We're gonna have to cool it down. Now in the quest log, I did see a cauldron, so I'm assuming that it's as simple as just taking some water, putting it in the cauldron, and dumping the ingot in. We're about to find out. Hopefully, picking this up won't burn me. Okay, thank God it doesn't. There we go. As you can see, the hot steel is no longer glowing, it's cooled, and now we have regular steel. Now one thing I noticed was that when I was cooling the steel, one of them cracked. It's imperfect now, we have to repair it. The only way to do that is by melting it down again, so there is a chance for your steel to break when cooling it. Looking at the steel rod, there's the description that says don't drop this. Well, now I'm tempted. Now that we're making steel, we can go in one of two directions. Option A, we can allocate the steel to upgrade the blast furnace. Or option B, we can craft a forged eye, the second piece of 12 that we need to escape from the backrooms. Of course, this recipe comes at a very high cost. 100 ingots worth of steel. Not to mention 100 buckets worth of beer. When you combine these onto a single cannonball, it will be converted into a forged eye. So we gotta make a lot of beer and a lot of iron. Up until now, most of our iron has come from melting down pieces of scrap metal or appliances. But that's not gonna cut it anymore. If you want to get that eye, then we're gonna have to automate iron. I did a little test to see if you could actually wash gravel and get iron nuggets, and I'm not gonna lie, I watched this for 5 minutes, not a single iron nugget. But we can automate beer. In fact, we already have some of the tools to do it. The only thing we're missing is a special type of plant. One that we're all familiar with. We need wheat. And to get wheat, we're gonna have to get dirt. Thankfully, dirt's not that difficult to create. All we have to do is combine some carpet with some sugar and a fermenter, and somehow that gives us 8 dirt. Alright, we're gonna have to collect a ton of carpet. The more carpet we have, the more dirt we get. Okay, let's go ahead and save ourselves the trouble of having to route new pipes. We're just gonna put the kegs right here. There we go. Next, we're gonna need a ton of sugarcane for sugar. Now, I was reading that if you actually send a redstone signal to these blocks, that they actually reset and grow again. We're about to find out how true that is. I don't know if it's working. I mean, they all grow at the same time, but I don't know if it's for multiple flips of the lever or if it's just a delayed growth. Alright, we have our machines running. Is this making dirt? Oh, it's making something. 8 minutes. Wow, 8 minutes, okay. A little longer than I wanted to wait. Good thing we have 3 of these going. Okay, it's been 8 minutes, and as you can see, each of these kegs has 8 blocks of dirt. Let's go ahead and collect them. So now that we have dirt, we have to get seeds. And to get seeds, all we have to do is brush the dirt. Oh, got tomato seeds, and hemp seeds, and flax seeds. Wow, that was way more than I thought we'd get. You get wheat seeds by brushing dust. Well, making the dirt wasn't a complete waste because we still gotta grow the stuff. Alright, now we got wheat seeds and beetroot seeds and I think pumpkin seeds. Yeah, we can work with this. This is perfect. Let's go ahead and check on our steel. 44. Nowhere near enough. But it is enough to upgrade our furnace. Alright, we're gonna take the steel and cool it down. We're gonna need about 27 of these. Okay, we have 36 steel ingots and 8 cracked steel. We're gonna break this up. So the reason I did that is because we have to upgrade these blast bricks. But to do that, we first have to take these steel ingots and flatten them into plates. we have 27 steel plates. Let's go ahead and combine them with the blast bricks. Now we have reinforced blast bricks, which we are going to use to reassemble our blast furnace. Alright, the only thing we're missing now is a hopper on top. And there it is, our superior, or I should say improved, blast furnace. Should be able to smelt much quicker than before. It even has room for upgrades. These are called preheaters, and with them, we'll be able to speed up the smelting process. It's as simple as just placing them next to the improved blast furnace. There's one, we'll have to break this, move the sugarcane, and there is the other, facing the wrong way. There we go. But it's not quite ready. We still need power. That's right, these things take energy. Alright, so to give these some power, I have an alternator right here, and these chimneys, they're connected with flux ducts. So, all we have to do is make a connection, and we just overstressed our machine. I don't want to upgrade the setup right now, so I'm just going to do this. Much better. As you can see, the blast furnace, both of them actually, the preheaters, they have power, which means we can go ahead and cook the rest of our iron. It's twice as fast, at least I think. Alright, so now that this is upgraded and producing a lot of smoke, wow, let's see how our dirt is doing. 32, 32, and 32. Wow, we have almost 3 stacks of dirt, which means I think we're good to farm now. We're gonna keep this nice and simple. Obviously, we don't have any room to do farming here, so finally, we're gonna have to expand outside of our little vicinity. We're gonna farm here. Lots of space, plus, well, you could use some green around here. Perfect. I don't think this is completely centered, but it'll do. Now it's time to grow some of the first wheat in the Backrooms. Oh my god, I never thought I'd see wheat again. So now that we have wheat, let's go ahead and collect it, and basically I'm going to spend some time multiplying these seeds. This is taking a while. At this rate, we won't have that much wheat unless we want to waste a ton of bone meal. Although there is another way. This is a garden cloche, and it can automatically grow wheat and seeds so long as we give it power. This may be the way to go about it. Let's give it a try. And if it doesn't work, well, there's always plan B. First thing we have to do is craft this special type of workbench, the engineer's crafting table. It's basically a fancier looking crafting table, and it's got some storage on the inside, but this isn't the final product. With the engineer's crafting table, we're going to combine it with a few items to make an engineer's workbench. The next thing we have to do is tap into our blue dye reserves. Plus, we're going to need some paper. We're going to take the dye and the paper and combine it with aluminum, iron, and copper. This gives us an engineer's blueprint. You take the blueprint, you put it inside. As you can see, we have some new crafting recipes. We're going to shoot for the incandescent light bulb. We needed the light bulb because it's one of the crafting items for the garden cloche. I just noticed that the craftable items are actually displayed here on the corner. That's so cool. And it's as simple as that. Some glass, light bulbs, wood. That's about it. What we're left with is this, how should I put it, steampunk looking device. Doesn't that look steampunkish? I'm a little lazy, plus I don't want to have to build more of these things, so let's see if this works. Shame it doesn't. Oh, there we go. I just had to rotate it. So now we have 3 beautiful, fully powered garden cloches. As you can see, our wheat has grown just a little bit, but not in the quantity I'd like. So we're going to just break these down and recollect the seeds to repurpose them. Okay, this may work. I built a little platform, and now we have access to these things. Go ahead and add the dirt and some seeds, and like that we have 2 wheat, which means we're one step closer to automatic beer. We're gonna wait for our wheat to automate down there. While we're waiting for the beer to generate so that we can craft the forged dye, I want to move to the left to craft a new item. This one is called a crystallizer, and judging by the name, you can probably tell what it does. But as you can see, it requires lots of iron, so we're gonna have to go get some. But not just that. Before we head out there, there's one machine I'd like to craft to take with me. And one thing we have to address is the skulk. It turns out that we can actually scrub it and collect echo shards. But for that, we have to craft an item called the skulk scrubber. The first thing we gotta do is melt down some microwaves. When you melt them down, you get molten tin. Next, I'm gonna go ahead and craft this redstone servo. With some glass, redstone, and a lava bucket, we're gonna craft a nullifier. I'm not entirely sure what the nullifier does. What is it nullifying? It's a good thing we don't have to use it because it's just a crafting item. And here are the ingredients for the skulk scrubber. Now we gotta go find a place where there's skulk, and trust me, there is plenty of it everywhere. And now... perfect! We have a skulked Skulk scrubber. Whoa, it's really going at it here. Jeez. How much is it gonna clean? Oh my. Also, there's porous stone. New block, okay. All right, we got this skulked up skulk scrubber. It's filthy, we gotta get the skulk out. To do that, we're gonna have to heat it up in a blast furnace. Okay, as you can see, we have cleaned up our skulk scrubber, nice and clean. Plus, we have some echo shards, or a echo shard. We're gonna take it a step further. Now that we have it, we can craft a new block, this one known as a accumulator. But before we craft that, let's check on our wheat, which seems to be taking a liking to this garden cloche. As of now, we have 12 stacks of wheat. I think we need around 15 or 16 for the amount of beer that we're gonna brew. So we are right on track. And here is the crafting recipe for the accumulator. So we have a new item here. We have our accumulator and an igneous extruder and a bucket of lava. Now, what could we possibly need these three things for? To automate carpet dust. Why else? For some reason, we have to automate carpet dust. I honestly don't see why, but maybe we'll find out later. I believe this setup should work. We are generating dust. Somehow, this lava and this accumulator are making dust, which I guess we can use to automate black dye, or maybe even clay. Now we're gonna take things and move a little to the left. The next thing we have to make is a crystallizer. A tool which I'm assuming grows crystals, you know, given the name. Alright, so with this, we'll be able to make crystals, I guess? But before we get into that, I am going to make some bread. It's been a while since we've had bread. Actually, I don't think we've ever had bread. All you have to do is take the wheat, crush it in the crushing wheels, then you get flour, which I am soaking in water, and it takes a little while, but eventually the flour is going to turn into a dough ball. So we have lots of dough balls. Yeah, one wheat in here is pretty generous. Now usually I'd say cook it in the lava, but if you cook this in lava, well, lava on dough, it's going to incinerate that stuff. You're not going to get bread, but they don't have to burn, at least if you have the right setup. See, like I said, with lava, they'll get incinerated. But with fire, well, with fire, you're golden. They're slowly gonna bake into loaves of bread. And as you can see, there are our first loaves. Ah, another food unlocked. All right, let's take a look at this crystallizer. You're gonna have to forgive how crude this whole system is starting to look, but I'm not trying to move a bunch of pipes and energy stuff all over the place. If I have it here, I'm gonna place it here. So we're getting some power into the crystallizer, and the first item I want to make with it is something called rose quartz. But to do that, we'll need a liquid called redstone acid. And to get redstone acid, we have to combine redstone with water in a mixer. As fate would have it, making a mixer just so happens to be our next task. I'll go ahead and prepare the materials, and I will see you when they're ready. As you can probably tell, this is going to be a while. Okay, update. I have all of the items, plus I had to move the smeltery over here to make some space for our new mixer that's going to go right here. Close to the power, close to its improved blast furnace brother, so now all we have to do is assemble. Alright, doesn't look that bad. I think that's about it. Look at that. Beautiful, we have a brand new machine. Oh, that's so cool. You got a vat and like a stirring device on the inside. All we have to do is supply it with power. The mixer is alive. So the next thing we have to do is make a pump to add water into this. I could use a create mod pump similar to what we have over here, but it's going to be a little too clunky. I have a little bit of iron to spare, so I will make the immersive engineering pump instead. So the crafting recipe for this pump is pretty simple. 3 pipes, 3 iron sheets, and then this iron component right here. Now, the downside is that this pump does require power, but that's okay. A thing we're not used to already. So you can see the pump is alive, now we just have to add some water. I'm pretty sure it's as simple as just adding water underneath. We'll find out right now. Okay, we have water pumping into the machine. This is our fluid pump right here. Took me a longer than it should have to set this up, but we're finally here. I think all we have to do is add the redstone, and as you can see, it is getting mixed up in there. And now we have redstone acid. Just add a ton, and let's see how much we can make. So as you can see down there, we have some redstone acid, and we want to filter this out while retaining the water on the inside. We'll add a regular fluid pipe right here, and then we will add a fluid tank. As you can see, this thing is filling with a ton of redstone acid. Now we can't just scoop this out with a bucket, we need to pump it out somehow. All you have to do is make a copper casing, click it with cured glue, and now you have something called a fluid spout, or just a spout. We're going to take these pipes, pump on the top, and a spout right there. Then we'll make a depot right here, place a bucket, and now with a little bit of elbow grease, we are going to free up this redstone acid, put it into the spout, and then it's going to empty itself into the bucket. Here we go. Take a look, and now we have a bucket of redstone acid. Let's go ahead and pour this, see what this looks like. And it looks like Kool-Aid. And I have a status effect, conductive. So I assume we just pour this in there. As you can see, the redstone acid is inside the crystallizer, which means we can move on to the next step. We're going to take some quartz and grind it up into quartz dust. Then with the dust, you toss it into the crystallizer, and from there, the crystallizer converts it into rose quartz. Now making the rose quartz is just step 1. We're going to refine the rose quartz to make an electron tube. The next step to refine the crystal is as simple as it gets. You combine sand with paper to get sandpaper. Put the sandpaper in your offhand, rose quartz in the other, and then you just file away. This is going to yield you polished rose quartz. You're going to get some iron, flatten them into iron sheets, and finally, you combine them with your polished rose quartz to get electron tubes. An important item used in multiple crafting recipes, including a very important one that we're saving for the end. But before we make our way towards the end of the chapter, we have some unfinished business to resolve. As you can see, we have quite the stockpile of wheat and seeds. This is more than enough to automate all the beer in the world. Just what we need to create the Infernal Eye. But to do that, we're gonna have to upgrade our steam engine. And the first problem is getting rid of this. Just as I predicted, the tank is absolutely full. And when this is full, this gets full, which means we're not producing any more coke coal. We're gonna have to find a permanent solution to get rid of this, and it's simpler than you think. In fact, it's so simple, I have no idea why it didn't occur to me earlier. It's as simple as flicking a lever. All we have to do is make a redstone loop, and I think we should be set. Now, if it wasn't obvious, the idea is that the cobblestone block from the piston is going to void the block here, meaning that this is going to be drained, so long as the fluid that keeps getting pumped through here is avoided by the piston. So here was the solution I had for these sticky pistons. All I had to do was make a simple redstone loop, and if you're a Minecrafter, then you know how redstone loops work. Now, the one aspect that may not be familiar is the pulse repeater. With the pulse repeater, you can set a redstone signal. Every so often, you can adjust the time here. So here I have it set for 40 ticks. Every time it receives a redstone signal, it doesn't actually send the signal until 40 ticks pass. So it's perfect for timed loops. Say you want this piston to move, but you don't want it to move that quickly. You can put a little delay, and that's where the pulse repeater comes in. On top of that, I also upgraded our steam engine. The boiler is now 3 times the size it was before. It wasn't that difficult. All you do is add more fluid tanks. Now, despite it being bigger, it is still a level 1 engine. That's because we have to upgrade the heat source. All we have to do is collect this basic burner and add it to the engine. That's about it. Of course, we will be burning fuel twice as fast, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made. Alright, look at the kinetic stress capacity. 16,000. When I light this fire, 32,000. We've just doubled the engine's stress capacity, which means we can attach way more stuff now without having to worry about overstressing the whole setup. On top of upgrading the engine, I also made some cosmetic upgrades to our farms. I just didn't like the unfinished look, so all I did here was add some columns. And then for the bamboo farm, I just gave it a nice little shell. You know, something that looked like a castle, because like I said, I'm kind of sick of the backrooms look. Anything that takes away from this is an improvement in my eyes. Now, I still have a long ways to go to organizing all of this. I know I said I was going to do that earlier, and well, this is as far as I got. But one step at a time. The time has come to finally create the Infernal Eye. Unfortunately, we're still lacking lots of the hot steel. As it stands, I only have 7 steel ingots left in my inventory, plus an additional 22 on the way, assuming that they don't crack when I cool them down. So it's time for one last iron expedition. I say last because once we complete this chapter, we will never have to scavenge for iron again. Before I head out, I'm gonna go ahead and craft plenty of chalk. I have a feeling this is gonna be a long expedition. Alright, it's time to commence the next journey into the backrooms. God, I hope we live to come back here. So I was off, trying to find my next source of iron. That and anything else I could get my hands on. Okay, we are in uncharted territory. This is directly above the office that I was just in, and As you can see, this is unlike anything we've seen so far. No way. There was actually food in the fridge this time. This is all new. Presents? Oh my god, I don't like that painting. Why is that the painting? Oh, that's ugly. This is like an apartment complex or a hotel complex or something. What? Oh my god, we found the boss's room. This is insane. It's an office with a view. Come on, that's pretty cool. After enjoying my promotion, I did what many corporate crashouts have done and demolished my office. It's that stupid chair. That chair that moves and freaks me out. Stuck around a little longer this time. We have sugar cubes. Looks kind of like the applied energistics meteor. And nothing in the middle. Just sugar cubes, and that's it. We are taking the iron wind chimes, though. They give you 3 iron ingots per wind chime. This is the jackpot. Oh my god. I mean, I know we're not looking for this, but this is a jackpot. Wow. A room full of cannonballs. And what is this? Vanilla pod block? Vanilla pods. Okay, yeah, we'll take this. What is that? There's that noise again. It's like a heartbeat. No way. Oh my god, we found it. Do you see what I see? It's right there. And so is he. The end portal is right there. That's our way back. And I hear the warden, but I don't see him. Oh no, there he's right there. Look at that. This was definitely a discovery. Oh, he's sniffing out for us. Yeah, we're just gonna get out of here. That's insane, man. I cannot believe we actually found it. What are the odds? Because I remember hearing it when we were at the beach, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. This is definitely a different one, though. And this is a new room type. I've never seen stairs like this before. Glad we're finally seeing some slight variation. Speaking of variation, this is completely different. Hold on. I don't want to get too ahead. Let me go collect the stuff over here. Yeah, this is as weird as it's ever gotten before. Okay, we have a whole bathroom set up here and a radio. Does it work? We're about to find out. Oh, I'm also hearing some scary noises on the other side of that wall. Okay, now this room is a little weird. First of all, I'm going to mark this as the way out. We have what looks like a trail and a sliding block. What is a sliding block? Nothing, just a decoration. I don't even know what this is supposed to be. This is fake. Okay, we have to be very careful because I heard enemy noises over there. We'll have to keep the old musket in hand. Oh! Oh my god! He's not following, is he? Can they even move through the walls? I don't think he can. This provides us with an opportunity. Big opportunity. And in the event that he charges, we'll just climb up here. Because I know we can't fit through these, these doorways. He can't go through them. You poor, stupid creature. This thing better drop something good. And there he goes. Just, solidified experience. I'm so scared the warden's gonna see me through the walls. Oh, jeez, he's right there. Yeah, best not to go that way. We're not pushing our luck, not today. We're doing so good. Although I did find a secret. What the? Oh, this sucks. I can't break any of this. There's some stuff in here I gotta check out. Maybe with the water bucket. Yes! There we go. This is obviously someone's little love cave. Judging by the deranged ramblings on the wall, someone had stolen their heart. And it goes on. I love how the further we get, the more spazzed out the backrooms become. I'm gonna have some cake first. All of this just to lead to one of these simple rooms? Oh, this is not a simple room. And another fake out wall. It's that Herobrine channel again. I think it's time we get a closer look. Worst case scenario, something drops on us and we die. I hear spiders though. We can't seem to get back to the Herobrine channel. How inconvenient. Okay, folks, I think it's time to bring it back, but we will return to this portal. That's insane that we found it. Oh my god! Shit. Jeez. Of course I have to mark the way over here. Gotta remember that this is a big deal. We cannot lose this area. What a journey. Wow. Okay, we have a lot of stuff to melt down, so I'll see you when it's done. Alright, we have 21 blocks of iron. If I were to uncraft them all into ingots, that's basically 3 stacks minus 1. We have 22 hot steel, so all we have to do is cook these up, and I think we will have more than enough to finally make our new eye. Okay, I'm pretty sure that is at least 100 ingots worth of steel, if not more. Now that we have the steel, let's make some beer. So first I want to make a simple test batch, just to see how this is going to work. So we have our keg right here. Go ahead and add some water. Then we'll add the wheat and the seeds. Guess that's all there is to it. Alright, here's hoping this works. We'll add the pipes from the back. That way they can be supplied with water. Assuming that the water will reach this far. It seems to stop right about here. We'll just go ahead and extend the pump's reach, simply by adding another pump. Alright, all of these kegs have water. Although it kind of bothers me that these are standing upright and this one is on its side. I'm going to go ahead and add the wheat first. And now the seeds. Perfect. The next thing I'm going to do is make more of these smart fluid pipes, because we are going to have to filter out the beer. Now the question is, what is the proper way to set this up? I don't think I need 6 of these, but just to be safe. So the beer is brewing in here. We're going to set beer filters, so that way that's the only thing that comes out of these pipes. And then this pump is going to put all of the beer in a tank, which I'm probably going to put right here. Although we're going to need to make a lot of fluid tanks. Thank God we got all this copper. Alright, as you can see, some of the first beer has been brewed. I guess we'll have to extract it the old-fashioned way by crafting a tankard. Now we can extract the beer. So now that we have these beers, I think all we have to do is set this to the beer filter, and that should be it. Alright, my friends, it's time for the moment of truth. This better work. And we have beer! No way. I think we're in a good spot. Yeah, it's only taken beer, no water. We're set. Okay, here is where the magic's gonna happen. We're gonna place down a cannonball here, and then in this hand, a deployer is gonna place down the hot steel. Then it's gonna get squirted with beer. Then it's gonna get stomped on. Then we're gonna have to figure out a way to loop it back so that it can do the cycle 99 more times. That's right. It's gotta pass through this whole system 100 times. Alright, this thing is full of beer. Perfect. For this deployer, we'll place a chute above it, and then above the chute, a chest. And this is where we'll place our hot steel. Looks like it worked. Steel is in hand. This is the nice little loop I made. It's very bulky, very clunky, but it's what I came up with, so hopefully this works. Moment of truth. Thank God. We're in business, folks. With this, the cannonball will loop around and be modified so that it can convert into the eye. Alright, 1 cannonball. Now, mind you, we don't have nowhere near enough beer. It's still brewing, slow as it is. But that doesn't mean we can't get started. Okay, let's add the cannonball and see if this works. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. It's only going to pass through 100 more times. We're going to go ahead and let the eye do its own thing. I have no desire to see this thing go in circles over and over and over again. So instead of waiting, let's go ahead and finish this chapter. To wrap things up, we have to create a heavy engineering block, which means we first have to create a heavy engineering frame. 4 steel ingots. Okay, I have 4 steel frames, but as you can see, they're kind of empty. If we're gonna upgrade them, then we need 3 components. We already have the electronic components, plus we already made some electron tubes. The new item we need is called a soul fuse. And to make it, we have to zap an empty fuse with our soul wand. The first thing we need to make the fuse is mana glass, basically just glass dipped in mana. Next we'll combine the mana glass with a gold nugget, and that makes the empty fuse. Alright, so we have the fuses on the depot, I have the soul fire wand in hand, let's give it to the deployer. And with that, we've converted the empty fuses into soul fuses. And here is the setup. So we have the soul fuses here, the electronic components there, and of course our electron tubes at the end. Like always, all you have to do is dump the frames on, and it assembles. And with that, we have an engineering block. This completes the final task of Chapter 3. with a few tasks still incomplete. But that's okay for now. Looks like we have more rewards to claim, like a sniffer plushie and the music disc far. One of the things I could do to speed up this process, because it seems to be capped by the amount of beer that we can produce. I have some time in a bottle now, hours worth of stuff in here. I could apply it to the kegs, but if I were to distribute it evenly, it still wouldn't be enough to make it, well, produce as quickly as I'd like it to. Maybe we should have doubled our beer production. Look at this. 8 minutes per keg, people. Remember, it's 8 minutes per keg, and they're all going at the same time, so it's just 8 minutes overall, but still, that's a long time to wait for this eye. See that? You see how it's just held up right here? Now, I'm looking at chapter 4, and one thing I'm trying to see is if there are any other eyes we're gonna have to craft. There's one right here, the old eye. And to make the old eye, we have to spray a clock 100 times with, what is that? The flow of time? To make an eye, we have to spray it with liquid time. And how exactly does one get the flow of time? Oh, look at that. You get it by extracting time from a time in a bottle. And it only gives you 250 millibuckets. Well, at least we don't have to worry about creating the old eye just yet. In fact, the beginning of chapter 4 focuses on making our lives a little bit easier. And in the next video, one of the main things we're going to focus on is automating these 3 blocks. Viridium, to make renewable copper. Crimsite, which makes renewable iron. And last but not least, azurine, which makes renewable zinc. With these 3 rocks, we're going to be able to automate some of the most used materials in this pack. And then after that, things are going to get a little more complicated. Despite all that, I know we have what it takes to get there. Well, there's only one last thing left to do. I hope you guys didn't forget about our handy dandy camera. Before we head out, I want to take one last picture, or maybe a couple, just so we can track our progress here. It's about finding the best angle. And then a selfie. Ooh, I'm on the edge of death here, oh my god. And to top it off, we have to get one of our friend as well. A flattering photo. Perfect. So we have some leftover picture frames. I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. And one more right here. Perfect. We're gonna put 3 fantastic photos. But we're gonna do something different. If you look at the Lightroom, you will notice that there are different dyes. Well, that's because you can make color photos. Now, we don't have all the dyes, but we do have plenty of flowers. I'm gonna go ahead and convert both of these to petals. And of course, we're gonna have to use the old bone meal trick. That way we don't actually just run these flowers into extinction. That would be a very great shame. So here on Doublesal, we're all about being environmentally sustainable, whether or not we're on Earth or in the Backrooms. We'll go ahead and get some black dye from the carpet dust. For some reason that makes black dye. I don't see the connection, but yeah. And then last but not least, the yellow dye. So as you can see in my hotbar, we have a nice selection of dyes. Let's go ahead and add these in here. Is that not... What color is this? Is that magenta? Oh, we have to make magenta dye. Okay, we have magenta dye. And now we have all the colors and the color spectrum needed to colorize our photos. We'll take the old developed film out, open up our camera. Don't forget that in order to develop film, you have to combine the water bottle with your film. Then you get developed film. Okay, let's see what we're working with. That is the escalator, I believe. This is obviously the beach. There's the TV and the clouds. We'll get that developed as well. Ooh, this one is the railroad tracks. I forgot about that. It doesn't have color. Oh, I think I know why. Because there's something called color film. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and put that to the test right now. Let's make some color film. And the first photo I want for our color film is our sniffer, because obviously he's the most colorful guy we have here. That is a pretty picture. Oh my goodness, that's going on the wall. Look at that, folks. We finally have colored photos. Well, I think that is the last thing we're going to accomplish today. Well, my friends, I think our time has finally run out. We are at the end of our 100 days, and even though we didn't collect all of the eyes, and can you blame me for not getting them all? I mean, come on, there are 12 of them. I still think we made a lot of progress. Not only did we complete 3 chapters, we also explored countless miles, well, Minecraft miles, in the Backrooms. We brought back some much-needed plant life that kept us alive. We made a brand new friend. We created all of these machines, and we have quite the plushie collection to show for it. And even though we encountered some obstacles along the way, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still having fun. There's still so much to do, so much to explore, and many more things to invent. Seriously, Chapter 5 is insane. Look at this. Some of the last things in Chapter 5 involve crafting 3 of the final eyes, so yeah, there was no way we're getting to this today. I mean, come on. As it stands right now, this eye is still being crafted. I guess we'll have to be a little more patient. We are back in the backrooms. See what I did there? Nothing like starting a playthrough by running around the backrooms and collecting old furniture. Despite all our progress in the last video, there was a wood shortage back at the base. But here's the real reason I'm all the way back here. There it is, folks. The end game, right there, only a few blocks in front of us. And blocking our way, the wretched creature that refuses to let us leave. But even if I wanted to leave now, I couldn't. I had to collect 12 eyes. Technically 11 since I already had one, and soon to be 10 as I had another one on the way. I have to set my eyes on the portal. This is probably the worst idea in the history of ideas. Oh my god, it's worse than I thought. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Yeah, we'll go this way. I can't see. And if I can't see, you can't see either. Ah, success. We'll label this as the way back home. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen a room like this one before. The signs never fail to make me feel uneasy. It's this place. I'm gonna take that as a sign. I think we're gonna move all of our stuff here today. Okay, this I've never seen before. This entire floor is made out of soap. What can we do with this? We can blow bubbles. Okay. As you can see, I have plenty of furniture to break up. I think it's time to head back to the base. Look at that, the eye's finally done. All right, 2 down, 10 to go. It's been a while, but we're finally back. And my first problem is resources. Once again, I have an iron shortage. Thankfully, Chapter 4 has the solution. Renewable iron. And the first step to getting that, it involves summoning a blaze. Thankfully, we have the tools to get the job done. With our fancy little brazier setup, we can summon plenty of things, including a blaze, although there's a small laundry list of things we need. First, we're gonna go ahead and make a lesser soul gem. All you need is 2 redstone dust, 4 of these shards, stir twice, and then some nether quartz. With that, you have a lesser soul gem. Rinse and repeat this annoying process multiple times until you have plenty to summon all the blazes you want. Okay, we have just about everything. I'll go ahead and place the engineering block, 1 of these hot steel ingots, 2 of these lesser soul gems, and then a charcoal in the middle. Light it on fire, and now I'm gonna back up over here with my trusty musket in hand, and well, prepare for the worst. There he is. Oh my god, we reload so slowly! What a generous blaze! He dropped 2! Oh my goodness, we have 2 blaze rods. Perfect. I'm gonna need at least 6 blaze rods, so we're gonna do this a couple more times. We have 7 blaze rods, and enough material to summon 1 last blaze, which we're gonna do, but first a trip to the Nether. Reason being, we gotta collect these cages. Now, why do we need cages? Because we have to trap the blaze in something. At least if you want to make a blaze burner. An upgraded version of the regular burner, which we've been relying on to keep our steam engines running. To make a blaze burner, all you have to do is add some cages, apply some steel, and with that, you have a cozy home for a blaze. Now, trapping the blaze inside of the blaze burner, all we have to do is wait for the blaze to spawn, and then you click on him. Simple as that. And when you feed him something like, let's say, charcoal, he really comes to life. With that, we've completed the task. Empty blaze burner. And of course, we get our signature blaze plushie. We'll just, put this right there so you're not so lonely. Jeez, the blazes did a number on my setup here. Oh my god. Now that we're 1 step closer to renewable iron, the next task, alchemy catalyst, it's pretty straightforward. We're gonna take our blaze rods, craft ourselves 6 brewing stands. The reason we needed them is to craft an alchemy catalyst, which also requires a mana pearl. I have 1 echo shard, just 1. And it's as simple as just dipping it into the mana pool, and with that, we have ourselves a mana pearl. Of course, we'll need 3 mana pearls, so we're gonna have to get a few more skulk shards. All we have to do is place our skulk scrubber on top of some skulk, give it a click, and slowly it's gonna clean up the skulk. There's 1 more skulk deposit down there that I have to get my hands on, although I'm not sure if they're enemies. You know what else I'm not sure of? Whether or not you're enjoying this video. But there is a way you can tell me. If you've made it this far, please leave a like, maybe even a hype. That way I can keep making more videos. Wow, what are the odds of that? Oh my god. Oh, this is different. I'm honestly tempted to see if I would fall through that, but you know what, I'm not even gonna try. Anyways, let's get what we came for. I cleaned up the rest of the skulk in the area, and then I made my way back to the base. So now that we have these gunned up skulk scrubbers, all we have to do is pop in these skulk scrubbers inside of this big, beautiful blast furnace. There we go. We have 2 more echo shards. Dip them in the mana, and now we have 3 mana pearls. Alright, let's put together the alchemy catalyst. Alright, we have 3 alchemy catalysts, which means we can automate our 3 main resources. The first of which is copper, iron, and of course zinc. Now how exactly do we automate iron? With the igneous extruder, we're going to have to generate a block called crimsite. And then from there, all we have to do is crush the block. So for this to work, we had to come to the Nether. Reason being, we needed the red carpet. We'll place the igneous extruder here, alchemy catalyst there, and then on this side, we'll add our trapdoors for the lava. Alright, something is being generated. We have crimsite. Oh, we already got a stack. That didn't take long. So let's see what happens when we take the stack and crush it between 2 giant wheels. Oh my god, the blazes burned the ladder too. So we'll just go ahead and dump these crimsite blocks in here. And as you can see, we have a couple of products right here. The first is crushed raw iron. And the second is raw bauxite. When you smelt it, you get aluminum. Now, here is where we have to solve a little logistics issue. Our iron is being generated in the Nether, but we want it here in the Backrooms. There are many ways to solve this problem, but for now I want to keep it simple. So we're going to take some iron, make them into plates, some of them into rods, plus we're going to need some creosote oil, so let's turn off our little drainage system just for now. All we need is a bucket's worth of the stuff. Alright, we have a bucket of creosote oil. We'll go ahead and use it to convert these regular planks into treated planks. And with them I crafted a wooden storage crate. Now the appeal of this block is that like a chest, it can store items. But it also has the function of a shulker box. When broken, it retains its inventory. But you can upgrade it even further. By adding iron plates and rods, you make a reinforced storage crate. Basically does the same thing, but it's explosion proof. Okay, now all I have to figure out is how to get the items from point A to point B. Let's go ahead and make some conveyor belts. The first thing we have to do is grow industrial hemp. Strike that. The first thing I have to do is repair my platform. Stupid blazes burning everything. Much better. You guys remember the good old garden cloche? We're taking the wheat seeds out and replacing them with industrial hemp seeds. Now that we're growing industrial hemp, we'll have access to a new resource. Industrial hemp fiber. Now, it's producing fiber at a pretty slow rate, so we'll just let this grow and come back to it when there's more. After all, we still have to craft conveyor belts, which is pretty simple. Now when it comes to immersive engineering conveyor belts, I almost always use them for these multi-block machines here, but in this case we're going to use them a lot like the create mod belts. Alright, let's go ahead and collect the industrial hemp fibers, and with them we're going to make a new item called tough fabric. We're going to take the tough fabric, use 6 of them, and combine it with 3 rods of iron to make this item a strip curtain. This is no ordinary curtain. We're going to combine it with all of these other items to make an extractor conveyor belt. And now that we have the essential items like the conveyor belt and the extracting conveyor belt, we're going to go ahead and incorporate them into our little setup here. 1 conveyor belt going in this direction, 1 ash alloy funnel, that way it can accept items and store them into the crate. And lastly, the extracting conveyor belt, which when placed, will extract the crimsite from the igneous extruder. And there we go! We are now automatically extracting items from this block. That means we now have the potential to fill up this entire crate full of crimsite. And when we're ready to come and collect, all we have to do is break this block, and then we can take it back to the back rooms. But for now, let's let this thing get full. Now the only problem with this wonderful arrangement is that this will only generate crimsite so long as the chunk is loaded. Now that's not the case if we go back into the back rooms. Once we leave, this place ceases to exist, meaning that the crimsite's not being produced. Thankfully, the mod creators took my concern into consideration. This is a dimensional stabilizer, and with it, we'll be able to load chunks remotely. Now, as you can see, we have quite a ways to get there before we have that item. In the meantime, we'll leave this place alone. Let's go back to the back rooms with our new treasure trove of crimsite. Sure, it's not automated, but it's definitely more iron than we can get from exploring the back rooms. Look at that. Not even 20 seconds later, we almost have a stack of the stuff. A stack and a half of iron ingots. Now, I'm not going to worry about the other 2 resources just yet. After all, copper is great, but unless we have the chunk loader, then none of it matters. As of now, we gotta get to the brass age, but not until I upgrade my storage. I mean, look at this place. It's a mess. My inventory is disorganized. My backpack is almost overflowing. I can't live like this anymore. I think it's finally time to move on. This place has served its purpose, but we're gonna be making new machines. Big ones. And to put them in a place like this, it's just too claustrophobic. Guess we're gonna have to craft a ton of storage crates, because we have some serious packing to do. Okay, this is gonna break my heart, but we have no choice. There's just no space. Let's do this. It's all gotta go. Even our beautiful steam engine. Well, isn't that a sight? Thanks to these crates, I've managed to dump all of my junk into every single one of these boxes. We're taking the entire base with us. No block left behind.
Thank you.
Only thing that sucks is that I can't take the portal with me. This drill does not break obsidian. Okay, I think we're done here. Now let's play a little game. Will my game crash from carrying all of these inventories? Oh, guess we're fine. Alright, I think I'm gonna head out now. The only issue is this big guy. I do not want to leave him behind. If I'm going to escape the back rooms, he's going to escape with me. But I just don't have the means of getting him to the new location yet. So before you call me a monster, I'm leaving him with a supply of food plus a little buddy. I'll be back for you, I promise. See ya. Let's make our way to the brand new base. Alright, we are finally here. Our new home. Now how do we get down? Guess we're doing it the old-fashioned way. Ow! Look at all of this space. This is insane. Do you have any idea how many things we can build in here? And it just keeps going. Okay, let's unpack. It's time for a tour. This space had everything the last one had. We have assemblers, we have crushers, we even have the good old bamboo farm. All of our beautiful machines powered by electricity. And of course, we can't forget the most important part. Plushy Mountain. You may or may not recognize what this is supposed to be. If you guessed an end portal frame, then you're correct. We only have 2 eyes, which means we can only fill 2 of these slots. Hopefully by the end of the video, all of them will be full. I think it's safe to say that we've settled in nicely. There's still stuff I have to unpack, and before we get back to the chapters, there are a few things I want to do, like explore this nearby area. Who knows what kind of resources lie nearby? What is that? No way. That better not be what I think it is. Oh my god. This is an entire neighborhood, and is that supposed to be the sun? Wow. I mean, I had a feeling there were structures, but I didn't think there was anything this big. Houses. All furnished. There's a coaster with a tool. What is that? It's a spatula. Okay. Look at this. I'm gonna help myself to this furniture. I do have to be careful to keep my distance. Don't want to set off whatever that's gonna spawn. What is this? Cut scorchia. Can we do anything with scorchia? No, I think it's just decorative. Let's go check out that sun up there. Are those clouds? Hold on a minute. Those are clouds. Unbelievable. Are we escaping the back rooms early? There it is. There's the actual sun. What? What is this? Block of sky. I can break it though. Oh my god. It's fake. Look at this. It's an illusion. It's a fake sky in my hand. And there's the moon. What kind of dimensional nonsense is this? We're gonna take it. We're collecting these. I don't know what we're gonna use them for, but this is just super interesting not to take. I can, like, see through the back rooms. And like that, it's all gone. Oh, it's another one of these rooms. Everybody was telling me that this was a Portal reference. Don't hate me. I've never played Portal before. Like, is this also a Portal reference? What is this? I know that's supposed to be a companion cube. On the other hand, the bathtub with the toilet, I don't get that. That is 100% a fake wall. You can tell by the way the light passes through. See, I'm learning. We haven't seen one of these in a while. Probably not the best way to go. So I just came out from there, and I don't know if this is a chunk error. No, it's not. It's another one of these canyons. Wow, that is a crazy optical illusion. Wait. What the? Did we just... Hold on a minute. Is this what I think it is? It is. Oh my gosh. If you are like big on liminal spaces, then you know exactly what this is supposed to be. I can't believe they included it. It's the abandoned bookstore. Wow. Props to them, man. The people who made this pack really put a lot of love into it. That's insane. This is a new room. It's just a pit. There's something up there. I think there's something up there. Could be wrong. Okay, we just have a few chairs. That's about it. Oh no, this goes further. Oh, this is like an air duct system. Hold on. Okay, I have some torches that could probably lead us back. Well, I'm pretty sure it leads... Okay, that's a dead end, so we will go this way. I hope there's a payoff to this, because this whole maze thing, if there's nothing at the end, I'm gonna be mad. Sneaking through the vents like a weirdo. Oh, wait, no. Is this the exit? This is something. We got a couple jukeboxes here, basically 2 diamonds, so that's not bad. Yeah, I think we covered it all. That was probably the payoff, the 2 jukeboxes. Okay, we'll give this a try. This better work. Come on. Okay, yeah, this is worth exploring. I've never seen wallpaper that's just this smooth. Yeah, this is unusual. What? No way! Oh my god, we just found a geode! I didn't even know that was a thing! The only thing that sucks is that my drill is already out of power. We're gonna have to go ahead and improvise. There we go. Beautiful. I'm definitely gonna have to mark this to come back for more amethyst. Alright, what's around this corner? My god. That is a hallway. Jeez, what the... Okay, well, there could be a number of things in these little crevices here. Oh, at this point I'm gonna get disoriented. Every direction looks the same. Oh. Oh my god! Oh, we lived. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Please die. Oh my god! Oh, I hate these so much. There better be something down here, because a lot of this is starting to look the same. Oh my god. This is nice. We have like a whole art gallery thing going on here. I mean, I don't know about this painting, but I don't know about that one either. Why are these all creepy? This one looks like a giraffe whose neck is on fire. This one's just an alien flesh monster. What the? And of course, every art exhibit has to have a pottery section. Oh. That wasn't me. Why are these things so common now? Why are they everywhere? That's enough exploring because we gotta get to work. Digital storage. A simple setup to store all of our items. But to get started, we're gonna need quartz. Which means I gotta go back to the Nether. Which means I gotta make a diamond pickaxe. And I'm gonna do it by melting down jukeboxes. 3 diamonds. First I have to make a gem mold, so I'm gonna pour some gold over a lapis, because I guess lapis is a gem. And now we have a beautiful cast, which is perfect for pouring our molten diamond. There it is, friends. Our first diamond. Now, let me explain why I need diamonds. You see, I could make another portal with the lava and the water, but that just takes way too long. Plus, we already have one back at the old base. So, oh, I didn't mean to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and craft a pickaxe to go collect it. Plus, we have a little buddy that we have to go pick up as well. You know, some of those passages are pretty tight. I'm beginning to wonder if the sniffer will fit through them. Yeah, there's just no way he's fitting through this. I think I'm gonna have to alter our plan a bit. Well, here we are. And there he is, alive and well. Here is what I'm going to do. We're gonna go to the Nether. I got some screenshots of the coordinates, because we're gonna have to get the sniffer and lead him through the Nether if we want to get him to our base. Because he's more likely to fit through the Nether portal than through, well, this one wide gap. Alright folks, we have Nether portal number 2. Let's see what the other side looks like. And it looks the same! Okay. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting. I believe I have a heading. Let's go. No way, it's right there. I can see the portal we just came from. They're that close? Okay, this went better than expected. Where is this guy? I'll take this back, thank you very much. And there you are, let's get out of here. I know change can be hard, but you're gonna make so many new friends at the new base. Alright, we got him in the Nether, let's go. We are back at the base, perfect! He has plenty of space to roam and to sniff. This is gonna be good for you. Now that we have our buddy back, it's time to get to work. I'm gonna need a decent amount of quartz. Let's go ahead and crush these checkered blocks. The blocks are getting ground up and converted into quartz. The first thing we have to craft is an ME chest. It's heavily dependent on a resource called Certus quartz. And to get Certus quartz, we have to crush regular quartz into a fine powder. Alright, we got about 4 stacks of the stuff, but we're not done yet. The next step is to dip the quartz dust in mana. By doing this, we get Certus quartz dust. Next, I have to use the crystallizer. You gotta supply the thing with water, that way the dust can grow into a crystal. Certus quartz. The only problem is that it's always running out of water. I would connect create pipes, but I don't think they're compatible with this block. But it is compatible with fluid ducts. And to make that, we're gonna have to craft a new metal, bronze. To get bronze, all we have to do is combine copper and tin. 2 bronze and a lead in the middle, that gives you a fluid duct. And now that we have the fluid duct, let's go ahead and connect it. As you can see, there's no connection being made here. That's because we have to go into the crystallizer's configuration and set it to input mode. As you can see, water is flowing into the crystallizer, and the dust is being converted into Certus quartz. The only thing that bothers me is that they don't actually merge well together. There's a gap here, and I don't think I can close that. But it's still working. The fun doesn't stop there, because we have to convert it into charged Certus quartz. Naturally, with the charger. It's a pretty simple crafting recipe. Go ahead and connect it next to the crystallizer. We'll set this to output mode. And as you can see, the crystallizer is automatically outputting the Certus quartz into the charger. Let's go ahead and collect the product. Charged Certus quartz. We'll go ahead and leave our brand new setup to do its thing, because now we're going to deal with skystone. Back at the crushing wheels, just dump the skystone in. We started off with 34. And the beauty of skystone is that once it gets crushed, you get all of the skystone back. Plus, skystone dust. Essentially, this means we can crush this over and over again, getting as much skystone dust as needed. I should probably set up a loop so I don't have to manually drop the stone in every single time, but I don't think we're gonna need skystone dust all that often. So we have the skystone dust. What did we want it for? Put the Certus quartz in along with the skystone dust, and you get a brand new product. I'm talking about flux crystals, not fluix crystals, as I've been told many times. But if that's the case, then why would they include the eye? Doesn't matter. This is what we're making. So the quartz and the dust are going to combine to make all the flux crystals we need. The next thing I have to do is craft some cables. Now, these cables alone are pretty useless as far as I'm aware. That's why we needed the flux crystals. Combine the cable with the crystals and you get something we can actually use. This is an ME glass cable. But before we can use them in our main crafting recipe, first we have to craft the display. We're gonna need glass, redstone, iron, and glowstone. And to get glowstone, we may have to backtrack. We need an item called glimmercap spores. We're gonna do another Britannia ritual. Some sulfur, mystical yellow petal, gold nugget, and seeds. With that, we have glimmercap spores, which means we're gonna have to add another set of machines here. Okay, I believe we have a couple of these to spare. Yes, we do. Alright, so we have our glimmercap spores. We'll go ahead and cook these in the fire. Now we have a couple pieces of glowstone. Perfect. Which means we can craft our illuminated panel. Next, we have to go ahead and craft these cores. 2 different types of variants, but they look identical. Now we can craft the terminal. And with that, we can craft our item. This is the ME chest. But this is no ordinary chest. When you open it up, well, there's only one slot. That's for a storage cell. Think of it like your computer's hard drive. I'll go ahead and craft these storage components. And with that, we have a 4K storage cell. As you can see, it's capable of storing 63 types of items. Let's go ahead and plug this in. It has no power. Thankfully, they thought of that too. That's where the energy acceptor comes in. I'll go ahead and plop this on top. And now we have to connect it to our power source. Fingers crossed we don't overload the thing. There we go. Device online. I went ahead and crafted a second terminal, and this will be our interface. As you can see, we have access to the inventory slots. All 63 of them. As you can see, we have quite a few things in here. The only problem is that this thing is almost full. You see, 62 of 63. And we don't have any more slots for more storage cells. Well, we're gonna make room. This is an ME drive. And as you can see, it has multiple slots for multiple storage cells. Let's go ahead and place them in here. Green means good. And as you can see, we can dump way more stuff now. Let's return to the present. So our goal was to enter the brass age. To do that, we have to make a brass casing, and one of the items we need is fiberboard. And to make fiberboard, we require two machines. The first one being the refinery. But before we make machines, let's go ahead and make some brass. To get brass, we'll have to combine copper and zinc. Now, somehow, we don't have any zinc, but we do have a ton of these batteries. And you'll never guess what they make when they're melted down. Beautiful zinc. We'll go ahead and extract this. And now that we have 9 zinc and some copper, let's go ahead and use our blaze burner for the very first time. We'll place that under the mixer. Swap the depot out for a basin. Let's go ahead and feed the blaze burner. And now, 7 copper, 7 zinc. Now they're going to get mixed together, and the result should be some brass. Now the reason I want brass is because I want to make a brass funnel. Some electron tubes, brass ingots, and some cured glue at the bottom. With that, you have a brass funnel. Like its older brother, the ash alloy funnel, the brass funnel operates in a similar fashion. It can extract multiple items at a time, plus you can even apply a filter on it. Right now I'm trying to optimize steel production to the best of my ability. As you can see, we have iron being converted. In this slot right here, we usually get slag, which is automatically filtered out through this extractor conveyor belt and goes into this oak drawer. As for the back, this is where the hot steel is extracted. It's going to enter this funnel, come out the back, then it's going to be carried up this conveyor belt and onto this depot. You see that spout full of water? It's going to spray the hot steel, converting it into regular steel. The only problem is this 10% chance, the odds of it producing cracked steel. And that's exactly what I want to filter out using the brass funnel. And now, every time we get cracked steel, it should be filtered out and stored into this crate. There we go, everyone. We've managed to streamline our steel production just a little bit. All right, we have plenty of steel. Let's make some steel scaffolding. Now we can build the refinery. Okay, so this is what the refinery is going to look like. And building it doesn't seem that bad. I think we'll go ahead and put it right here. Last block, and boom! We have ourselves a refinery. Ooh, that is quite the UI. Seeing as how we're on a roll here, let's go ahead and make the fermenter. I hate when I'm always missing one block. I give you the fermenter. What a beautiful looking machine. Now that we have both the fermenter and the refinery, we can finally move on. It's time to make fiberboard. First, we have to make phenolic resin. To make phenolic resin, we have to combine ethanol with creosote oil. Plus, we'll need a silver catalyst. As for ethanol, that's where the industrial fermenter comes in. You get it by fermenting different types of fruits and vegetables. In our case, I think we're gonna go with berries. For every berry, you get 50 millibuckets, and every berry bush gives you about 2 or 3. We're talking about 100 to 150 millibuckets per berry bush. I think it's time we make another building. I'm gonna go ahead and borrow this big box of cobblestone. We'll go for a circular tower design. Is this a circle? Pretty sure it's a circle, I can't tell. It's getting kind of annoying having to swim up here every single time I want to get a view. It's kind of a circle. I think I'm gonna have to deviate real quick. We need a means of getting up here quickly. Let's go ahead and craft a chain conveyor. We'll craft a few of these. Okay, and then where do we want to put this? Let's try for right here. Okay, so far so good. Hopefully this isn't too steep. Please link, please link, please link. Okay, let's make it less steep. Yeah, I had a feeling. There we go, much better. Now let's connect it to some power. Hopefully this doesn't overstress the setup. Okay, this is moving. Oh, you can see it's rotating. Nice. Okay. And we have movement. Ho, ho, ho! Take a look at that. Now this is traveling. Oh, that is beautiful. You can make ski lifts with this. Plus, I think we can transport items with this as well. The possibilities are limitless. All right, let's catch a ride back down. I love this dangling animation. It looks so cool. As a matter of fact, this just gave me a great idea. We're going to make a conveyor that takes us to the other side of this canyon. I mean, if I wanted to, I could just keep this bridge that I'm building, but where's the fun in that? Nice. Now we'll just go ahead and demolish this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have basic transportation. Now, this is definitely not the most efficient way to build a berry farm. After some consideration, I don't think I'm going to produce enough dirt to make the design I want, so the tower is out the window. The first layer is going to have to be carpet. We just don't have enough dirt for this. Okay, we have to soak the carpet, so this is going to be a while. One berry bush at a time. Alright, so we have ourselves a nice little berry farm here. Now we have to harvest it. So how do we do it? With the harvester, a tool that allows us to harvest crops without breaking the base plant. First thing we have to do is make some rails. Perfect. Alright, so we have some tracks down. If you're wondering why, I'm going to build a contraption that's going to cycle back and forth between the tracks with the harvesters attached to it, collecting all of these berries. Let's go ahead and craft some harvesters. And this is the most important block. This is known as a cart assembler, and any minecart that passes through it will move the blocks above it as one structure. In this case, that structure is going to be our harvester. Alright, so we have our cart assembler right here. Let's go ahead and assemble this thing. This will be the length of our harvester. Add a little glue to the front. And now the mechanical harvesters. Alright, so now we have to get the berries from point A all the way over there to point B. Well, we could use what we always do, conveyor belts. But as you can see, that is quite the distance to cover with a conveyor belt. But what if there was a different way? A newer way? Let's go ahead and utilize our new technology. We're going to use chain conveyors. Hopefully this will do just the trick. We got one link here, and then we'll have the second link over here. Now all we have to do is work out how we're actually going to get the items from the chest onto the conveyor. Well, we're going to have to get into some logistics. Introducing the packager, a block that takes items from chests, puts them in a package as long as it has a redstone signal. To ship these packages, we'll have to make a little buddy. This is known as a package frog port, which can be linked to our conveyor chains. All we have to do is assign the package an address. The frog will automatically swallow it and spit it out and send it to the right location. In short, we're going to use frogs to ship our boxes. To make our frogs, we first have to make some vault blocks. We'll put a barrel onto a depot, give it some iron sheets, and with that we have item vaults. Right-click a casing with an item vault, and you get one of these little frog guys. Don't they look amazing? So we have 2 frog ports. Now we have to make a packager. Once again, it's as simple as clicking a casing, this time with cardboard. The packager. As far as I'm aware, the frogs don't need any type of power. The packager here, and then the frog here. There he is on his throne, ready to begin shipping. Then we'll have Mr. Frog over here. He's going to be on the receiving end. Now to set the package's destination, we have to name the frogs. We'll go ahead and name this one Ethanol, and as for this frog over here, we'll name him Barry. Now we actually have to label the packages, so we want the packages to be labeled ethanol, that way they go over there. To do that, we have to place a sign on the packager. Ethanol, this is the shipping label. Barry is going to take any package named ethanol, spit it onto the belt, and it will head to its proper location. Let's go ahead and ship some berries. And now, there it goes, on its way to the ethanol frog. Perfect. We have our sweet berries. Not only that, we've just developed our first little system of logistics. Think of the possibilities. All of the items we can ship, the distances we can cover. I mean, this place is huge, and this is probably the best way to go about it. Okay, let's turn this thing on. All we have to do is craft a simple minecart. Be sure that the rotation is on lock mode, otherwise this thing is going to be spinning in a circle every time it goes back and forth, and that's not what you want. There it goes. There we go. I think we just mastered our berry production. The next step is to actually power this thing. Shouldn't be that difficult. Is this going to be able to phase through? Thank God. Okay, it's not an issue. Though, what about when we catch a ride? Oh, it is a problem. Okay. There we go. It's slowly trickling in. Perfect. How many berries do we have in here? Oh my goodness, we better get processing. We'll attach a funnel, and now they're moving in by the stack. Oh my goodness, check it out. Slowly but surely we're getting ethanol, although we may have to generate more power because this thing is sucking it all up. Look at the alternator. Thankfully I have a spare, but that may overload the entire system. Let's give this a try and see what happens. Of course. Of course! Okay, so this has a capacity of 49,000, but this one is only using 16,000. So do we just have to add another steam engine? Could it be that simple? Only one way to find out. No way. We were only using a quarter of this boiler. This is something I should have known. I think I knew this before and I just forgot. Still struggling for power, but at least it's not at 0. Okay, so I have the fluid ducts that we crafted earlier. I wonder if we can use these to transport the ethanol. Okay, this is connected to the refinery. And as you can see, the ethanol was instantly transferred. Wow, okay. This is looking more like an industrial factory now. Alright, so once again we're going to rely on the frog ports. Set up another chain conveyor, leading all the way over here to the coke oven. I don't know why I designed it like that. We all know about hoppers. They transfer items downward. Well, we're going to make an upper. Does the opposite. Ah, interesting design. Looks like a witch's hat. Please work. If it works, it should come out on this side. Thank God. The bucket's empty. Goes into the frog. Frog spat out the empty bucket. Let's follow it back. This frog picks it up, goes in, and then it comes out again. Ah, this is perfect. And as you can see, the creosote oil is going into the refinery. I love these little guys. So we have creosote, we have ethanol, but where's our resin? Well, for that we need a catalyst. A silver plate. Alright, let's get that silver ingot, stamp it into a silver sheet, add it to the refinery. We're finally producing our brand new resin. Jeez, there was a lot going on down there just to get that resin. Alright folks, we have a ton of resin. The only thing we're missing now is sawdust. As you can see, there are 3 different types of sawdust. You can get the item with different types of machines, but I think our best bet is the sawmill. And now we have a sawmill. It's a good thing we have a little wood stockpile, although it's starting to look a little depleted. So, do I just toss this on, or... Oh, that's right, it doesn't have power. Oops. Okay, let's try now. I noticed that there's no blade here. Oh, we have to craft the saw blade. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll go ahead and add the ingots, and with that, we have a sharp saw blade. I hope attaching this will be simple. Okay, yeah, that's definitely working. Go ahead and add this. That is being cut. And there is our sawdust. Perfect. So, how many of these are we able to process at a time? Let's go ahead and automate this a little better. We'll put a chest here, an extractor going in this direction, and then seeing as how it's coming out from this side, we'll go ahead and add a second chest here with a funnel, and that should take care of storing the sawdust. As you can see, the wood is rapidly entering the sawmill, and the sawdust is being spat out through the output slot. 13, 14, 15, and climbing. Oh my goodness, I think we're set. Only problem is now we're going to be stuck with a ton of slabs. I guess we can repurpose them for other things. Alright, so all of the excess slabs, they're going into this chest right here. Same system as this one with the sawdust, which we have a nice surplus of now. And I think that is the last of the wood right there. This thing is just going to keep going, and I can't tolerate that noise. So I have a lever here, and we're just going to turn it off. Ah, much better. All we have to do now is extract the resin. This should be simple enough. And just like that, we have 3 buckets of this stuff. And now that we combine these items, we have ourselves 8 blocks of fiberboard. I really hope I can get this back once I break it. What even is fiberboard? Is it like cardboard? Okay, so we have the fiberboard. Now we're gonna need a lot more brass. We're gonna place it onto the depot, and then with our brass, we're gonna add it to the deployer. As you can see, it's converting the blocks into brass casing. And like that, all of our brass is gone. But we do have these beautiful brass casing blocks. One of my favorite blocks of the Create mod, mostly because you can use them to decorate your belts. Doesn't that gold trim look so much better than that dull gray one? But this block isn't just for making things look pretty. This block can be upgraded even further. By using a sturdy sheet, we can convert it into a train casing, which is exactly what we have to do to complete this quest. The only problem is the sturdy sheet. One of the requirements is lead, and judging by our supply, you can already tell that these days, lead's a little hard to come by. Thankfully, Chapter 3 has given us a way to automate it. As it turns out, all of this wallpaper contains lead dust, which we can extract if we dissolve the paper in redstone acid. So let's automate some lead. Step 1. Ripping the wallpaper. Well, first things first, we're gonna need a ton of deployers. We're also running out of wood. Probably shouldn't have used them all to make sawdust, but what are you gonna do? Next, we gotta make a new block. This one is called a gantry shaft. With it, we'll be able to attach a carriage that's gonna swivel back and forth. Alright, I think this is a good place as any to build this machine. Alright, so we have just about everything concerning the main structure of this device. They better make good use of these axes. Have you ever seen a more beautiful sight? Each deployer armed with its own axe, ready to strip the wallpaper off of the wall. Alright, everything is set. We even have our little package frog. Packages are going to be addressed to another frog called Wallpaper. They'll follow the chain all the way over here. That's him. That little guy right there, that's Wallpaper. He'll accept the packages. They will go onto this depot. The redstone acid up here. It's going to spray the wallpaper. And hopefully we'll get lead dust down here. Alright, moment of truth. And go. Alright, the wallpaper's being stripped. So far, so good. That is not what I wanted. Trial and error. Hopefully this time around it works. So you can see it's stripped a ton of wallpaper already. We'll set this to output mode. We have a nice little collection of wallpaper right there. Jeez, that's a lot of stacks. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we can send these off now. Mr. Frog, do your thing. Alright, so we have tons of wallpaper being shipped off, one block at a time. We'll have to take care of that somehow. We're going to follow our little logistics line over here where Mr. Wallpaper is going to be picking it up. There it is. Okay, this setup is a little janky, but bear with me. Here, we have all of our wallpaper. It's going to come out the back of this chest through this funnel. The redstone acid is going to spray it. Hopefully it'll come out as lead dust from this brass funnel. Then it's going to fall onto this conveyor belt, which will move it into this storage crate. A lot of funnels, a lot of belts. Let's do it. What is that? That is an item I was not anticipating. Okay. Pulp. With pulp, we can make cardboard. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to filter that out, so I'm gonna have to waste another brass funnel. We'll set this one to pulp. We'll put a crate right here, and then a hopper here. That should work. Alright, we got some pulp. Lead dust, finally. Okay, we'll take the lead dust, set the filter here, and now we've just automated it. Alright, we have 2 lead dust and counting, and tons of wallpaper to process, oh my. I think it's safe to say that our wallpaper machine was a success. As for our lead dust, if we want to convert it to lead ingots, it's as simple as just cooking it in the fire. And with that, we've automated lead. The next objective is to make a sturdy sheet. First things first, let's get this pressed into plates. Next, we'll go ahead and add some coke coal to the blaze burner, swap the depot out for a basin, and now we're combining the steel plates with the lead plates to make something all new. The sturdy sheet, which we now have 10 of. Alright, my friends, we have 1 very long brass casing. We have 10 sturdy sheets in hand. Let's go ahead and apply them. With this, we finally enter the brass age. Look at that. We have train casings. Oh my goodness, they're beautiful. Not only that, but they're expensive. Took so long to get here. And now that we have the train casing, we're only 1 more step away from making our dimensional loader. The block that will always generate this nether chunk, which will allow us to generate iron infinitely. The dimensional stabilizer. Now, to be honest with you, I'm all for moving on to the next step, atomic reconstructor. But as it stands, we're basically out of wood. We can thank our little sawmill task for that. I think that's plenty of reason to go out and explore the backrooms a little more. We'll get more wood, plus we'll be able to see what's on the other side of that canyon. Okay, my friends, let's go check it out. Alright, uncharted territory. Look at that. Double escalators. Oh, more office spaces. I thought there'd be more. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh my god! Jeez! More escalators. Alright, I'm not falling for this again. Where is the fake floor? Oh, it's right here around the jukebox. I'm seeing a lot of repetition in these rooms. I take that back. This is a computer. What? Look at this. And the screen is made out of ceiling lamps. Got a little CD port right here, or a floppy disk, I guess. This is insane. This is the craziest thing we've seen so far. I have to check. I just have to check if there's something on top. No, it would seem that's not the case. There's a command block down there. Wonder if something was supposed to trigger when I walked in here. Well, interesting, but useless. We're gonna put something to the test. That chair is the moving chair. I wonder what would happen if I shot it. It's plagued us for far too long, and it's time to put a stop to this. Nope, it's a ghost. Have I been here before? Because these blocks are already broken. Not likely, because this is the farthest I've ever gone before. This is a fake wall. No? Oh, this is a fake wall. Another fake wall. Ooh. It would seem we found a new enemy. Oh my god! This is one case where I'd like to have a sword. Do they hurt me? No, the little ones don't hurt, so it's like vanilla. This is a great source of slime balls. We're gonna have to save this for later. The only thing is that I'm gonna have to block off that wall. Alright, we'll have to be fast about this. I can't see. Nope, I can't see. I can't see. I can't do it. I'm trying to get down there, though. That looks like a geode. All we gotta do is block the big ones. We're fast. We can do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Move! Alright, what if we try this? There we go. Perfect. Did I get it? Oh, I think I got it. Finally. Oh my god, that was a nightmare. Anyways, let's see what's down here. This is not what I thought it was. It's ender slime. Ender slime crystal. We can melt it down into ender slime. Not sure I see the value in this, but it's pretty rare, so we're gonna go ahead and collect it. At least I think it's rare. Oh, earth slime. That's new. He's holding a frying pan. I think we'll go around then. Just gotta be careful. If I get knocked down, it's over. You know, I wonder, can these be broken? Move out of the way. I'm trying to do science. No, they can't be broken. Maybe if we bring the skulk scrubber and just clean this area up. This is a long staircase. Oh my god, how far does this go? We're still going! Look at this! Guys, is my game broken? I will speed this up and you will see that this is still going. How is this possible? So what if I were to turn around? What? What? They added an infinite staircase, like in Super Mario. Well, that was productive. At least we got... Oh my god. Thankfully, we got tons of furniture. Alright, let's get some planks. So now that we have a decent wood stockpile again, it's time to make more progress. The Atomic Reconstructor. With this block, we can convert items into brand new forms. In this case, we want a diamantine crystal. Diamantine? You decide. Once we have the crystal, we'll be able to craft our dimensional stabilizer. So what's the first step for crafting interdimensional supply lines? We have to summon a chicken. But before doing that, I should build them a proper home. Alright, so we have this beautiful little platform here. The reason I raised it off the ground is because I eventually want to automate this to get their eggs, and automation's kind of hard when you can't break the ground beneath you. I think it looks nice. And now I'm going to pick some paintings, that way the chickens don't feel so, sad in the back rooms. I don't know what it is about this one, but this painting speaks to me. This is a Planet of the Apes reference. I just got it. Oh my gosh. Spoiler warning if you haven't seen the 1970s Planet of the Apes movie. Oh my god, that's a cool reference. Okay, let's spawn some chickens. 2 soul shards, some seeds, and ash. And with a simple spark, we should have a chicken. Here we go. 1 chicken. We finally have poultry in the back rooms. And now we have little chicklets. Look at that. I was looking at the item drop rate for chickens, and for some reason, there's a 9.1% chance that a chicken will drop a player head when killed. What kind of chicken are you? Just drop me one feather, please. Am I doing something wrong? I think we have to use a cleaver. With severing, we get 2 feathers. I'll be back. Okay, we're gonna make a cleaver, which means I gotta craft a ton of Tinker's Construct junk. Like this part builder. And a part chest, cause why not? And this Tinker Station. And then we'll upgrade the Tinker Station with some seared cobblestone and 3 blocks of bronze. This gives us a tool forge, and with it we can craft our cleaver. Alright, so today I'm going to show you how to build a custom tool with Tinker's Construct. The first thing you have to do is use the part builder. When using the tool forge, it tells you every part you need for your item. In this case, we need a broad blade, 2 tough handles, and a large plate. Now, we're not going to make our weapons out of these. We're going to use these to make casts. All you have to do is pour molten gold over the item, and now we have a perfect mold to pour our metal into. Okay, so we have our casts. Now we get to decide what metal we want our item made out of. So we go ahead and keep this simple, make it purely out of iron. Once you have your metals melted, all you have to do is pour it over the casting table. Now we take the parts to the tool forge and assemble them here. Alright, we have our iron cleaver. I still didn't get feathers, what? Just solidified XP. Thank God, finally! With this feather, we're gonna craft a new item, a rune of air. Feather, carpet, string, mana powder, mana steel, of course the stone, and now we wait. Next, we have to craft a mana lens, and when you combine the mana lens with the rune of air, you get an item called a velocity lens. Next, I'm going to craft a ton of these redstone coils, then we'll use the last of our gold to make this flux coil. Oh no, we still have some. And now we have all the parts we need to craft our beautiful block. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the atomic reconstructor. So how do we use this? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we have to supply this with power. All right, we have a ton of power flowing into this. Oh my god! This thing just shot a laser. Will it hurt me? No, but I feel power. All right, we're improvising. So the first thing we have to convert are these black quartz crystals. Oh my god, that was fast! These things made quite the test subject. All right, let's go ahead and melt down these jukeboxes because we need a diamond. And so we have our diamond. We'll set this back to pulse mode. The diamond on here. Oh my god, that was instant. Diamantine crystal. Yes! We have the crystal. We have the train casing. Let's finally complete this quest. Let's craft a dimensional stabilizer. After all this time, a dimensional stabilizer. We can keep chunks infinitely loaded. So does this need power? It does need power. All right, we have a grid interface going on here. Whoa! It's highlighting the entire chunk. That's a nice little visual aid to show us what's being loaded. So this thing needs power, obviously, and I don't feel like setting up a steam engine in the Nether. So I'm gonna craft one of these instead. With this block, we'll be able to generate power without all the hassle of having to build, well, all of that. Crafting it requires that we move down the progression tree, so our next step is to make a machine frame. This block is comprised of two components, the upper and bottom half. So to make the bottom half, we're gonna have to use these new crystals that we made, plus these heavy engineering blocks. Go ahead and craft a few of these, and that's what it looks like. Just half a block. Now for this next item, we're gonna have to activate the atomic reconstructor. This is because we're gonna convert iron ingots into something new. We're gonna convert them into that. Inori crystals. With this, we're going to craft the upper half of the block with light engineering blocks. To combine them, all you have to do is click the pieces together. Simple as that. Now we have these new items known as machine frames. Now they don't call it the machine frame for nothing. I'm going to have to craft a ton of machines. But for now, we're going to focus only on one. The Empowerer. With this block, we'll be one step closer to crafting our Sterling generator. You may notice that I have gold and silver in my inventory. Well, that's because we're going to combine the two in this base. When you toss in some gold with silver, they're mixed together. This creates a new item called Electrum. I took the Electrum, converted it into a coil block, and with that, I had all the ingredients to finally craft my item. We have an Empowerer. So this is just the first of 5 blocks that we need, because the Empowerer, you gotta surround it with display stands. We also need a Restonia crystal. All we gotta do is zap some redstone. And with that, we have Restonia crystals. Let's craft more items like 4 of these transmitters. Combine them with 4 brass casings to make display links. And with that, we can craft 4 display stands. Alright, we have them all. 1, 2, 3, 4 display stands, which means this Empowerer is fully functional. Well, I take that back, it needs power. Let's go ahead and collect all of these. We've completed the quest. And our reward? Another party popper. Ah, good times, good times. The goal is to take our precious void crystal and charge it up to make it an empowered crystal. And for that, we need a new item, tar. Alright, we're gonna have to take these bricks and convert them into nether bricks. Beautiful. Stashed away, we have all the ingredients we need. This is a pyrolyzer. With this block, we'll be able to generate tar. But first, we'll have to extract a brand new resource, black gold. You may recall that some of the carpet had dark stains. Those were oil deposits. Before I get really patriotic about oil, we're gonna have to craft a vessel to carry it in. This is a basic fluid tank. It's capable of carrying 32 buckets worth of the stuff. Let's go find some oil. I'm pretty sure I remember there being a deposit somewhere in this area. Are we near another portal? Oh, I think we are incredibly close to another portal, unless this is the same one. Oh my god. We're not near a portal. I don't know what he's doing here. Thank god. Oil. Alright. Perfect. So according to the guide, all we have to do is blot the carpet with a sponge. Oh my god! That was easy. So So we'll just extract it 1 bucket at a time. So we have 31 buckets worth of this stuff. Let's go ahead and take it back. The power's off. And I am stuck. Oh my god! Do not switch out the wrench in your hand when you're dangling from this... Never mind. We have to craft another machine. This is called a fractioning still. Let's go ahead and connect it to some power. Maybe we have to do it by the bucket. Oh, that seemed to work. We created a new item called bitumen, and then we're gonna cook this up, and this should give us tar. There it is. 1 ball of tar. And a piece of coal? We'll worry about the coal later. Right now we have tar, and it's time to upgrade the void crystal. We'll put the void crystal in the middle of the empowerer, and then I think all we have to do is place the tar around it. Something should have happened. How do we actually activate this? Well, that is the crafting recipe. Okay, I looked up an image. These things are way too close. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that was it. Now we have an empowered void crystal. And because we have this beautiful gem, we can craft our sterling dynamo. Here it is, this strange looking block. One that's going to benefit from our coal surplus. It's finally time to automate our iron, but not without this. Well, my friends, it took a while, but we're finally here. The dimensional stabilizer. A block that will keep this chunk loaded so that we can keep producing crimsite, which makes iron. And with the help of this sterling dynamo and a whole lot of coal, we're going to keep this block powered for a long time. And it looks like 1 chunk should do it. So we are currently at less than 120 crimsite. Let's go do a task, come back, and see how much we have then. Now that we've taken care of the left side, it's only right that we take care of, well, the right side. I should note that this is all leading to one grand quest. Creating an advanced electronic component. The culmination of every quest requiring one of each item that we're about to produce. We can easily make a wire coil. We've already produced electrum. I guess the next step is item number 4. And it just so happens to be the next thing in our quest log. The vacuum tube. First we have to craft an induction smelter. For vacuum tubes we need electrum. And to make more electrum, well... all I'm going to say is that our gold supplies are not in great shape. Well, I better craft a ton of torches. Now, why do I need torches? It's because I'm about to cut the power. In case you forgot, melting down a circuit breaker, that yields you 2, almost 3 gold blocks. We're pretty far from our point of origin. And this is a staircase where... wait, hold on. What was that? I guess it's an empty pool? Floor tiles, pool tiles, yeah, this is a pool. Can we break this? No, we can't. They're indestructible. So is the drain. Okay, let's go check out that staircase. I think they were over here somewhere? Yeah, right here. Perfect. Some chocolate cake. I'm gonna follow this hallway all the way down, and it's, looks like we have a dinner for 2. Don't tell me this is what I... Yep. Nope. Get away. I hate those close calls so much. I hate them. Is that what I think it is? Thank God, another generator. These things give you a ton of gold. I'll take this as well. You know, it's funny how when you don't need something, it's all over the place, and then when you finally need it, it's nowhere to be found. That's the case with the circuit breakers. They were everywhere. I saw them in almost what seemed like every single room, and now they're rare. Like, stupid rare. Okay, we got more escalators and more oil and rocks. Rows and rows of rocks. Oh wait, they're not rocks, they're the heads. Moyai. They drop gas tiers. 1% chance. Okay, I'll go ahead and collect these. They are just there free for the taking. There's a 1% chance for it to drop, and if I collect 100 of them, then there is at least a 100% guarantee that I'll get 1 gas tier. I think that is another generator. We're gonna go swimming for the very first time. And so far, the water seems to have no harmful effect on us. Good. And is this a generator? Yes, it is. Let's get some air. Back into the water. Give me the gold. There we go. Swim. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Much better. Okay, well, it won't be a lot of gold, but this should be enough. Right, let's go ahead and melt these down. 7 blocks of gold. not bad at all. Stack of gold, stack of silver, let's make a ton of electrum. And now we wait. Now that we have a stack of electrum, we can finally produce vacuum tubes. Now we can finally use our reduction smelter. Some electrum wire, the electrum ingots, and some glass. We get vacuum tubes. Look how gorgeous it is. And now that we have that, we're only left with one more item to make. Duraplast sheets. So it turns out that Duraplast is just frozen phenolic resin. That's the stuff we've been making in our refinery. All we have to do is freeze it, and for that we'll need one more machine. But before we start that, let's go ahead and check on our little project. I have high hopes that this thing has been working. Judging by the crimsite backup, I think it's safe to say it worked. 2048 crimsite? Oh my goodness, we are in business. I will just go ahead and borrow this. We're gonna have so much iron. Okay, so we have our crimsite drawer right here. I'll go ahead and add the brass funnel, and now it's automatically crushing all of the crimsite, one stack at a time. Alright, so that's all the crushed iron we got. Now, you may or may not have already guessed that we have a bottleneck. It takes way too long to produce steel. Now, we kind of already have a process going on here, but come on, look at that number. What's better than one blast furnace? 3 blast furnaces. Well, let's get started. We'll put them right here. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the steel setup is complete. Let me show you how it works. Now, before I show you, I just want to preface that I didn't use any new tech aside from one thing, those wires over there. They're just relaying power because these flux ducts are kind of expensive. It all starts right here at what I like to call the post office. So the iron and coke coal chest, these are the outbound chests. I'll go ahead and throw in some iron in here. As you can see, the frog sent it on its way. This package is going to go down this very long chain conveyor until it reaches these frogs here. The iron is packed, it goes down this belt and enters one of these funnels. And then from there, the process is more or less the same. And then once the steel is made, it comes out the back, goes down this belt, and enters this funnel where the deployer squirts it with water, and it either becomes steel or cracked steel. After that, it gets packaged, and then the frog, it just ships it away. And there it goes, our beautiful steel ingot, which I can happily collect back at the post office where it waits for me in this chest. Here's the newest batch coming in. We've upgraded our steel line. Now that we have this set aside, we have to make a new machine, this one known as a blast chiller. This thing is essentially a freezer. We can put anything in here and it'll freeze. In this case, the main reason we want the blast chiller is because we're going to be making Duraplast. Let's freeze some resin. First thing I have to do is make a new blueprint. Next, we'll craft some wire cutters. Then, with 3 steel plates, we'll go ahead and put them in the engineer's workbench with the wire cutters. We're going to go with this one, the metal mold press. Alright, this thing is charging up with power. Let's go get some resin. Then I think we just pour it in. Okay, this thing is definitely freezing it up real quick. With 2 buckets, we were able to make 8 sheets. And now that we have our Duraplast sheets, we can finally move on to the next big step, our advanced components. And once we have that, we'll finally be able to make renewable gold, plus one of the next eyes. As you can see, we have all of the items we need. Let's go ahead and dump the sheet on there, and now as you can see, the component is being assembled, and here we have the finished product, which completes our quest. With this achievement finally complete, we've unlocked the second half of Chapter 4. Thank God. Let's make some gold. Let's craft a centrifugal separator. That one really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Alright, we're gonna eventually have to organize all of our little mini machines here. It's kind of looking messy. So with this, somehow we're supposed to be able to make gold. So here's how the process works. We have to make something called confusing powder, and for that we need dust, which we're already automating with the igneous extruder. Okay, this is simple. Igneous extruder here, lava there, trapdoor on top because we don't want a fire starting, and then the vacuum block here. And with that, we're producing dust. Perfect! This world is full of perfection. Next, we have to go ahead and craft an upper, and this is going to transfer all of the carpet dust into our new centrifugal separator. And as you can see, we have a ton of dust pouring in now. And the odds of getting confusing powder, it's kind of low, but boostable. I think we're gonna have to craft these items. This is an integral component, and as you can see, it utilizes the new item we made. Plus, we'll have to create a brand new ingot, Invar. With our brand new Invar ingots, we're gonna go ahead and craft the components. With this little machine, we should be able to increase the output. This augmentation has a scale factor of 2, but we can raise it if we upgrade it. Plus, it has a scale factor of ×3. So I have 2 components in here. So hopefully this improves our odds. Aside from that, this thing is going to be running all the time. For demonstration purposes, let me show you what the confusing powder does. We're going to take some lead, some confusing powder, add some water to our crucible, and then from there I think we just dump it in. With that, we've created gold. An annoying process, but necessary. With that, I think it's safe to say that gold will no longer be an issue. I have built this contraption. That's funny. The next task is a fun one. We're gonna make the old eye. And to do that, we have to spray a clock 100 times with, get this, the flow of time. Mind you, the concept of liquid time is not all that foreign to us. To get the flow of time, we have to drain it from a time in a bottle. Each bottle gives us 250 millibuckets. So we're gonna need a lot of bottles and a lot of sulfur. There are a couple of ways to go about this, but we're going to use the crucible method instead. As a matter of fact, I think we'll need 2 of them. We also have to craft a new block. This is an aqueous accumulator. Alright, now where do we want to put this? I say right here. What's one more machine? Alright, so the first thing we set up is our aqueous accumulator. If you're going to use this, remember you have to have water on 3 sides of the block. We're going to add our campfires. Slap on the crucibles. I'm trying to get this to output, but it's not doing that. So I read that if you attach a servo, that's the case. We could try this one. Let's see if this works. And it worked like a charm. Wow, it was that easy. Now that we're back on track, let's go ahead and add some droppers. And then from there, we gotta get to the redstone stuff. 2 pulse repeaters. Set them to 10 seconds each. And then set up a little redstone loop. Droppers in place, chutes in place. And don't forget to add a vacuumulator. There it is! Our simple sulfur setup. We'll go ahead and let that accumulate. Let's go ahead and move on to the other contraptions. We're gonna make 2 of them. First being the multi-servo press. 2 bronze ingots, an iron block, our machine frame, a flux coil. Let's plug this in and see what it does. Squeezes and deforms items. Up next, this is the pulverizer. And judging by the name, well, it's probably self-explanatory what this block does. Smashes things into more broken things. Now, I could go further with the machines we just crafted, but there's one in particular that's caught my eye. And that's because it has to do with saplings. This is a phytogenic insulator, or as I like to call it, the sapling maker. Let's go ahead and give it some water, that way we can see what it does. So to get a sapling, we have to provide it with dirt, along with bone meal or some type of fertilizer. At this point, I'm pretty sure all we have to do is wait. And in just a couple of moments, we're gonna finally have our saplings. What? Where are my trees? 10% chance. Can't really say I like those odds. We finally have one! Give me that! Oh my god, I cannot believe this is happening. We're gonna plant this over here by the chickens. Right there. The first actual tree in the Backrooms. We're gonna give this guy some room to breathe. We'll be back. 2 more saplings? Can we get birch? Yes, we can. Oh my god. These 3 little plants will be the patriarchs of what will be a mighty forest in the Backrooms. And like I said before, we'll check on them later. With that task complete, let's go ahead and move on over to the right. We have an eye to make. That is a lot of sulfur, which means we're gonna have to make a ton of bottles. The first thing I want to figure out is if these things are gonna stack. If not, then this is gonna suck. Of course! Before we get ahead of ourselves, we have to craft one last block. This is a fluid encapsulator. We're gonna take our times in a bottle, and then with this item drain that I've just crafted, we're gonna pour the time in a bottle into the drain. As you can see, we have the flow of time. So we'll just do this until we have a bucket's worth of the stuff. And now we'll take a spout. Can't forget the attachment servo. Flow of time is inside the spout. Look at that animation. That's so cool. Take a bucket of the stuff, and now we have a bucket of time. Pour it into the fluid encapsulator. Place the Minecraft clock inside, and that gives you an overclocked clock. This item right here is going to make up the base of our eye. It's this thing that we have to spray 100 times to get the old eye. All we have to do is set up a loopy contraction that will allow us to make multiple times in a bottle while draining them. We're gonna have to make mechanical crafters. The mechanical crafter is exactly what the name implies. It's a machine that crafts for you. You can configure the crafting grid to make any item you want. First things first, let's make a couple of crafting tables. Then you take your brass casings, click them with said crafting tables, and with that you have mechanical crafters. Alright, we're running out of room down here. I mean, I could build outwards, but why do that when we have all of this space above us? I'm gonna go ahead and build a second platform. We'll start with this. Okay, so some updates. We have a brand new platform right above our little factory setup here. We have a ladder made out of some ash alloys, extremely cheap to make, only one alloy for 2 ladders. And we upgraded our steam engine. All we had to do was add more fluid tanks and that was it. Now instead of 49,000, we have a stress capacity of 65,000. Just what we need to make our new setup. Okay, so this design is as simple as it gets. 2 chests. Then you're going to place your mechanical crafters. 2 item drains. Make sure that the bottom crafter is pointed towards the item drain on both sides. And then another pair, they're going to point outwards. 2 conveyor belts. One going to the right, one moving to the left. You're going to want these belts to move. Place some cogs above both mechanical crafters. Connect them to the conveyor belts. And of course, don't forget your uppers. Make sure they are placed above your chests and pointed towards the top half of the mechanical crafter. I think you only need 2 bottles for this. One in the left chest, and one in the right chest. And with that, you've begun the eternal loop. Let's take a look and see what we have. The flow of time. But we're not done yet. Last step, or steps, a depot underneath, and don't forget your servos, that way the liquid time actually flows into the pipes and into the spout. Finally, the most important part. A clock of the overclocked variety. This needs to get sprayed 100 times with the flow of time. So now all you have to do is leave this here, and that's it, your setup is complete. Just make sure you have plenty of sulfur to finish it. Clearly this thing has a ways to go. And just for a more in-depth look, once the bottles are empty, they come out the back, and then they go back into the crafter. Alright, let's move on. We're entering the endgame of Chapter 4. I think we first have to understand our main goal. Abducting dimensions. With these blocks, we're going to craft something called a reality frame. We'll be able to steal entire chunks from the overworld and bring them into the backrooms. By doing this, we'll gain access to so many ores that don't exist here. And to make this device, we need blocks called reality charges. But to craft reality charges, we're going to need a brand new metal. This is called a reality alloy. And it can only be made in a very expensive machine. We have to build an arc furnace. This is going to be the most expensive machine we've ever made yet. So I better start making steel. We do have a small steel stockpile, so we can get started with what we have. 6 blocks of steel? It's almost the entire stack. Now we have to make a ton of this sheet metal. Okay, it was a long laundry list, but we have all of the items. I think we're gonna put it up here. Speaking of... oh my god. It's done! Oh my goodness, folks, we finally have it! This is a monumental achievement. The 3rd eye. The old eye. Only 9 more to go. That is quite an impressive model. Okay, first layer doesn't look that bad. With a single click, we now have a monster of a machine. Oh my god. The arc furnace. Those are a lot of input slots. Oh my goodness. Please draw your attention to the top 3, because if we're gonna power this thing up, we need graphite electrodes. Now getting those should be pretty simple. Alright, we're gonna take this bronze and crush it down. Or press it down. And now to take them to a crafting table, combine them with a brick, we get an ingot cast. See all of that beautiful coal coke? We gotta crush it into a fine powder. A stack of coke dust, which we'll take back to the press and add it in. The result is a hot graphite ingot. Next we have to make another cast, this one for rods. And before we use it, let's go ahead and take our graphite ingots and pulverize them. Now we have graphite dust. Take the dust, and with that we finally have ourselves some rods. cells. What we have to do is just pop them in. We have 3. And now there's the issue of addressing its 64k power capacity. As it stands, we have some itty-bitty generators, each one generating 180 Fe per tick. Now, I'm not big on math, but to power this thing, I don't think that's enough. So we'll start simple and craft more alternators. To make them, we're gonna need lots of copper. And finally, we are almost out. I think we're gonna have to go back a few steps, and I mean way back. Because now, we have to automate copper. Lava, a catalyst, and a sculk block. That gives you viridium, and when you crush viridium, you get copper chunks. The fact that we have to use sculk to generate copper is one of the reasons I've been dreading this. Thankfully, we have a sculk deposit nearby, although it's here, in this spider pit. First thing I'm gonna do, add plenty of torches. If I'm gonna be working, then I want to be able to see. Next step, you may notice that I have a ton of slabs in my inventory. I'm just gonna go ahead and outline the edge of this pit, that way the spiders can't actually climb out of it. Filthy, disgusting bug. Powerless when you can't climb. What the? You weren't supposed to be able to do that! Yeah, we're covering all of this. No! Just want it to work in peace. I hate spiders so much, man. So this is what we wanted. A pure sculk block. Let's get rid of these sculk veins. Now we'll go back and get the rest of the stuff. And look how close it is to the base. We're right here. We'll need our alchemy catalyst, and of course, lava. We have it all. Let's go ahead and set this up here. We'll go ahead and keep this nice and simple. And like that, easy peasy, we're generating viridium. We'll go ahead and set down a crate, a funnel, and of course the extractor. We'll just let this accumulate, and once there's enough, we'll make copper. And the only annoying thing is that every time I want to collect this, I have to come all the way up here. The idea is that I make more of those conveyor chains. If I could set up a system like this that takes it all the way back to the base, well then we're golden. The only problem is that this doorway is only 2 blocks high. Maybe 3, because I covered some with cobblestone. Still, I'm going to go ahead and make more of these conveyors, and maybe, if we're lucky, the game will be a little forgiving and just allow these chains to phase through the wall. On a side note, the trees have finally grown! Oh my goodness, I never thought I'd be so happy to see something so simple like a tree. Let's go ahead and cut them down. I'm going to be so mad if the mod pack is altered any way the tree works. Oh, they can't drop saplings because you have to use the machine to get the saplings. That's gonna suck! Oh, thank God, they do drop saplings. Alright, we're in business. I'm thinking automatic tree farm, but not yet. For that, we want a few more saplings. And I planted them around the chickens, that way when they grow, the chickens won't be stressed out by all the heavy machinery we have. Oh, I'm sure they'll love it. It's safe to say we don't have to go hunting for furniture anymore. Okay, this is the true test right here. We'll start with 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder what the limit is. Please don't be too far. Please don't be too far. Oh, it's too far. You know, I've been thinking a lot about how this world fits into the lore of the Backrooms. Not that this is canon or anything, but you know how the Backrooms is full of all of these weird levels and there's different stuff on each level? Well, what if the Backrooms all started out like this? Plain. Normal. Wallpaper. It's all the same. And then people like me, we added all this junk to escape. And that's what people who no-clip into the Backrooms end up seeing in the future, all of the stuff that we leave behind. Because I know there's some levels where it's all industrial, like there's I don't even know the level. It's called Pipe Dreams, and it's basically just one massive industrial level full of pipes and leaking stuff, and that's basically all that we're placing here, just a bunch of pipes and machines. Oh, it's gonna work. I think this is gonna work. We won't know until we send a package through. But the chains face through the wall, so that's a good sign. Wow, this ended up costing me more iron than I thought. We have the final link right here, and this should connect us to the rest of the system. Perfect. As you all know, I can't face through it. So, I wonder what that means for the packages. Alright, let's make more frogs. Okay, so this is our steel frog. As you can see, I added copper to his name. He's also going to receive copper. Let's go set up the system. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. With this extractor, they will come out, enter the brass funnel. This could have been any other funnel, but this is what I had in my inventory. So yeah, we're extracting. We got our packager right here. It's too far. No. Okay, we'll bring it closer. Okay, how about this? Still too far? Fine. We'll bring it closer. Oh, man. Now I'm really worried if the packages are going to phase through. Okay, good. The frog is connected. Right there. Steel and copper. Because as soon as I'm done with this, as soon as I place down this redstone torch, we'll find out if the packages will go through the wall like ghosts. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Look at that. These walls are no match for logistics. That's all I'm going to say. Look at all that copper we have being sent. I wonder if it's going to cause the game to lag, because we're producing about 1 block of iridium every single time, and these are a lot of entities that are being loaded. Oh, it's beautiful. Like one big organized symphony. Oh my gosh, it's like a parade. Look at all those packages. I was a little worried that the frog wasn't going to be able to keep up, but he's eating them all. Nice, we have all of our iridium here. I am going to modify the design. I don't want all of these boxes moving. It's just a little pet peeve of mine. It looks cool, but I mean, it's just too many boxes. It is an impressive sight, but I am worried that it may make the server lag, you know, with all the animations. Okay, so this was my workaround. Probably not the most efficient. So, you know, same old stuff comes out, goes into the box, comes out right here. Now the new addition is the accumulator. Sucks up any blocks that are nearby. So it may not look like it, but they're being sucked in. Check it out. See how the item count's going up? And once it reaches a stack, the accumulator will spit out the iridium, and then it'll put it in the chest, and then the frog sends a stack. And yeah, now we don't have 1 block at a time being moved. Now we have to address the overabundance of iridium that we have. In the future, I will have to automate how we process the iridium, but for now, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're doing this manually. Alright, so we got the iridium being crushed in the crushing wheels, and that is giving us a hefty amount of iron, even nuggets. Okay, so we got the reward for renewable copper. Let's go ahead and process this. So we got the copper cooking up right here, and this is the poor man's workaround, but what are you gonna do? And now I'll just stand here and wait for my copper to come out. I don't know about you guys, but to me, that is a whole lot of iron, and we haven't even processed half of this iridium yet. I think I'm gonna go turn the tap off, because at this rate, I'm going to run out of space. This is what some people like to call suffering from success. And it's as simple as just breaking this block. Perfect. So now that we have 925 copper, really? We can craft all of the alternators we want. Let's craft some alternators. With this small army of alternators, we'll generate so much power, this beast of a machine will have its fill and then some. The next thing I want to craft, although maybe unnecessary, is an accumulator. See, when we're not using power, all of that potential energy is just being wasted. Think about it. How long have these things been running for? Most of these machines are capped out with the power that they can receive, so we're gonna accumulate all of that wasted energy. Alright, let's start by crafting a ton of capacitors. If you take a look at the hotbar, you'll see that we have just about everything to finally craft our new block. We're gonna put together a few accumulators, so here they are. Similar to the fuel tank block, you can fuse them together to make one big unit. With the setup that we have right now, this thing can store 32 million power. Not bad. Now, out of sheer curiosity, I wonder how long it would take to fill this thing. So I've connected it to some flux ducts, and as you can see, power is flowing in, or at least it was. Probably because I added the blocks. Let me log in again. A simple little reboot was all it took. This thing is getting filled with power. Not at the rate I'd like. But that's why we made these things. Only a few minutes, it's already at 3.6 million. Let's go ahead and cut this off. I don't think it retains its power when broken. So, I have a couple of options. Option 1, I can build a new steam engine up there. Or option 2, we can keep milking this one. Well, we have the fluid tanks for it. Let's see if adding more will actually increase its power capacity. That is still 65. Okay, I guess we need to add more heat. Well, we're gonna have to raise the heat, so let's make some more basic burners. Oof, this is gonna be expensive. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Take a look at the power before we add the fire, and now after. 98,000. Wow, okay. Oh, we missed one. 114,000. Let's go ahead and add this last one here. And 131,000. I think that's plenty. Guess we'll put our accumulator here. And then our alternators just facing it like that. We'll start with 8. how do I do this? You know what, on second thought, it may be better to place these somewhere else. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 14,000, 14,000. What's 14,500 times 6? I think we're pushing it a little. Okay, so here are the changes I made. I added 4 more accumulators, so now we have a capacity of 40,000. I added the extra set of alternators, so now we have a grand total of 10, 5 on this side, and then 5 on the other. That should be enough to get this thing powered. All I have to do is connect it from the top, and hopefully this will reach. Wow, that filled up fast. Okay, so this thing is functional, I assume. For some reason, we didn't get the achievement. As annoying as it is, I need that achievement, so I'm gonna demolish this. Maybe then when I get the blocks back, it'll register. There we go. We completed the quest, finally. Jeez, only came at the cost of demolishing this whole thing. Let's try now. Thank God we're back. Okay, so now that the quest is completed, I think we should inaugurate our new machine with some steel. Let's make a few pieces. So we'll just deposit this in here. Can't forget to add the graphite electrodes. Now once I add the coal coke into this slot, we'll see what this thing can really do. God, that's so loud! Oh my god! Okay, well it's holding up pretty well in terms of power. The accumulator doesn't seem to be dropping, which is even better. Okay, now we're making twice as much iron. This is still holding up and ticking upwards, so we are generating more power than we're using. And with that, we just made a stack of steel in, what, less than 2 minutes? Absolutely insane. This machine is overpowered, but it comes at the cost of, well, power. Lots and lots of power. And as our reward, take a wild guess. Ooh, we are closing in on the end now. Because we've put together the arc furnace, we can finally move on to our main task. Making the reality charges. You know, the things that will allow us to teleport chunks from the overworld into the backrooms. But to craft them, as I said before, we need a brand new metal. One that could only be made in the arc furnace. This is called a reality alloy, and it requires lead, a terrasteel nugget, an empowered Inori crystal, and confusing powder. The good news is that we have tons of confusing powder. As for lead, well, we have a nice stockpile right here. All thanks to our wallpaper machine, which at the moment is not running for some reason. As for the empowered Inori crystal, that's a little more simple. There are some annoying items we have to gather, but the crystal itself is just an iron ingot zapped with our atomic reconstructor. Just like that. You remember what we had to do here at the Empower, right? You place the crystal, then the items, and then they all shoot in the middle to make you a new item. Well, that's what we gotta do here, except it's a little more annoying. For example, getting this gray dye, very annoying. We're gonna have to grow more of these mystical flowers. Light gray dye? Well, I guess that makes sense when you're working with mystical light gray petals. Oh, here it is. Well, I'm all out of bone meal, which means I can't get flowers, so I'm on bone meal duty. I hate bone meal duty so much. We have 28 gray dye. Let's make some chalk. I don't know who came up with this crafting recipe, but thank you for making me do all this stuff. Now all we need are snowballs. 4 bronze plates and a slime ball. Let's add some water to the blast chiller. And now that we have the ball cast in there, we're producing 4 snowballs. Alright, we have everything we need. Cobblestone, buttons, gray dye, and snowballs. Plus our Inori crystals. Let's go ahead and empower this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we have an empowered Inori crystal. Perfect. Let's see if we can automate this a bit. Chests and some chutes. I think this is gonna help. We'll do one here, here, right there, here as well. Can't forget about that spot. Nice. And with that, I think we just automated the crystals. I knew we still have to stand here and collect them, but that's better than having to place every item down on each pedestal. You know what, let's automate that too. That way I can go AFK and look at memes. Just like that, and there we go. Thanks to this beautiful setup, we now have a stack of Inori crystals, the empowered kind. One more item to check off the list. Now remains the final task, terrasteel. And to get terrasteel, we're gonna have to do a lot of stuff. Okay, we are diving back into Britannia. Thankfully, the mod pack doesn't leave us high and dry. There is a quest related to this. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of expensive blocks and runes, each with their own crazy crafting recipes. Plus, we're gonna have to make lapis again. Well, we do have one lapis. If I remember correctly, making this was very annoying. Sulfur, then blue dye, then stir twice. We need 3 blocks of this stuff. We also have to make an empowered palace crystal, and to do that we have to zap lapis. On top of that, we have to empower the crystal with 3 prismarine shards. Thank God we can get them by zapping quartz. Here we go. We have 1 empowered palace crystal. That only leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different types of runes. Oh my god. Thankfully, we have one of those runes lying around somewhere from one of our previous tasks. Ah, speak of the devil. So that eliminates having to make 1 of them. Alright, we'll start with the rune of fire. But first, let's make a mushroom. Simple process, really. Mana powder, ash, mystical red petal, bone meal, wheat seeds. Now we have 1 red mushroom. So let's use the garden cloche. I'd use dirt, but that's not gonna work. We gotta make podzol. And to make podzol, we need compost. To do that, we're gonna make a batch composter. I don't know what this does, but people said we could get podzol from it. Alright, so we got a ton of berries from our berry farm. Guess we just throw these in. Alright, so we have 4 pieces of compost. More than enough. Over here, we'll finally put our little forest to good use. Oh, I bet these chickens are extra relaxed. I just have to borrow 1 leaf block. Combine all of these items together, and we get podzol. Let's grow a mushroom. It's gonna be a minute. Ah, 3 mushrooms. Let's give it a nice good zap. And now you'll see this is why we wanted it. Because the rune of fire called for nether warts. It also called for gunpowder, nether brick, mana steel, and mana powder. We have a rune of fire. Sorry about this, chickens. We needed that feather. Just like we needed the string, brown carpet, mana powder, and mana steel. And now we have a rune of air. Okay, this next one is expensive. 5 mana steel and 1 mana pearl. This is for the rune of mana. My god, at this price, it lives up to its name. Let's craft the rune of water. Bowl of water, sugarcane, mana steel, mana powder, and a fish. Thank god, this took forever. Let's make our terrestrial agglomeration plate. God, this was expensive and exhausting to craft, but we finally have the most mundane looking block ever. What resembles a lapis pressure plate with a booger in the middle. And what do we get for all of our hard work? I want to go home. This mana setup is not going to cut it. Let's make a new one. We'll need 4 mana pools. Get yourself some mana steel, because you're going to use it to craft a mana splitter. Then you place it between the pools. Side note, consider this part like a how it's made segment. You know, like what you'd see on the Discovery Channel. It's not a tutorial because I'm not a Botania pro, so if you're expecting efficiency, look elsewhere. Don't forget to craft mana spreaders. In this case, we'll need 4. And then you bind them to the mana splitter in the middle. The name of the game is speed, so we're gonna have to craft a mana lens, upgrade them to velocity lenses, and now with the lenses, I'm gonna put them on each mana spreader. The idea is that they'll shoot a lot of mana at a rapid pace. Next is the tough part. Let's make a flower that eats TNT. We're gonna have to make 2 types of runes. The rune of fire, which we've already done, and a rune of wrath, made of 2 mana diamonds, a rune of earth, and a rune of winter. So I went about crafting a ton of runes. It was a very annoying process. With that, we can almost craft our rune of winter. But first, we have to bake a cake. It's a good thing we have eggs. Now, when it comes to baking a cake, there are a few ways to go about this. Option A, we can craft one like vanilla. Option B, we can do it the create way. First thing we have to do is craft a cake base. We need to summon a cow. Something interesting I noticed is that to get the cow, we need grass, which means we need a grass block, which we get, well, from squirting water onto dirt. And seeing as how we have a little forest here, only makes sense that we add the grass. Ah, feels just like the overworld. Well, almost. That's because we're still missing grass. At least we were. 1 leather, 1 grass, 2 of these crystals, and some charcoal. Oh, there he is. I'm just gonna take this from you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll use this spout temporarily. I'll put a pipe here, fluid tank there, and then we'll add the servo here. Perfect. Now that we have the milk spout, the next thing we have to craft is the cake base. An egg, 2 sugar, and some dough. Just so happens that if you take wheat and you grind between crushing wheels, you get something new. You get flour. Rinse it with some water, and eventually it's converted into dough balls. We have all the ingredients to make a beautiful cake base. 1 egg, 1 dough ball, 2 sugar. Perfect. We have a cake base. Just so you guys can get a better view here, these cakes are now baking with the campfire inside. All that's left to do is frost them with milk. You'd think it'd have to be frosting, but yeah, I guess milk checks out. And with that, we have cakes. 5 cakes in my inventory with plenty more on the depot. Let's go ahead and craft our rune of winter. 4 runes of winter. Okay, let's make a rune of wrath, which means I need at least 8 mana diamonds. I only have 4 diamonds on me in a jukebox. I guess we deserve a little brick to go explore and find more. Oh my god! I hate these things so much. And like that, we've looped around and we are right back where we started. Incredible. Ah, target sighted. 1 jukebox, perfect. Jukebox number 2. That is a different end portal. Just found another one. Oh, he's looking right at us. And this is completely new. This is like a skate park? Yeah, this is supposed to be some type of weird, freaky backroom skate park. To be honest, I thought we were done seeing new structures. This is a pleasant surprise. We could try it this way. Hopefully that connects. Never mind. That's also blocked. You know what, let's put something to the test. I'm not entirely convinced that I can't break that. I got the husk head. Oh, he veered right through the lava. We gotta get to the high ground. Back! I can't stand close calls like that. These enemies are a little more difficult this time around than last time. I don't know what it is, but it's like they're everywhere. They're more common. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This cleaver is okay, but the attack is just too slow. I think we're gonna have to put this XP to use. Guess we could spare a couple to make an enchanting table. I don't know about you, but I think it's pretty obvious why we have to do this in the Nether. I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with these books. Let's go ahead and make an enchanting table. Wasn't planning on making one of these, but here we are. Now, where do we want to put this? Probably somewhere with the maximum enchantment output. I think here? I got an iron sword right here. Not wasting these diamonds. Level 14. No, we can find a better spot. You know what? Let's not overthink it. We are overthinking this. All we have to do is dig into the center of this bookshelf mountain. And with this, we should have all the enchanting power we need. You know, I was gonna save this lapis. To make the terra steel, we have to build an altar with the lapis base. But I guess priorities are priorities. Let's see if we can get sharpness 2. Garbage, smite, sharpness 1, on both level 1 and 2. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so here's where we are. I did not get a single sharpness 2, but I have a whole lot of smite, lots of beta, couple of knockback books. We just went through, what, 20-something levels? And the worst part is that the only sharpness I got was sharpness 1, and I only got 1 of those. Not even 2, so I could combine them. I'm going back. Well, that was an interesting adventure, detours and all. We managed to scrounge up 7 of these jukeboxes. And now that we have said jukeboxes, I think you all know the drill. Let's go ahead and melt these down. Whoever thought of melting down jukeboxes to get diamonds? Genius. With the diamonds that we're currently making, plus the ones we already have in hand, we now have a grand total of 11 diamonds. Pays off to be able to do math. And now that we have these diamonds, we're gonna make mana diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them to be exact. We'll finally have the one ingredient we need. Oh my god, making this flour has been so expensive. Alright, let's go ahead and make one of these runes of wrath. A rune of winter, 2 mana diamonds, and a rune of the earth. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hope we have enough mana. Yeah, our mana pool's holding up really well. And then once we get this flour, we're going to be able to generate mana so quickly and in such a large quantity. If only this thing would hurry up. There we go. And look at that. Once again, it didn't consume our runes, which means I wasted a ton of resources on these things for nothing. Here we go. Rune of Wrath number 2. Wait, on second thought, hold on. This doesn't consume runes when we craft. I think it's safe to say that we only need 1 rune of wrath then. We already have this one that we just crafted. So let's go ahead and save our mana diamonds. How do I cancel this? Hello, I'd like my items back. So we have our rune of fire, we'll take that. And then on top of that, we'll need 2 white petals, 2 red petals, and 2 gray petals. All right, let's go ahead and craft these. Mr. Cow, you don't know it yet, but we're gonna do great things right now. 2 gray petals, 2 red petals, 2 white petals, rune of fire, rune of wrath. I did something wrong. What the? Oh, it's the wrong altar. Oops. We have to use an apothecary. And finally, 1 wheat seed. And that just consumed our runes. Okay, I guess we do have to make them. But here it is. 1 entropinium. I think that's how you say that, entropinium. These Botania flowers, they have some strange names. Okay, and now we're going to make flower number 2. 2 entropiniums. I think that's how you say it. It doesn't matter. We have them. We have the flowers, which means we can finally finish our mana setup. For this next step, we're gonna need some obsidian, so I got a couple buckets of lava, but we're gonna do it the futuristic way. We'll prep the lava by putting it in the blast chiller, 2 buckets to be exact. And what happens when you cool down lava? You get obsidian. Sure, I could always just pour water over the lava, but then I'd have to mine it, and breaking obsidian takes way too long. I'm gonna go ahead and grind up some wool blocks. Reason being, we need the string. And we're gonna use the string to craft a brand new item, one that you've probably never seen before. This advanced device is beyond human comprehension. I'm talking about the bow. Take the bow, combine it with some cobblestone and some redstone, and with that you get a dispenser. In this case, we're gonna go ahead and craft 2 of these. Last but not least, a means of passing time. I'm talking about a hovering hourglass. In this case, we're going to want to double the quantity of items on the crafting table because we're making 2 of them. Now, I could be wrong, but I think we have everything I need to get us started. Okay, so the design is pretty simple. We'll place some dirt right here and plant our flowers, like so. Next, we'll just take these placeholder blocks. It can be absolutely anything. I'm using birch. Then you place down your obsidian on each side. Make sure that the obsidian is next to the flower. Then you're going to take your dispenser. You're going to have the dispensing side face the obsidian. All right? Do that on both sides. Perfect. And then, finally, you're going to place your hourglass right on top of the dispenser. And basically what the hourglass is it acts like a timer. So we're going to add sand, and for each sand block that we add, that's 1 second that can go by in the hourglass. Once it goes through all of the sand, say we put 5 sand in there, 5 seconds, it's going to loop every 5 seconds and flip upside down. When it completes a loop, it sends a redstone pulse to the dispenser, which is going to spit out TNT. The TNT will explode in the obsidian, and then the explosion will power the mana flower right here, sending mana to our mana spreader and into our pools. Let's get to work. Naturally, we're going to need a ton of sand since we're making stacks and stacks of TNT. I should have automated it, but because the circumstances are so special, I didn't think I'd need to. Well, I regret that now, but we have no choice. On top of that, we're also going to need lots of gunpowder. Thankfully, we've been accumulating a lot of this over here, the boom shroom spores. Hope you guys remember that from last episode. It looks like a lot, but mind you, TNT takes what, 4 or 5 pieces of gunpowder, and each of these spores only provides 1. And in the event that we run out, there's always plan B. We could convert flint into gunpowder with mana and an alchemy catalyst. But that's only if we get really desperate. Alright, this is going to be a very expensive process, and I'm not kidding. We need stacks of TNT for this. Okay, we've exhausted our gunpowder. I'm gonna go ahead and collect this alchemy catalyst, and then with this mana tablet that I just made, this thing is essentially a sponge that's gonna suck up all the mana in this pool, and you'll see why right now. So I'll just drop it in, and as you can see, all of the mana is being transferred into the tablet. And it is just about full. We'll put an alchemy catalyst here, a new mana pool right there, and now let's dump the tablet back in. So you can see it is emptying into the mana pool. Watch as the mana levels are rising. And now with the extra flint that we've accumulated, and believe me, there is plenty more where that came from, we're going to dump it into the mana pool. The result? Lots and lots of gunpowder, at the small cost of little to no mana. Look at that. This thing is a gunpowder fountain. So, as long as we supply it with any type of flint, we'll be set. Alright, I think this is plenty of TNT to get us started here. Stack here, and then we'll split 24 here, and then the other 24 there. Perfect. Let's not forget to link our flowers, which for some reason, I don't know why I only crafted 2 when we have 4 mana spreaders. let me make more. 2 stacks of 10. We'll put one here, and fingers crossed this goes all according to plan. So you can see the hourglass animation is running, which means that time is passing by, and there it goes. The first 2 blocks of TNT, and we have mana moving to each and every pool. Look at that. Now all of them are going off. It's like a mana fountain. Oh my goodness. And it's timed so perfectly that when these stop running, the TNT explodes again, setting them off, so we have a nice continuous cycle. What I'm trying to say is, there isn't a moment that goes by where mana is not being generated. The question is, will this be enough TNT to fill all of these mana pools? I seriously hope so. Alright, let's take a look at our mana levels. And just as expected, they're pretty low, but like I said, we're splitting one solid stream of mana amongst 4 pools, so it's gonna be a while. Although it is safe to say we're one step closer to getting that coveted item. It won't be long now until we're making Terra Steel. So how does one pass the time when generating mana? Well, we're gonna need more TNT. How about we start by automating gunpowder? And by gunpowder, I mean flint. The best and guaranteed way to get flint is by grinding gravel in a millstone. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't made one of these yet, seeing as how useful they are. All we have to do is place a casing down, click it with a cogwheel, and with that, we have a millstone. Alright, how do I want to go about this? Fingers crossed this doesn't explode. Of course it did! Alright, so we will have the cobblestone come out from there, it'll get ground up in the crushing wheels, come out as gravel, and then the gravel will enter this millstone. Let's go ahead and add the funnel right there. We'll add a shaft, a gearbox, and then a cog. Perfect. Although it's not spinning as fast as I'd like it to. Not to worry, we can probably address that. Although my fear is that this will get overstressed. So let's go ahead and add some more fire. And then a large cogwheel here. That's more like it. Now we'll set it so that only flint comes out, and I think we're good to go. And with this, I think we've automated flint. Well, somewhat automated. So it looks like 1 stack of TNT in each dispenser yielded us 25% of the mana pool being filled. Not bad, which means we'll need a total of 6 stacks of TNT. 3 stacks here, 3 stacks there. Maybe 7. Alright, in a few minutes we have almost 4 stacks of flint. Okay, so while we're waiting for the flint to generate, let's go ahead and do another central task. We have to craft ourselves an ME controller, another necessary item for the grand crafting recipe at the end. But first we have to make a calculation processor. To do that we have to bind 2 ingredients with redstone, a printed calculation circuit, and printed silicon. Finally, we get to use these pieces that we found in the asteroid earlier. I believe it's this one. We'll take a simple Certus quartz crystal, place it in the multi-servo press, along with our inscriber calculation press. And now we have a new circuit. Now that we have the upper half, let's work on the bottom one. For this, we'll need a brand new material, silicon. Thank God this is simple to get. All we have to do is take Certus quartz dust and cook it in a fire depot. Once again, we're back at the press. As you can see, the silicon is in the top slot. We're going to take the calculation press, swap it out, and replace it with the inscriber press. And yes, I am well aware that a lot of these items are starting to sound the same. I didn't make the mod, I'm sorry. I mean, look at all these blocks. From a distance, they look nearly identical. It's no wonder people drop this pack around this chapter, but the goal is to see it through to the end, no matter how tedious it gets. Right, Mr. Cow? As you can see, we have our printed silicon, we have our silicon, redstone, and printed calculation circuits. The only thing we're missing is the means to assemble all of these items together. Let's go ahead and make an inscriber press. Alright, another machine to add to the wall of machines. Hooray! I'm running out of space here. Right there. So it's pretty simple. We'll put the redstone here, this circuit on top, and then the printed silicon on the bottom. And that should produce our chip. Yeah, we have a progress bar, and there it is. We finally have it. 1 calculation processor, which means we can finally put this block together. By the looks of it, there are 3 more things we have to do. We got to empower those gems. Let's go ahead and start with the diamantine crystal, 1 in the middle, a clay block, 2 clay balls, and then some light blue dye. And with that, we've just empowered the diamantine crystal. 1 down, 2 to go. Alright, now for the Restonia crystal. Place that in the middle, same process. This time we're going for a more reddish color palette. And, oh, that's a red beam, that's brand new. We got the empowered Restonia crystal. And then the last one is one we all know, the void crystal. This one is simple, just 4 balls of tar. We got some cores that we crafted earlier, so I believe we have everything we need to finally make our item. Let's make an ME controller. We don't have the circuit. We made the circuit. Engineering processor. Well, then what do we have? Calculation processor. You gotta be kidding me. Recipe looks the same, but the top part requires printed engineering circuit. What is this made out of? Of course, a diamond. Okay, this'll be a minute. There we go. Now let's craft the proper circuit. Took a little detour, but we finally have the one item we need. And with the engineering processor, let's make ourselves an ME controller. We have ourselves what looks like a very cryptic looking block. And I see that it needs power. Well, let's bring it to life and see what it does. And it just became a very magical, colorful looking block. Okay, nice. Plus, now that we have it, we've cleared another major milestone. For this one, we're rewarded with 2 party favors. Best to not use them all in one place. Let's return to the flint front where we're making gunpowder. As you can see, we have 3, almost 4 stacks of, they may look like coal blocks, but you are mistaken. This is a block of flint. That's right, we have stacks of this stuff now, which means we can make stacks of gunpowder. I only hope we have enough mana. Back to crafting a ton of TNT. On second thought, I think we have enough TNT. Alright, let's supply these things. If this isn't enough, then honestly we're gonna be here all night. By this point, we had completed most of the chapter. The only thing left to do was wait. It would take some time, but eventually these 4 mana pools would be filled, and once they were, the time would finally come. Terra Steel. This is taking forever. Let's do a building project. I'm thinking we make this place a little more green. We'll start with some gray. Nice checkered floor. Oh, I love a checkered floor. Okay, this is what we have so far. Basic stuff. Little spruce stairs to outline our frames and side casings. I mean, ash alloy casings. Checkered floor, but that's not really what I want to focus on. I want to focus on clearing this mess. It's probably time to grow up and do a little organizing, so this is all gonna come down. I'm sorry, it's all gotta go. The plan is to create one clean, beautiful grid where we can connect all of these machines in one wall panel. Of course, we're gonna have to run the cable underneath, but that's not a problem because we have floor space. Simple. Just have to be very careful about not breaking anything important like the terminal. If that terminal breaks, then we lose access to all of our stuff until I fix it. Doesn't that look much better already? And over here, finally we're able to breathe a little, but we still have a ways to go. Now we're gonna move the storage. Hopefully we can do this successfully. Alright, now we're gonna discreetly run the cable underneath the floor. I think we're gonna make it. Alright, everything above should be nice and powered. Looks like everything is online, which is just what we wanted. We can even access our items, although it says device offline. I think it's because it's facing backwards. What if we do it this way? There we go, device online. Now let's clean up the lights. I think this is gonna be my favorite part. I love a nice row of lights connecting from there to here. In the end, I had to demolish multiple machines to relocate them. After that, I just kept building. Probably should put some greenery up here. I did say there would be more green, and aside from the lights, not a lot of green. I guess we can afford to shear these trees. Don't really know what I'm going for here, but I guess I'm going for like a hanging shrub type deal here. Okay, this better work. Just give me one tree. One tree! Guess they just needed some space to grow, because I broke some blocks and now they're sprouting from the ground. It's nice to finally have like a central hub for our base, instead of having to crowd here all the time. Not a lot going on in the design, to be honest. Just framed the wall, raised the floor off the ground, and then moved all of the blocks over there. This place is breathable again. And as for the most important part, Plushy Mountain remains eternal. We were making mana. Let's go check that out. Mind you, this mana production stopped less than halfway through this construction, so yeah, I kind of neglected this. That is a lot of mana. I think that's more mana than we actually need, to be honest. I think it's time to make some Terra Steel. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is build the agglomeratio altar. I think that's what it's called. And it's a simple setup of 4 living rock and 5 lapis lazuli blocks. Then you put the plate in the middle. Actually, no, I think I have it inverted. Yeah, I have it inverted. Ignore absolutely everything I just said 30 seconds prior. You don't want 5 lapis blocks, you want 4 lapis blocks and 5 living rock. Put the plate in the middle, and now how do we use this? Assuming this works like the runic altar, we're gonna have to blast this with mana, which is why we made all of this. So let's go ahead and fill up this tablet, dump it in here, empty it out, and then we'll go ahead and borrow one of these mana spreaders. And now we have that pointed here to the plate. To make the Terra Steel, we need 1 mana steel, 1 mana diamond, and a mana pearl. Which means we have to make more echo shards. I'm gonna be honest with you folks, I'm not in tip-top shape. I think we're gonna have to make some new armor before we head out. Thankfully, this isn't too serious of a problem. We have a lot of steel. Well, not a lot, but enough. Just the material we need to protect ourselves. We had to convert the steel into steel plates, and now that we have it fashioned properly, we can make armor. Compared to iron armor, steel armor is slightly better. Let's go get some echo shards. Wow, our base is looking a lot better now. You gotta admit, the lights really add a nice touch in the trees. Well, I'll just say it's nice to see a little nature that's not bamboo. Now, usually I take my chalk box with me, but most of these entrances that I'm finding back into the inner backrooms, well, as you can see, the exit's not that far from the entrance. See, we're back where we started. That's only the case if we don't go too deep, though. As long as we stay near the main trench, we should be fine. Alright, we have this sculk deposit here. I thought I was recording when I cleaned it, but I guess I wasn't, so yeah, we have 1 sculk scrubber. Enemy on the other side of the wall almost killed me. And, well, you get to see me clean up this one now. All it takes is a little click, and like we've seen before, probably the most satisfying thing in this whole mod pack. I will never get tired of this. Alright, we cleaned them up. That completes our objective. We're back at the base with 2 gunked up sculk scrubbers, and now we're going to use a new method to extract the sculk. In the past, we would extract echo shards from the sculk scrubber by baking it in a blast furnace. This would yield 1 crystal. But now we have new technology. I'm talking about the pyrolyzer, and if we cook a sculk scrubber in it, we get 2 instead of 1. Plus this weird green goo, fluid of the void. Not that I care much for green goo, although I do care for the echo shards. So let's find the pyrolyzer in this mess, this one. And as a result, we now have 2 echo shards, with 2 more on the way. While those are cooking, let's go ahead and convert these into the mana pearls. 1, 2. It took so long, but we have everything we need now. A diamond, mana steel, and a mana pearl. Oh, something is taking place! And I hope I'm doing it right, because I don't see any progress bar or any indication of it working aside from the mana beam. Thank God for YouTube tutorials, we're doing this all wrong. Stop! Oh, I hope they don't waste any mana. We really should make it a habit of reading. We have to use sparks. What are sparks? I don't know, but this is how we craft them. We got a pretty simple crafting recipe right here. Now, I don't know how many of these we're supposed to craft, or if we can actually get them back when we break them. So let me just put this above the mana pool. Okay, I can see the vision. And then 1 above the plate. We bind them together, and let's try this. Okay, there is definitely something magical going on here. Plus, the plate has some runes at the bottom. They're just pulsing with color. And... oh my god. I don't believe it. We actually have Terra Steel. This entire video was leading up to this moment. We're back in business, folks. That went so well, I think I'm gonna do it a second time. Such an interesting but tedious process Botania makes you go through, but I guess it's worth it in the end. We have 2 ingots. What we really needed were the nuggets. Terra Steel, Inori Crystal, lead ingots, and confusing powder. This expensive quartet of items is exactly what we needed to craft our coveted ingot, Reality Alloy. The material we needed to craft this, our Reality Charges. Arc Furnace is powered up, we have reserves in the accumulator. This should go off without a hitch. Ah! Why does it have to be so loud? I'll just go ahead and swipe this. Thank you very much. First things first, let's craft some reality charges. 4 alloys in each corner. And now we have an empty reality charge. And I'll be honest, it's quite a plain looking block for all the trouble that we went through. Now we have to empower it. Okay, let's make this simple. This goes in the middle, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Purple? Never gotten purple before either. And that should complete the quest. And it glows. In the center it looks like a nether portal. That leaves us with one final task. Thankfully we have a book to help us. Why is that box so large? Yeah, that is one big box. We got the first block. Now we need 91 of these other things. Reality frames. We'll also have to craft a spatial pylon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spatial pylons. Let's go ahead and make 91 of these blocks. Perfect. And now all we have to do is place it. Alright, that completes the frame. Except for this block, what is this supposed to be? The controller. I completely forgot we made the ME controller for that purpose. Finally, after all this time, we have a reality controller. Next we have to make this memory card, and finally, the data chip. Do you say data or data? Leave a comment. Well, that completes chapter 4. We got some brand new rewards, a music disc, and an, oh my goodness, plushy mountain. This may be my favorite one yet. Let's go activate this thing. Not sure what we're supposed to do, but I think we just have to give this a click. Oh my god. Something is happening. Interesting animation we got going on here. Am I supposed to do something? Oh! Oh my god. We did it. We actually transferred a chunk of the overworld into the backrooms. I was gonna say I'm speechless, but to be honest, I have a lot to say for someone who's speechless. We have ores, dripstone, lapis, iron. This is insane. In the last video, we gained the ability to summon chunks of the overworld into the backrooms. This is great because some of these chunks have tons of resources that we need to make eyes. You know, the ones that are basically keys to opening the exits. I'm still well on my way to collecting all of the eyes, and as it stands, we only have 3. So we better get to work. And essentially that leaves us where we are now. The next task is figuring out how to automate this process. I'm talking about empowering the empowerer to have them automatically recharged. Plus clearing out that entire cube. Of course, we'll need a ton of these. Long-range breakers. When it comes to these breaker blocks, they're pretty inexpensive. All we have to do is make Restonia crystals, combine them with black quartz to make a basic coil, use our leftover quartz to make something called a void crystal, and finally, we combine all the items on a crafting table with some cobblestone. This gives us a block called an auto breaker, and it lives up to its name. If you place a block in front of it, it automatically breaks it, stores it inside. But these are just the level 1 variants. We have to upgrade them. For our purposes, we have to combine 3 of these with a void crystal. I'm gonna move way out here and I'll tell you why. So, this is what we had before, and this is what we have now. 2 blocks that look virtually identical to one another. All except for a single green dot on the first block, and 2 on the second one. This is a long-range breaker. The auto breaker only breaks blocks that are adjacent to it. But the long-range breaker, just feed this thing some power, and it can break blocks from a decent range. It was probably kind of fast, so I'll do it again in case you missed it. Yep, just like that. And like its predecessor, the long-range breaker, it stores the blocks inside as well. When we apply this concept to our reality frame, we'll be able to break and collect all of these blocks and the resources instantly. A massive time saver instead of having to break each block one at a time. Of course, we're going to need a tremendous amount of power. Let's try it out. Alright, we have a wall of long-range breakers. Of course, none of them are powered, but we'll remedy that shortly. When they get some juice in them, we're going to see this entire chunk disappear. What a mess. We'll have to optimize this later, but this is just a test, mind you. Okay, we'll just squeeze through here, and all we have to do is connect it to some power. Now, let me show you the before. Don't think we'll make it fast enough to see the after. So, there is the before. Look at all these blocks. And now, let's see if we can get the after. Oh! I think you just heard that big noise, and you may notice that there are a couple of blocks missing. Let's look inside. We have some lapis, some cobblestone, more cobblestone, some dripstone. It's all in here, folks. That's the long-range breaker. We're gonna go ahead and add even more to this design, but first, let's disassemble the whole thing. We are quite a ways away from our engine, but we have all this space, so may as well make use of it. And this is what we have so far. So we move the box from up there to down here. As you can see, we have everything set up, well, almost everything. The way we've arranged the long-range breakers, instead of having them on one side of this cube, I've split them into two sides. Reason being, we had to leave space between them for these uppers, along with these hoppers, which are going to move the contents of the breakers down the hoppers and into the chests behind them. Plus, we have some flux ducts that are weaving through, that way these can be powered up. All we have to do is connect it to a power source, and that will complete the first half of this build. I'll go ahead and place the reality charge here, and now let's go connect it. Alright, I think we are perfectly lined up. But you know what would really make this perfect? Liking and hyping the video so I can keep making more. This is kind of rough still, but it's the prototype. Now, before we add more to that, one thing that's kind of bothering me is how I have to do basically a mile between the build site and where all my supplies are. So we're going to solve that problem. Let's craft a wireless terminal. We'll start off by making energy cells, make a receiver, combine all of our energy cells into a dense energy cell, and with that you have a wireless terminal. But you want to be able to craft with this as well, so add another processor plus a crafting table, and now you have a crafting wireless terminal. Alright, so with this, we should be able to access the inventory of our terminal here, but we have to give it some power. Let's just plug it into the charger up there. And now, 1% charged, and we'll give it some time. Unless... will the Tinker's workbench work? This is where we charge our tools. Let's try it. That seems to be working as well. We're gonna let that charge. While we wait for that, we have to make some upgrades here. Small ones, but important. Now, the reason I crafted a second wireless receiver, we're gonna need it to make an access point. This access point looks like an antenna. Well, it doesn't look like an antenna, it is an antenna. All we have to do is plug it into the side here. Now it's online. There's a range of 16 meters. Is 1 meter equal to 1 block? I don't know. If that's the case, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16. That range is pretty average. We're going to want that to be bigger. Thankfully, this slot right here has all the answers. All we have to do is craft a wireless booster. But for that, we need end dust, which can only be acquired by crushing end stone. And without the end, you can see how that's going to be a problem. Thankfully, we're not bound to the usual rules of Minecraft. If we can't go to the end, then we'll just have to bring the end here. That was not the end. On the bright side, we have a ton of netherrack now. The data chip is an interesting thing. You have the option to recraft it multiple times, and every time you recraft it, you get a new seed. There are about 12 of these things, each of them having a different seed, and one of them contains the end. Whichever one that is, well, we'll just have to guess. And I am not charging this 12 times, so we're just gonna make 11 of them and charge them in bulk. Alright, we have a system in place. We have 10 of these in here, and every time they get charged, they're just going to get spat out by the funnel, or a funnel, which I'm going to add. We'll filter this here, and then once the item comes out, it'll just be sucked up by this accumulator. So, yeah, perfect. Simple, ugly setup, but it'll do for now. Alright, let's put this to the test. Seed 1100. I wonder what this one's going to be. Alright, here it comes. Another cave. A lot of deep slate in this one. I don't think we've ever gotten our hands on deep slate. Oh, osmium? Hold on a minute. This stuff is valuable, but we'll get into that later. You know what? I'm gonna want to have to keep track of these. 111. Deep slate. So we'll just leave it at that. Up next, 0010. Here's hoping it's what we want. How are these doing over here? Why isn't this on? What? Aw, shoot, we missed it! Wait, what did we even get over there? Seeing a lot of dirt. I gotta see it again. Let's do it again. Did I accidentally bring you from the outside here to this terrible place? I'm so sorry. I'm telling you guys, we are the Backrooms lore. This is probably what causes the no-clipping. I think that was like a plains biome or something, but we won't know until we see. Yeah, just as I thought. And another poor cow. I'm gonna have to take all of you back to the overworld with me. I can't leave you here. Whoa! That was a big deep slate chunk, and I saw some ores in that one. We got a diamond. Another diamond. And what is that? Raw uranium? Well, I don't know about the uranium, but I'm pretty thrilled about the diamonds. I'm gonna put deep cave. This one is a... Oh my god! Oh, I gotta take cover. That was a fortress. Okay, we have our cleaver and no bucket of water. Oh, I missed. Ah! Dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay, that was clearly a fortress. On the bright side, we got free blaze rods. I got a feeling about this one. This may be it. There it is. There it is. There. Oh my god, we got it. Finally. Let's see how much we got. What the? How did you get up there? Doesn't matter, because we got what we wanted. 0001. Just what we needed. I hope you didn't forget why we needed the end stone. Let's go ahead and grind this up, and hopefully we'll get some end powder. I think that's what it's called. There it is. Gimme. Oh no, it's ender dust. Close enough. This means we can finally craft our wireless booster. Now, how many do we want? Let's start with 6 and see how that goes. So the current range is 16. Let's add 1, 17, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. Okay. 30 is a pretty decent range. Think we can go a little further. Let's shoot for 60. 57's close enough. This thing is also using more power. Oh, speaking of power, this thing is all juiced up. Unfortunately, the device is not linked. The solution is simple. All we have to do is take this and place it here. Now our device is linked, which means we have access to everything. We even have a crafting grid. Question is, what is the limit on how far we can go? Still good here. Will we be able to reach this over there? Nope, we are out of range. And it stops right about here. Wow, this is actually the perfect border. So as long as we're within this boundary and everything over there, we're good. Thank God we don't have to run back and forth anymore. Plus, I also think we just completed a quest. Hooray for us. I guess each and every one of these quest lines involves summoning a chunk. We partially completed this one. We just need raw gold. That's leading me to believe that they want us to build more of these reality frames and then automate them, which was our goal originally, but I didn't think we would have to do it at such a large scale. Well, before we do that, we may as well see what the rest of them are. 1001. Here we go. What do we have this time? That was a structure. Wait a minute. There's carpet and there were planks. We'll just label that one house. This thing takes a minute to spawn, so I'm scrolling on my phone while waiting, and sometimes I forget to record. Yeah, that was a ruined portal. Free gold, though. Okay, so far we've gone through 8 of them. I think we're getting to the end. And by end, I mean end of the list, not the actual end, which we've already gotten. Seed 1000. Have we done Seed 1000? I feel like we have. That's probably the first one. This better be something crazy. Something good, something great, something grand. And it's the default one. Yeah, okay, we've come full circle. All right, our objective is clear. We have to make one of these for every single chunk that we can spawn. Well, maybe not for every chunk. We'll probably cut out some of the useless ones. For this project, we're gonna need a ton of reality alloy, which means we need a ton of terra steel, which means we need a ton of mana, which we've been getting by blowing up TNT and sending the power to the entropinium. So we need a ton of TNT as well. Up until now, we've been getting gunpowder by dipping flint in mana. Thankfully, there's a different way to get gunpowder. All we have to do is smash flint in a crusher. And to make the crusher, we're gonna need 4 new ingots. Raw osmium. Alright, so let's go ahead and cook this up. And now we have them. Osmium ingots. To make this crusher, we also need 2 of these. What are they called? Basic control circuits. Using our crafting terminal, let's go ahead and make a redstone furnace. And now, using our brand new ingot, we can make a metallurgic infuser. Who is coming up with these names? Ooh, we are out of space here. Guess we have to improvise. Bam! Perfect. That's an interesting UI. So to make a basic control circuit, we need redstone. Plus, we need a pulsating alloy ingot, which can be obtained by combining osmium with that ender dust we have. Of course, inside of another machine. To craft it, we need another new metal. This may look like steel, but it's not. This is dark steel, a combination of steel, powdered obsidian, and shadow steel. This is going to require that we explore a new branch. The first step is not relevant, but we have to clear it to get to the second step. So once again, let's bake a cake. Thankfully, this part won't be nearly as grueling as it usually is. All we have to do is collect this netherrack. We'll go ahead and grind these blocks up. This gives you something new. Cinder flour. All we have to do is add some sugar, and once the items are combined, we get a blaze cake base. All we have to do now is add some lava. Simple as that. We have a blaze cake. But this isn't for us. No, this is for our hardworking blaze burner. Usually when it comes to blaze cakes, I don't give these out for free, but because this one's such a hard worker, plus, for the sake of demonstration, I'm going to feed one to him. Simple as just clicking him with the cake, and as you can see, he is blue, because he is supercharged, and this is the hottest you can get your blaze to be. At least as far as I'm aware. Yes, they love their blaze cakes, almost as much as we love completing tasks. Our reward? A little cake of our own. But we don't have time to enjoy sweets. That's because it's time to do a little dark magic. We'll start by making a shadow gem block, which requires that we use the godforsaken crucible. According to this list, we have just about everything except one thing. Essence of Death, which calls for some pretty standard stuff, except a heart. A zombie heart. And that is no ordinary looking zombie. This is a zombie brute, and to summon him we need 2 of these gems and a couple of rotten flesh. Thankfully we have a nice stockpile of the stuff, compliments of the skulk zombies that we dealt with. Here goes nothing. Mr. Cow, for your own safety you'll probably want to back up. We don't know what this thing is gonna do. Oh, is that all? That's not that bad. And there they are. Disgusting but entirely helpful zombie hearts. So we'll just keep farming these until we have enough. 48 zombie hearts. We better have enough of these zombie hearts, because they took forever to get. Now we gotta take the hearts, combine them with rotten flesh, bone meal, and charcoal. Truth be told, I've never been a fan of this crucible mechanic. It's just obnoxious. Zombie heart, rotten flesh, bone meal, stir twice, and then charcoal. Right? And we did something wrong, I think. Oh, it's gotta be 2 bone meal. That's so stupid. 2 bone meal, stirred twice, and then charcoal. Look at that. We got it. Alright, we got 56 Essence of Death. All we have to do now is combine them with other ingredients to make our shadow gem. Okay, that is a convoluted recipe, but we can do it. So, let's see if I remember. Charcoal, void crystal, death, stir. 2 of these, death, stir. Come on. First try, let's go! We have a shadow gem, which we can combine to make a shadow gem block. Perfect. Aw, they're beautiful. Have you ever seen a prettier block in Minecraft? The next task is to make this item chromatic compound. And for that we need a dye base, more flux dust, and some green stuff that's actually liquid XP, which we can obtain from a disenchanter. So to make the disenchanter, we have to make a copper casing, and then we right-click it with sandpaper. Now we have a disenchanter. This block looks almost identical to another one. I'm talking about the item drain. So let's go ahead and incorporate this into a brand new setup we're about to make. Well, not new. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and place this drain right here. Swap this depot out for a basin. Looks like the little blaze burner's off of his cake high, so we'll take him too. And put him down here. So to make the compound, we have to get the liquid XP into the basin. Now how do we actually get liquid XP in here? Well, in this case, we're going to keep it simple. I have 16 levels, and all I have to do is stand on it. And like that, we have liquid experience in the easiest way possible, and it only amounts to 381 millibuckets. Wow. We're gonna need more XP, but not before making another new item. This one is called a dye base. Sawdust and clay. Thank God we saved our sawdust straight from the sawmill. We have stacks of this stuff, hopefully more than enough. We also have a nice little stockpile of clay, and when we combine the two together, we get dye base. We'll toss the dye base in there, and lastly some flux dust. When combined, we should get a brand new item, but nothing's happening. That's because we have to feed our blaze a cake. Poor guy must be starving. And with that, we are making a brand new material. This is known as chromatic compound. It is a beautiful material. And when we take the compound and click it against a shadow gem block, we get a wraith. And a wraith heart. Wait, is that supposed to be rare? Oh yeah, we also get shadow steel. So like, oh my god! What is that effect on my health bar? Chilled. What do we do with a wraith heart? Oh, look at that. We use it to make an eye. The undead eye. This thing had a 5% chance of dropping. I think we just got stupidly lucky getting that first try. Oh my god, that was meant to be. Okay, I guess we're just gonna keep summoning these things until we have enough of the shadow steel. And if you're playing this mod pack, remember, you only need to make one of these blocks. I don't know why I made two. I thought I was gonna need more. You only need one. Okay, we have 36 shadow steel, plus with our new experience, we are back up to 14 levels, which means if we wanted to, we can make more of this stuff. And the reward for completing the quest, 10 bottles of XP. Look at that. Now that we have shadow steel, we have to move on. It's time to put it to use. We'll do this by crafting a void chassis, which we can make with our new shadow steel by combining it with regular steel and powdered obsidian. Thank God we have a little steel stash over here. Thanks to this, we have 38 obsidian just to play around with. I don't think we've ever crushed obsidian before. Thankfully, there's a 75% chance that we can get the block back. We got 38 dust and 27 blocks back. Let's combine these three. And to those of you who are watching on the TV or with headphones, turn your volume down. This machine is stupidly loud. Don't say I didn't warn you. As you can see, we are producing an item that looks almost exactly the same as steel. 36 dark steel ingots, which we're gonna use to make a void chassis. But before we can do that, we gotta make this purple stuff, which calls for an ender pearl. Thanks to this machine, getting ender pearls won't be a problem. We have a ton of this end stone, and like before, we're gonna grind it up. The result is this ender dust. This dust, we gotta melt it down. Let's make a magma crucible. This block is just the machine we need to melt down our dust. Plug it in, let it power up. All we have to do is place the dust inside and the magma crucible will do its thing. The result is a shimmering liquid known as resonant ender. I think that's plenty. Let's go ahead and scoop up a bucket of the stuff, pour it into the blast chiller, and when we add the ball cast, we have ourselves the famous ender pearl. Alright, so with these 16 ender pearls, we're going to combine them in the crucible with enchanted ash, and this gives you calx of the end. This is a very special purple powder. With the powder out of the way, there's one more thing we gotta make. Yeah, these crafting recipes are getting more and more elaborate. We gotta make an infinity rod, a combination of 2 confusing powder, 1 calx, and grains of infinity, which we can get by burning bedrock, but there is a simpler method. Well, I really shouldn't call it simple, I just don't feel like going out and looking for bedrock. All we have to do is place some obsidian, hold flint in our offhand, cobble deep slate in our main hand, and shift right click. And with that, we get as many grains of infinity as we have cobbled deep slate. I think this is plenty for now. We'll throw in the calc right here, and the grains of infinity here. And now all the powers are combining together to convert this simple stick into one infinity rod. It's a very dull looking stick, nothing special about it. Now one thing I just realized is that we don't have to make multiple of these with this setup right here. I'm just wasting resources. It turns out that with the infinity rod, you can actually dupe it. And it's so simple to do. All we have to do is take the rod, throw it onto a saw, and with that, our infinity rod has multiplied. I mean, it should have been obvious given the name, but unless you check, something like this wouldn't occur to you. Thank God this was a thing, because making it over there with the empowers, that was going to be expensive. It's finally time. Let's craft a void chassis. Well, here it is. A very expensive, very ugly looking block. All of this effort just for this thing. But it sure does have its uses, and that alone is worth celebrating. Now that we have the void chassis, we can finally craft an alloy smelter. Plus, we can make a sag mill. Finally, we have an alloy smelter. Oh, this took so long to get. and it's not accepting power because we have to make a capacitor. A simple crafting recipe, and with this little chip, we'll bring our alloy smelter to life. Power's flowing in slow but steady while we're waiting for this to fully charge. Let's make a sag mill. Everything's finally coming together. Alright, we'll put our sag mill down here. It's probably gonna need a capacitor as well. Let's just plug this in there, and now power's flowing in too. Looks like the alloy smelter's done, and now that both of these tools are complete, we can finally make our basic control circuit, which required that we combine osmium with ender dust. I really hope this isn't one of those machines that takes forever to process. Alright, we got 17 ingots worth of this stuff. This is a pretty big deal, and now that we have it, we can finally use our new infuser. We'll dump some redstone in here. You can see that the amount of liquid redstone is climbing. Then we'll put the alloy in the slot, and slowly it's being infused with redstone. We're granted this, a brand new chip. With this control circuit, we'll be able to craft tons of new machines. Oh, it's beautiful. And because we have this, we can finally make our new machine, the crusher, which will convert flint into gunpowder. Well, almost. First, we have to make a steel casing, and for that, we gotta craft AI. And to craft AI, well, it's all the way down there. We have a lot of work to do. Well, if we can't make the crusher, we'll have to start with something else. An enrichment chamber. The next step to making our AI. Wow, they really went above and beyond the machines here. We are running out of space again. Okay, what does this thing even do? Well, by the looks of it, this thing has a few crafting recipes, one of which yields extra osmium. We're gonna put this to the test. I have some raw osmium right here. For every 3, we get an extra one. I guess that's a nice way to get the most out of your resources. Moderate summoning. According to this book, there are 3 tiers of summoning. We've summoned from the basic tier, the mid tier, but now it's time to go bigger. So we have to make moderate soul gems. And to do that, we'll need a necrotic focus. Once we have that, we have to apply the items down here, and then take some damage. 1.5 hearts worth of damage. That should be enough to craft the soul gem. A little sketchy for my taste, but what are you gonna do? Let's make this focus. Now, where exactly does this go? Oh, that is a scary looking block. It's a skull with its hands reaching out. So we have the pedestal here. I'm assuming that these are hands, and then the focus is right there. I can tell because it looks identical to that thing. So we'll put the focus there, and then the hands like that. Ooh, that looks creepy. We need 2 soul shards and enriched carbon and enriched gold. Well, that would explain why we needed the enrichment chamber. Now, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume that the enriched carbon is just charcoal. And it would seem my hunch is correct. Okay, we have the enriched carbon. Why can't we enrich gold? Oh, it's gotta be gold dust. Thankfully, the sag mill has us covered. Finally putting this machine to good use. Take the dust, put it in the enrichment chamber, and now that we have the gold, the last ingredient we're missing is this potion. A simple potion of poison. Let's make a brewing stand. I guess we'll place it here. Okay, let's make a potion. Potion of poison, which this one requires a spider eye, which means we have to fight these cave spiders. Now, to be honest, I'm not really crazy about the idea of having to go out there to find more spiders to get spider eyes. Thanks to the data chip, we can summon a chunk that will have spider eyes. Hopefully it'll have more than enough. That is a lot of loot. And there they are. Spider eyes. So we have 4 spider eyes. That should be enough to get us started. Alright, let's make a potion. I haven't brewed a potion in a very long time. Alright, we got what we needed. 3 potions of poison. Let's see how we're gonna put this together. So this is gonna go here, gold there, carbon over here, and then these little soul gems at the ends, and finally, the lesser soul gem on the brazier. Fingers crossed this works. We have an animation, so I think we're on the right track. Ooh, that's different. There's a rune up there now. Ow, what the? Took damage. So we have the crystal. Oh, we have to sacrifice 1.5 hearts. I forgot about that part. Okay, well, I guess we rinse and repeat this process. So we have 2 moderate soul gems, which means the first section of Chapter 5 is complete. Let's move on to Section 2. The reward for making the soul gems, 2 more soul gems. As it stands, we have a really big opportunity. We have almost everything we need to make an undead eye. All we need is a potion of undeath. And making it is as simple as dropping essence of death into a brewing stand, letting it bubble, and it's just that easy. We have 3 potions of death, or undeath. If you take a look at my hotbar, you'll see that we have everything we need to make the eye. At least every ingredient. We're a couple stone hands short. 1, 2. Here they are. The biggest magic setup we've had yet. Soul Shard, Lesser Soul Gem, Moderate Soul Gem, Potion of Undeath, Shadow Gem, Wraith Heart, and of course, Essence of Death. All we have to do now is burn a fermented spider eye. Alright, let's collect one of the easiest eyes that we've gotten in this mod pack so far. I am so close to dying. That was way more than 5 hearts. Well, at least we have the eye. We'll add that to our item frame, and now we have 4 eyes. The next quest just so happens to involve crafting another eye, the Wither Eye. Based off of the name, you can probably guess how we get that one. We gotta kill the Wither, which means we gotta summon a Wither skeleton to get the skulls. Another reason we needed the moderate soul gems. Okay, here we go. These soul gems, some coal, and a sword. And in the middle, a piece of charcoal. I hope the skeleton's easy to kill. I mean, usually wither skeletons, I have a hard time defeating them, the way they rush at me. Alright, here we go. Let's get the drop on him. Oh, he doesn't have a sword. And he can't jump over blocks. And he dropped a skull! First try? Look at that. Whoa. I did not know this was a thing. Oh, they always drop their skull. 3 wither skulls. You know what that means. We got some soul sand in here. Let's go ahead and take that. Now, when it comes to defeating the Wither, I have a very simple but effective plan. Some may consider it dishonorable. I consider it the most sane thing to do, given the circumstances of how much closer we are to escaping. We're gonna cheese this thing. It's just like the trick in the end when you spawn the Wither under the return portal. He's gonna spawn, his head's gonna get stuck in the ceiling, and then we'll just let the blocks take care of the rest. We can even chip him with our musket. Hopefully, it doesn't push him out of the block boundary, and, well, he ends up killing us. Let's do this. Alright, there he is. Please work. Please work! Oh, that took damage. Okay, so far so good. His health is ticking downwards. Do I run the risk of shooting him with a musket? I'm afraid he's gonna phase through the ceiling and attack us. Fine, I'll do it. Okay, he didn't move. He took a lot of damage. Oh, I think we're safe, actually. His back is to the wall, so he can't move. I think this is the only time these indestructible backrooms walls have benefited us. Now, worst case scenario, when he dies, he drops the items, but he drops them above the ceiling and not down here. That's gonna be terrible if he does that. Alright, drop your item the normal way. Alright, let's see. There they are. We got them. Yes! We have the Nether Star and the Wither Eyes. 2 Wither Eyes. Huh. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Everything has 2 eyes. Well, most things have 2 eyes. Let's go ahead and add one of these to our board. Haha, it's filling in nicely. Look at that. All we need now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 eyes. So not halfway's there, but almost. With the extra Wither Eye, we can get Unbreaking 1 through 3? How does that work? Looks like we have some rewards to collect. Oh my god. No way. A Wither plushie? And 3 little Wither buddies! Plushie mountain grows every day. Not only do we have 2 eyes, we also have the opportunity to gain an additional 2 more. But for that, we have to make an ensouled chassis. And this is going to require that we craft a new material, Solarium ingots. Now, when it comes to getting Solarium, it's a lot simpler than you'd think. All we have to do is combine gold with soul sand in an alloy smelter. We got 14 of these ingots. Next, we gotta crush a couple of them. This converts them into Solarium dust. We have almost everything except that emerald-looking item. That's an empowered emeradic crystal. We're gonna have to take a basic emerald, and well, you know how this goes. We're going to empower it with the atomic reconstructor. That gives us this premium-looking emeradic crystal. But the crystal's journey is not done yet. We gotta empower this thing with a lot of green. Thankfully, we have almost everything on hand, so we're good in that regard. I think I just threw the slime ball I was gonna use. crystal in the middle, and then I don't think the order matters for the rest. Sapling, grass, green dye. And it's not working. What did I do wrong? Oh, I have to make this dye. I forgot. Oops. There we go. Got a nice green Gatorade-colored beam and an empowered emeradic crystal. Let's make our new block. Alright, so we have what will act as the frame for many more new machines. Let's tackle the first one. This is the good old slice and splice. A simple crafting recipe, aside from the fact that we have to use a head in it. We'll just use this husk head that we got in the last video. Let's craft this block. The slice and splice, which is going to be put right above our good old enrichment chamber. And it also needs a capacitor. And now that we have this, we can work on the next machine, the soul binder. Now to make a soul binder, we need a brand new object. A Z-Logic controller, which can only be made in the slice and splice. Calls for a zombie head, some tools, and other resources. Summoning a zombie isn't that expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, charcoal in the middle, fire on top, you know how this goes. Should probably get a cleaver. Okay, fingers crossed we get this the first try. Oh, thank God we got it. Alright, so we plug in the zombie head here, some silicone down there, 2 solarium ingots, redstone, and then an iron axe, plus some shears. This machine is active. Where is the item? Oh no, it's doing the thing. Nice. Now, I'm not really sure what this is supposed to be. Is this like a microchip with a zombie embedded in it? It's called a logic controller. No idea. We're gonna have to make more solarium, so I replaced our campfire with some soul sand. Light it on fire, and now we have a soul fire blowing, well, soul flames onto the depot. Just what we need to convert this regular sand into soul sand. It's gonna take a minute, but once it's done, we'll have plenty of soul sand to make more of those ingots. There we go. They're ready. Now we wait. I really don't feel like doing alchemy to get gold, so I'm going to take these pieces of horse armor. I have quite a few of them. Ooh, plus 12 gold ingots. When you have horse armor, all you have to do is grind them up. There is a small chance you will get some gold ingots back. Alright, so the next step is to come to the alloy smelter. We're going to place some nether quartz in there. That stuff is going to be melted down to make a new block. This is fused quartz. We're going to take this glass and combine it with a solarium ingot to make something called a soul vial. We'll be making more of these, but for now, let's craft our new block. We're making a soul binder. Let's go ahead and plug this in with the other soul machines. Wow, the soul binder and the slice and splice, they are the exact same texture. Has anyone noticed this before? Was this intentional? It's the same block. So we have a soul binder, which means we can make 2 of the eyes, plus a little robot. Let's go ahead and start with the rogue eye. We need an eye of ender with the, what is that? The soul of an enderman. How are we supposed to get the soul of an enderman with this? Let's start by summoning an enderman. 2 soul gems, some endstone, and ender powder. 1 endstone, 2 of these gems, and 1 ender dust. Let's burn some charcoal. And now we have an enderman. We're just not going to look at him in the eyes for obvious reasons. Craft 1 soul vial, and all we have to do is right-click him. Oh, I don't know we were actually going to consume the whole thing. Okay. All we gotta do is craft an Eye of Ender. One thing you'll notice about the Soul Binder, when we look at the UI, you'll see what resembles an experience bar. Well, to make the rogue eye, we need 6 levels. Still got some XP in there. Let's see if we can pump it out. And it doesn't seem to be working. That's a shame. Oh no, it did! Look! 51 millibuckets. I think we can definitely get more if we stand on this. Time to say goodbye to our 21 levels. Alright, so my experience bar is dropping, but it went up in the fluid tank, so that's good. All we have to do is pump it in. And... what just happened? This is empty. What happened to my levels? Don't tell me it's in the fluid duct. I want my XP back. Thank God it was stuck in the pipe. Okay, so it's back in the tank. Good. So we need 6 levels, and our XP is stuck in here. Luckily for us, to get the XP back, I'm pretty sure the solution is simple. All we have to do is place this here, pump the XP into the spout. We got some bottles. Fingers crossed this works. Thank God it does. We are making bottles of XP. We're gonna need at least 6 levels. Wonder how many bottles that's gonna take. I think that's plenty. Did we have to pump the XP in? Oh my god, this is so agitating. Okay, we did. Sometimes this modpack has my head spinning. Yeah, okay, there's the input right there. XP is still not flowing in. What gives? This isn't working. So let's try to make an Ender IO tank instead, as the soul binder is an Ender IO block. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, so the liquid XP is in the fluid tank, the Ender IO tank. Barely see it there. And we can configure this to output from the bottom. There it is, there's the push. Soul binder underneath, we'll configure it to pull from the top. Why does this have to be so complicated? I finally figured it out. After a lot of trial and error, there's only one way, as far as I'm aware, on how to get XP into this soul binder. It's called an experience rod. And to make it, of course, we have to do a bunch of stuff, like collect oxygen, and of course, destabilized redstone. Destabilized redstone is a little easier. All we have to do is use the magma crucible, place some redstone dust in there, and basically, destabilized redstone is just, well, liquid redstone. We'll go ahead and let this melt for a bit. Now on to the matter of getting oxygen. Now, I'm no scientist, but of the little that I remember from science class, I do know that water is a combination of oxygen and hydrogen. All we have to do is separate the two. To do that, we need a machine called an electrolytic separator. Once we have that, we can pour water into the machine and it will separate the two. One section for hydrogen and the other for oxygen. This thing is made of a couple new parts, one of which is a steel casing. Thankfully, this just so happens to line up with some other quests we have to do, like making our AI. We'll start by making a new material, a combination of endstone, obsidian, and dark steel. The result is a brand new ingot called endsteel. We got 6 ingots worth of this stuff. The next step is to grab these pumpkin seeds. We only need 1, and we'll grow it in the garden cloche. We'll give that pumpkin a minute to grow. While that's growing, we're gonna take this nether quartz, place it on the cobblestone, and give it a good zap with our atomic reconstructor. This is gonna give us prismarine. Comes at the cost of a lot of energy, but it's essential. We're gonna take some of this prismarine, not all of it, and bring it to the sag mill. There we'll grind it up, and the result is just what you'd expect. It becomes prismarine crystals. We're gonna head on over to the slice and splice, add a basic capacitor along with all of these ingredients here. This gives us a guardian diode. This took a minute to make, so I'm pretty sure we have a pumpkin to collect now. Ah yes, 19 pumpkins. We're making snowballs in the blast chiller. Then we're converting them into blocks. And if you've played this game before, you know where this is going. We got a new buddy, a snow golem. This guy's gonna spread snow everywhere, so we gotta be fast. We're making another soul vial, and with it we'll trap the snow golem's soul. Sorry about this. Now we have to get some ice, and I know that it seems like the scavenger hunt is going nowhere, but trust me, it's going somewhere. We're gonna pour it into the blast chiller again. We got our ice cube. Now we're gonna go to the soul binder, we're gonna add our ice cube, plus our vial filled with the snow golem soul, and as you can see, they are crafting into a new item. Thankfully, this recipe requires 0 XP, so in this instance, this thing is actually working. This gives us something new. It's called a Blizz Cube, which means we can finally craft our AI. 4 end alloy, 1 guardian diode, 2 of these basic control circuits, a Blizz Cube, and a basic TV. Now that we have this, we've just slashed another one of our quests out of the way, which means we can make our next block. Let's put together a steel casing. Probably one of the most expensive blocks we've ever made. And now it's ours. We're so close to the end. And now that we finally have this block, we can make the next machine, our oxygen maker. And in case you're wondering where my XP went, no, I didn't die. I accidentally stood on this thing and it's all in there. Well, as great as these are, it sure takes a while to make more. Alright, we got a nice little decent start with our steel casings here. I think it's time we finally come full circle. The reason we wanted this block to begin with. Let's make a crusher. And now that we have this, we'll give it some power, feed it some flint, and now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, flint is now gunpowder. Look at that cool animation. Oh, I love it. We got plenty of flint here. 32 blocks of it. I had to downsize this photo because I had to place this hopper here. It's gonna feed the machine all the flint we need to make gunpowder. And then once we have plenty of gunpowder, we can resume crafting TNT, which will in turn allow us to resume making more mana. While we wait for that, let's make some oxygen. Let's make some electrolytic cores, and an electrolytic separator. I'm beginning to find it more difficult every time we craft a new machine to actually pronounce its name. I'm telling you, we went from stuff like crushing wheel to pulverizer, then photogenic insulator. aqueous accumulator, metallurgic infuser, and now electrolytic separator? Swear I'm losing my mind. Okay, we are out of space here. We need to find more. Let's do it. There goes my light. Alright, so from what I understand about this machine, all we have to do is pour water in here, and it'll do the rest. So if that's the case, this should be relatively simple. It was just that simple. Our water level's dropping, hydrogen's climbing, but the one we want, oxygen, it's climbing as well. So as long as we keep this thing filled, we should have plenty of oxygen. We got this liquid hydrogen. Let's get that out of there. And I can't scoop it out with a bucket. Thankfully, there are other means of extracting elements. This is a basic chemical tank, and it should do just the job so that we can extract the stuff from this separator. We'll put this right here, and that completely drained the hydrogen like in a second. Wow. Guess that's how we'll transport the oxygen as well. As you can see, we are good with the oxygen. Let's go ahead and grab some glowstone. We're finally gonna put this to use. We got a stack of this stuff. We're gonna take it to the magma crucible. So you can see it's full of destabilized redstone. Go ahead and scoop that out. We'll go ahead and store the destabilized redstone in here for now. Put in about, well, I don't even know. I'm gonna go with 10 glowstone dust. Now we just let that melt for a bit. For some reason, the glowstone is upside down. See how it's at the top and not at the bottom? I wonder if that has to do with the fact that glowstone grows on the nether ceiling instead of sprouting out of the ground. Alright, we got plenty of glowstone. Scoop that up. And look at that, even the bucket is upside down. All we have to do now is craft the machine that will bring it all together. A pressurized reaction chamber. To make that thing, the first thing we gotta do is summon a frog. So to summon a frog, we need 2 of those gems, some slime, and mud. We have just about everything except the mud, which we can make by pouring some water into a basin and then throwing the dirt in there. Combining dirt and water to make mud? Who would have guessed? We got the quest for frog spawn. Nice. Let's just take the items and combine them here at the altar. And hopefully, if all goes well, we'll have ourselves a little frog. A real one this time. Not that my pals over here are worth less. There he is, Mr. Frog. Not to be confused with that other Mr. Frog, the evil one from that one show. And as a reward for making him, you already know where this is going. Honestly, I'm gonna swap places with the wither plushie and the frog plushie. Let's just put the wither here, and then the frog plushie can go there. Perfect. Looks kinda hungry. We should probably feed him. Why don't we go ahead and make him some food? Personally, I'm not a fan of spicy food, but I hear our frog friend is. We want to add a little kick to his meal, so let's start with this. Hello, my friends. I need something from you. Well, that didn't work. It was supposed to drop a blaze head. Reason being that when you melt them down, you get blaze blood. But there is another way to get the blood. This is gonna be a little janky, but I think this should work. All we gotta do is summon one blaze, and once he spawns, we'll push him in here, and then he'll get melted down. Here's hoping this works. And we gotta be fast about this. I mean, like, lightning fast. Like, fall in there. Get down! Get into the thing! It didn't work. Okay. Don't you dare burn my stuff down. Okay, that failed. Let's try again. This time, we'll build this higher. That way, he can't fly out. I think this should be high enough. Here we go. Oh, I hope he doesn't suffocate. Uh-oh. Oh, I knew it! Shoot. Okay, that failed too. Guess we have to build this 1 block higher. Get in there! Oof! Perfect. Oh, look at the blaze blood! It's at the top! Don't you dare escape. There we go. Perfect. And we have 180 blaze blood. Alright, so we got our frog's little meal right here. Let's add some hot sauce to it. And now it's gonna cool down into a magma block, which we're gonna melt down again. Guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but while that's melting down, I decided to look for the frog, and I can't find him. I don't know where he went. He's trapped in this pit, so there's only so many places he could go, but seriously, he's just like, gone. Don't tell me he got shredded in here. I don't want to say it, but I will. He either despawned or died. Okay, well, that guy was super expensive to make, as was his new brother. This time, we're not gonna lose him. Get in the cage. You just, you hang out in there for a while. We melted the magma block down and got a magma bucket. And now that we have the magma bucket, all we have to do is pour it on the ground, and we get a little magma cube, which you are going to eat. Eat the magma cube, come on. There we go, and he pooped a little frog light. Perfect! Back in your cage. So we have an ogre frog light, another quest we had to accomplish, and the reward for that, you guessed it, a magma cube plushie. Now for the reason we wanted these frog lights. They can be converted into a new item. This component is essential for crafting more machines, but to make it we need an infused alloy, which is a combination of a frog light with some oxygen and flint. This thing is used in tons of crafting recipes, and summoning blazes to make more is just way too inefficient. Thankfully, I just discovered another way. We can make magma cream by combining slime with sulfur. So we gotta make more sulfur, and I kinda hate myself because we had a sulfur machine right there, which I demolished because I thought we wouldn't need it anymore. So now, we gotta go back to making sulfur the old-fashioned way. I accidentally threw something in there. What did I just throw in there? I had to go back and look at the playback. I just threw my guidebook in there. Uh-oh. It's okay, I think we can actually go back and get another one. Thank God. Let's combine the slime with the sulfur to make the magma cream, and we'll make magma blocks, melt them down, and then we feed the frog. Come on, eat, eat, eat! We got frog lights, which means we can make the advanced control circuits, but first, we gotta craft the machine to do it. Let's make a purification chamber. Alright, that obstacle is out of the way. Wasn't that bad either. Place that there, and then I think we'll just add the frog lights like so. Add the flint. Oh, the flint makes oxygen. Wait a minute. Is that how it works? Oh, so we have to keep this thing packed with oxygen. Got it. I got a second chemical tank here. This, we should be able to extract all of the oxygen. Got over 2,000 buckets worth of the stuff. Hopefully this should be more than enough. Oxygen levels are dropping quickly, but I think this is enough to process all of the frog lights. We have infused alloys. Let's go ahead and add this here. Let's go ahead and add some enriched gold for fuel. And now the alloy is being processed. This gives us one advanced circuit. Now we have 4 of this item. We are officially beyond the halfway point for the final chapter. What you see before you is the final push towards our escape from the Backrooms. Let's make it count. We gotta craft a pressurized reaction chamber. We'll start by making some dynamic tanks, and now all we have to do is craft it. Oh, it was a journey to get this one. So much work. Let's swap out the pyrolyzer. We're not really using that for anything right now, and we have our new block plugged in, which means we can finally craft that item, the experience rod. Let's start by extracting this oxygen. Now let's see how we can actually get this oxygen inside. Oh, that worked. Oxygen's inside. Now we have to add the energized glowstone. I think that may be trickier. Unless, what if we try this? Maybe we can do it with a basic pipe. Hopefully this isn't just wishful thinking and it actually works. Alright, so that's connected to the reaction chamber. Let's place our tank right here. And it's not transferring yet. Let's set this to input. Nothing. Still nothing. Okay. Once again, we hit a wall trying to figure out how to get the resource in the machine. I love it. What if I just try this? Okay. After some trial and error in a separate creative world, I have the solution, and it's a lot simpler than you'd think. We're gonna revert to using Old Faithful. I'm talking about the good old fluid duct. Attachment servo. It is inside the reaction chamber. Now we're gonna take a gold ingot, dump it in there, and that should give us our new resource. A refined glowstone ingot. Why don't we go for 2? Perfect. We'll take our destabilized redstone, pour it into the basic fluid tank. It's inside the pressure chamber, and once again, we'll refine this glowstone even further. This is gonna give us that one ingot that we needed, energetic alloy. And now that we have this alloy, we'll put it in the middle, combine it with some solarium, and with that, we finally have our experience rods. Alright, so here's what we have to do. We'll take the experience rod, approach the soul binder. As you can see, there are 0 levels of XP in here. And with a single shift click, our XP went inside. We have 1,640 millibuckets. That converts to 6 levels, I'm pretty sure. We got our Eye of Ender. I'll grab the Soul of the Enderman. 1, 2, and now, yes, it's working. We are in business. There it is. We have the Rogue Eye. The 6th eye in our collection. We are officially halfway there to escaping the Backrooms. But we can still make one more. The Cold Eye. And to do that, we have to get a snowball, 250 blizz cubes, place them on one snowball, and that gives you the cold eye. let's keep it simple. Let's start by getting 250 ice cubes. Oh my god, this is gonna look so bad. Place the blast chiller there. Connect it with some fluid ducts. The aqueous accumulator, this is gonna pump water to the machine. Set it to input mode. Now the pipe is connected. And finally, we'll attach our servo to extract the water and fill our machine. With that, we have ice cubes being made. You know what? Let's make a second blast chiller. 2 is always better than 1. Now we can make snow blocks. Remember, we have to get snow golems to make the bliss cubes. To make the ultimate snow block generator, we're gonna have to combine nickel and copper. Add some fuel to the blaze burner, and the 2 will get combined. The result is a new metal called constantan. Alright, we're rebuilding the alloy kiln yet again. We'll throw in some nickel, add a little bit of iron, fuel it up. We got Invar. Why do we need Constantan and Invar? That's because we have to flatten them down into plates. We only needed 2 of each to make something called a packing die. But first we gotta make a little room. We'll just extend this out, as terrible as it looks. Okay, bear with me. So, we have our blast chiller right there. It's being supplied with water from this fluid duct. I've added a funnel. Let's see if it works. And it works. It's spitting out the ice, which means it should spit out snowballs. Set that to snowball, and yep, snowballs are coming out. We'll put a chute here, our multi-servo press right there, and the snowballs are accumulating at the top. Perfect! I think we just automated snow blocks. It's a rough looking setup, but as long as we got the snowballs coming out and being converted into snow blocks with the multi-servo press, I think that puts us in a good spot. Let's place a drawer here. Hopefully it will input the items into the drawer. It doesn't, huh? Alright, what if we put this here and we just do an extractor? There we go, that works. Nice. So, in no time we will have plenty of ice, plenty of snow, and oh my god, I almost forgot. For this to work... Oh, no, we do have plenty of pumpkins too. More than enough, actually. In short, we will soon have 250 snow golem, which means we gotta wait to have 500 of these snow blocks. It's gonna be a while. Okay, so while we're waiting for this, let's finally address our TNT situation. As you can see, the crusher is still converting lots of flint into gunpowder. So far, we've only been able to accumulate 232, which is okay. But as you can see, we are running out of flint quickly. So, our goal is to connect this entire setup right here to a flint making device. That way, this thing will always be supplied and never stop making gunpowder. The solution is very, very simple. All we have to do is place this crusher right here. In the back of the machine, it's going to take flint. Let's give this a little test. Got some flint right here, and perfect, it's inside. Actually, I wonder, let me try something else. Millstone right here, gearbox there, our large cogwheel to power the millstone, a funnel, an exit funnel, only flint will come out. Put the crusher right here, put a funnel in the back, set it as flint, that way only flint goes inside, a chest right there, hopper so that the gunpowder enters the chest, and of course we have to give it power. There we go. Let's see if this works. I got some gravel right here. Hopefully we'll get some gunpowder in this chest if all goes well. I'll take that as a good sign. The next thing we have to do for our TNT factory is make some brass casings. Then we'll take our crafting table and apply them to the casings to make the mechanical crafters. We're going to set up a 3x3 grid, one that resembles a crafting table. I think these deployers have served their purpose. Shame we had to set them aside, but we have to make room for our crafters. We'll place this cogwheel right here, and then I'll add a shaft to connect it to the belt. As you can see, this thing is alive and well. We're going to take this cobblestone source and split it off in a different direction. One direction will enter and become gravel, which in turn will become flint. And then on this side, we want the extra cobblestone to be converted into sand. To make this work, we have to craft a new create block. This one is called a brass tunnel, and it serves many utilities. So we're going to use this to split off the items. We'll have 2 belts side by side. We'll place the brass funnel here, and we'll do a force split. So the gravel's going to come out through here, and we want to convert this into sand. So I will add another set of crushing wheels, just like that. They'll enter the back of this chest. And then finally, the sand will come out from the front onto this depot. And I think we'll do the same for this side. A depot here, and then we'll break this hopper. Perfect. Okay, I think we are ready aside from one more machine. We gotta make mechanical arms. Mechanical arms do exactly what you'd think they'd do. They grab things, and they place them in other spots. In this case, we want our mechanical arms to grab our sand and place it in the tiles of the mechanical crafter. Same thing with the gunpowder. We take some brass casings, apply some wooden hands, and with that, we have our mechanical arms. You'll notice that it says they don't have a target. Well, that's very true. You have to assign these arms to where they're going to grab and place. So in this case, this one will grab from this depot, blue means take, and then it's going to place here, 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 and here. Yellow means place. I guess I'll just place it here, I guess. Same thing for this one. It'll grab from here, the gunpowder, and place here, 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 and there. Perfect. Just like so. Here we go, it's ready to go. And then for this one, we'll connect the belt here, and then finally, there. We're in business, folks. We are in business. All that's left to do is release the cobblestone. Let's try it with one stack. Cobblestone goes in, and it should be split. I'm talking about the gravel. 32 on this belt, 32 on that belt. Assuming we did everything right. How much is this? 32. Perfect. This should get ground into sand. Is this placing gravel? It's placing gunpowder already. This one is placing sand. I think we're set. And we have TNT. We just automated TNT. Finally! If only we could make this a little faster, but what are you gonna do? Well, there is something we could do. We could always make a speed upgrade. Let's see if this works. We got the speed upgrade. All we have to do is apply it to the crusher. Where do we apply it? Oh, right there. Perfect. And that doesn't seem to be processing any faster. Well, let's make another one. I wonder if it'll take 2. It took the second one, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh no, it goes up to 8. So now we're making it at 3 times the speed. But the real slowpokes are these guys. I know for a fact we can be faster. Now that's more like it. We'll just go ahead and leave these items alone. Hopefully when we return, we have a nice stockpile of TNT. Oh, of course, we can't forget to release the cobblestone. This is, after all, the lifeblood of our TNT machine. With that complete, let's go ahead and check on our snow. 1,593 blocks and counting. Top of that, I've been passively collecting the ice. We're up to 278. We could have had way more, but I kept forgetting to collect the ice from the blast chiller. It seems like we're ready to make a bunch of snowmen. Now, we're all familiar with the process of building a snow golem. 2 snow blocks, a pumpkin, make sure it's sheared, and with that you have yourself a little snowman. The question is, how are we going to get this automated? This process of building and bringing to life. Then we have to collect their soul. Now, to do that, we're gonna have to take a little page out of our device over here. With these machines, we've mastered the art of breaking blocks. Now, it's time to go in a different direction. This is an auto placer, and based off of the name, it does exactly as implied. All we have to do is open up its inventory, place some blocks, and like that, it places them. Pretty crazy concept, huh? Let's collect some snow blocks, put down 3 of our auto placers, and this is just temporary, mind you. We're not going to have this set up here. Now, I want to be able to see the things when they spawn, so I'll set up some trapdoors right here. There we go. And from here, it's as simple as just placing the blocks inside of this machine, and then all we have to do is shear. Look at that. And I won't place them until the old one is dead. So I have my 5 soul vials here. Click, click. You get the idea. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move this soul binder over there, closer to our setups. Let's take the XP out. I think we'll have it up here. This will be a small setup, so it won't require too much space. You know, I thought part of the reason I came down here to this massive canyon was because I wanted to utilize all the space. Yet here I am, putting everything in this one little cluster. We'll place the soul binder right here. We'll put a brass funnel to eject the empty soul vials. Place the chute right there. And then we'll put our deployer here. We'll have our auto placers right in front of it. So this is set up. The snow golem will occupy the space right there. Let's put a gearbox here to activate the deployer. Now when it comes to transferring the empty vial back into the soul binder, there is a simpler option than having to set up, well, all of these belts and machines. It's a little more straightforward. All we have to do is craft this, an item conduit. First thing we have to do is craft a pressurized fluid conduit. Next, we'll head on over to the magma crucible, melt down some ender dust, just until you have a bucket's worth of the stuff. Scoop it up. We're going to move it over to the fluid encapsulator. And then this is where you'll take the tubes and dump them into the resonant ender. This gives you an item conduit. A very fancy looking pipe with some interesting animations going on. It doesn't require power, it doesn't require a pump, it does it all. All we gotta do is plug it in and connect it to the soul binder. There we go. We got our soul binder here. It's gonna spit out the empty soul vial through this funnel. We have the filter placed right there. The vial will go down the chute and enter the hands of the deployer. The deployer will grab the vial, click the snow golem, which is, well, blocks right now, extract the soul, and then the soul will be extracted from this deployer through this funnel. The vial will go down the chute into the chest, and now for the fun part. Our conduit blocks. The soul vial will be extracted from the chest, travel through the item conduit, and be placed inside the soul binder. As for the settings of the item conduits, make sure that you click them. So you can see there is a little UI. We're going to set this from extract to insert. And you'll know you have it right when you see that the arrow is pointing into the block where you want your item to go. And now we're going to run a little simulation to see how this goes. We got our snow, we have our pumpkins. Oh, and then one last thing. I don't know if this matters. I think it does matter. I'm going to set this block, this is the soul binder, and make sure that this side where the item conduit's connected, see that right there? It's going to be set to pull. That way the items will be accepted from this side of the block. And you can tell because there's usually the arrows indicating. You can't really see them because the conduit's in the way, but they're there. Okay, let's bring this to life. Bam! We have a snow golem. Vial goes in, soul collected, and I don't see anything in the deployer's hand, which means that this went out through this funnel, down the chute. Is it in the chest? It is in the chest. Why wasn't this extracted? We'll set this to active without signal, and it's inside. That's it. That's all there was to it. Active without signal. I'm gonna go ahead and take this now. Okay, last thing. We're gonna put a chute here because this thing always has to be supplied with ice. Ice is gonna enter from the top. That is the wrong box. Oops. Here is the ice box. Perfect. We'll put our snow drawer right here. And then I want to automate the shearing, so we're just going to rotate this. And we'll give it some shears. Perfect. And that is our automatic blizz cube setup. And now we gotta wait because we gotta make 250 of these things, and it's kinda slow, this machine. I don't think there are any speed upgrades for the soul binder. I was about to walk away, and then I noticed that there was a problem with the setup here. See how we have the snow golem set up, but no snow golem? Well, that's the problem. This only happens when the carved pumpkin is placed before the snow blocks. I just learned, and don't laugh at me for this, that the carved pumpkin has to be the last block placed for the snow golem to spawn. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna break this pumpkin head. See how the last block was the pumpkin? There's a slight delay, that being the time it takes for the vial to enter the hand and click the snow golem. Once the snow golem disappears, then these two snow blocks reappear again, but that's the problem. Because this was already placed, no snow golem is spawning. So there is one way we can probably solve this. We gotta craft another auto breaker. With this auto breaker, we should be able to break the pumpkins. That way we always have pumpkins being placed, causing snow golems to spawn. Now the only problem is that, as you can see, we are losing tons of pumpkins because this thing is breaking them and storing them in here. So how do we get them back into the auto placer? With another item conduit. This will act as a bridge between the breaker and the placer. And with this convoluted setup, I think we're done. Now we can rest at ease knowing that we're making snow golems, collecting their souls, and, well, making blizz cubes. So while the blizz cubes are being processed, we'll go ahead and leave the cold eye alone. Let's check on our TNT, see how much progress we've made on that front. That is a nice amount of TNT. Wow. I think we could have a lot more if we sped this up, but I think it's fine for now. So we have a few paths we can go down. We can make an osmium compressor or a matter condenser. Let's go for the matter condenser. Reason being, it's gonna unlock the next eye. So the goal is to make two items, the matter condenser and this new anomaly. This is a singularity. To do this, I'm gonna need some more infused alloy, but I'm all out of sulfur to make it, so let's try something new. Up to this point, we've been making sulfur the old-fashioned way. Water in the crucible, and then we threw charcoal and enchanted ash. Eventually, those two would combine, and we'd get one itsy-bitsy amount of sulfur dust. Terrible. Too time-consuming. I hate it. Thankfully, with the pressurized reaction chamber, this doesn't have to be the case. In this instance, we have oxygen. All we have to do is pump water into the machine. Perfect. And now, all we have to do is put in coke coal. It should be converting into sulfur right now. You'll notice that it's blocked. Reason being, oxygen is occupying this space, and we gotta get that out. How exactly do we do that? Well, there is a tool for the job. This is called a gauge dropper, and according to my Google research, it should be able to extract the oxygen. Well, that was simple. Perfect. And now we're making instant sulfur. Now that we have some sulfur being made, we can tap into our slime supply, heat up these spores, and in no time we'll have slime balls and then magma cream. Hey, you're supposed to eat these things. Go back. We have our infused alloy along with the advanced control circuit. The only thing we're missing is a head. I'm talking about an Enderman head to craft an Ender resonator. Well, that and this vibrant alloy. To make the vibrant alloy, it's pretty simple. All we gotta do is go to the alloy smelter, place an energetic alloy with an ender pearl. The two will combine, giving us one vibrant alloy. So now we just need to get an Enderman head. Well, it looks like we have everything we need to summon the Enderman. Now, since we're summoning an Enderman, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm gonna have to build myself an Enderman-proof shelter. End stone, ender dust, 2 soul gems, and some charcoal. We got our cleaver. Hopefully we can behead this Enderman on the first try. Here we go. Come here, you. Oh my gosh. First try, come on. First try, come on. Last hit. I got a good feeling. We got stuff. We got 2 Enderman heads. No way. The Ender IO variant and the Tinker's Construct variant. Ignore my goggles, they're in the way, but this is amazing. I'm almost tempted to do it again to see how rare that was, if it was rare at all. Let's check it out. Just want to make sure. Come here, you. He is not happy about what we did to his buddy. Huh. I guess it wasn't that rare. Whoa, what the? Look at that head placement. And it follows you. That's a little scary. I think I prefer this one. Okay, we're gonna head over to the Slice and Splice. Put the Enderman head here, 2 of the Solarium ingots there, Vibrant alloy in the middle, and then it'll be flanked by 2 silicon. There it is! We have 1 Ender Resonator, a spooky looking addition to all of the components we have. With it, we can finally craft our matter condenser. Alright, so what exactly does this thing do? Well, it condenses matter. In this case, we're going to use it to make a singularity. All we have to do is get one of these expensive chips. I'm talking about a 64K storage component. And to get one of these, we're going to have to work our way down the crafting recipes. I guess we'll start by making a ton of these 1K storage components. Now we'll craft the 4K component. Next, the 16K component. Finally, the 64K component. We have our matter condenser, we have our storage component. How do we work this? There's different modes. Condense into singularity. Oh, look at that. 2 out of 256,000. So every time I add items, the stored energy goes up. So we have to supply this with 256,000 items of anything. Well, what is something that we can just toss and burn quickly? I think I have an idea. We're gonna use something classic. We have a ton of these berries, and we can get multiple stacks at a time. All I have to do is place a funnel right here, and now that worked. 27. So we're just gonna feed this thing stacks of berries. Look at that number go up. Guess that means we better boot up the old berry farm. 256,000 divided by 64. Oh, we need 4,000 stacks of berries? I don't know about that one. 4,000 stacks of berries seems a little extreme. We could make a cobblestone generator, but I've seen people pumping water into this thing. Let's try that real quick. Fingers crossed this works. Oh my god, it actually works. Look at that thing just skyrocketing. No, I think we'll need 2 of these. Set that to output as well. Yeah, it's going much faster now. Now, this speed is somewhat fast, but I can't help but feel that it could be faster. Thankfully, the Discord people helped me out. Well, I looked at their messages. Fluid lasers. That's the talk of the town when it comes to transporting water into this machine. With fluid lasers, they're supposedly able to transport the maximum amount of water possible in the pack. They are the fastest. At least, that's the word on the Discord server. So we're going to craft some of those and see how this works. To make a fluid laser, we have to zap an energy laser. And energy lasers, they don't look that expensive. All we have to do is craft an advanced coil. Let's craft ourselves some lasers. Alright, we got them. what do these things look like? Oh, well, they look just the way you'd think they'd look, like a laser. Alright, I see the vision here. I don't know how we're gonna link them to our condenser, but we'll figure it out. Right now we gotta zap them. And we got the blue ones. The blue ones are what we want. Let's zap these too. Fluid lasers. Now, how exactly do we link the lasers to this? I think I have to place this here. So to link them, we actually have to craft a laser wrench. Simple enough. And now... there. Nothing is happening. Oh, it's flowing in both directions. How do I set them to flow in one direction? Hold compass to modify. Oh, what, in my offhand? There we go. That's working. So you want it to only flow out of adjacent blocks, and you adjust that with the compass. This one, I have it set to only into adjacent blocks, and since there's nothing near it, the fluid's gonna stay in here. I think. I love the way these lasers look. Check it out, they're just spamming the liquid into the condenser. Maybe I'm coping, I don't know, but that looks a lot faster than before. I wonder how much faster it would be if I added a few more. Yeah, let's add a few more. I think this will be more than enough. Look at all the lasers we have. This is insane. So I was crafting more of these accumulators and lasers when all of a sudden I just noticed we have a singularity. Well, this didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. And now that we have it, we can finally make the black eye. Now to transform the eye, all we have to do is one simple thing. Let's go to our TNT chest, which is thriving. Let's move out of the way, because we are going to explode the singularity. All we have to do is dump it, place the TNT, and, well, so you know I'm not crazy, I'm pretty sure the implication is that we have to blow up the eye with TNT. It says explosion, so this better work, otherwise I'm gonna be angry. This was so expensive. Here goes nothing. Huh, look at that. It worked. We have a black eye. Another addition to our wall of eyes. We are gonna need a lot of singularity still, so I'll add these anyway. I think this is plenty of lasers now, honestly. Yeah, this thing is almost halfway there already. Okay, this is the final setup. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus 10, 20 lasers shooting in water into the matter condenser. We'll let this stuff accumulate. In the meantime, let's go check on our bliss cubes. I've been passively collecting them off camera. We have 17 so far, brings us to a total of 158. Slow and steady wins the race. So now that we have our singularities, let's jump in the middle. We gotta craft an osmium compressor. That is expensive. Oh my god. It's a good thing we've been saving for it. For such an expensive block, this thing better poop gold. Osmium compressor. Well, the name doesn't really imply that, does it? It would seem that these 3 quests were leading to the creation of a new block, the Elven Gateway Core. Oh my god. I see a lot of expensive stuff here. Terrasteel, diodes, resonant integral component. What even is that ingot? Endurium, made out of diamond dust, liquid osmium, and resonant ender. Where do we even begin? Well, I guess we can start by making terrasteel. We're gonna go through so much mana. Okay, we have our 4 terrasteel ingots. I guess the next thing we can make is this component, which means we have to make endurium. Well, we better crush these diamonds. This is gonna give us diamond dust. So we have this diamond dust, this beautiful blue powder. Now we gotta refine it here in the pressurized reaction chamber. We'll put this right here, but we're missing 2 items. We need resonant ender, easy to get. All we have to do is melt down the ender dust. The second thing we need resembles water, but it's not. This is osmium, liquid osmium, which we can only melt down with this block, a chemical oxidizer. Another expensive machine, hopefully one of the last. We got it. Where do I put this? Sorry, Mr. Blast Chiller, your services are no longer required, at least for now. Perfect. We have some osmium at our disposal. We'll have to get more. Alright, so we'll just put this in here, and let's see how much we'll get. Right now it's empty, but now we have only 200 millibuckets? Ooh, we are going to need a lot of osmium. We have a little more than a bucket's worth of osmium. Hopefully we can scoop it out. Please be that simple. Of course it's not that simple. Why would it be that simple? Let's try the gauge dropper. This better be a gas. Thank God it is. Alright, we'll just drop it here. And now I think we're making what we need. There it is. Endurium. Perfect. 6 ingots. All we're missing now is this new type of glass. Hardened glass. A combination of quartz, obsidian, and sand. Let's go ahead and make an induction smelter. Could have sworn we had one of these already. Alright, sand, quartz, and obsidian. That should give us our hardened glass. Ah, there it is. We'll take that. And with all of the ingredients combined, we can craft a resonant integral component. A beautiful blue chip that will allow us to make the next block, the Elven Gateway Core. 2 more to go. Teleportation Core. For this, we have to combine a singularity with the soul of an Enderman. Let's go ahead and extract our XP. Hopefully this works. Oh, it doesn't. Shoot. We have to get the XP back the old-fashioned way, as annoying as it is. Please be enough for 6 levels. Oh, thank God, we made it. Into the soul binder you go. Alright, this thing's gonna do its thing. Our teleportation core is complete. Beautiful looking thing. Too bad it's not one of the main eyes. All we're lacking now is a single rune. Rune of fire, wheat, some oak saplings, and a rune of water? Yeah, we got it. Let's just reconfigure this so that it's pointed at the pedestal. And we have a rune of spring. Let's go craft that core. For this crafting recipe, we'll have to break out the old magic workbench. Okay, let's see if we can do this from memory. Terra steel in the cardinal directions, living wood in each corner, the ender resonator, the guardian diode here, rune of spring, teleportation core, and the integral component. 1 Elven Gateway Core. Very ugly, bland-looking block, which is apparently very important. And with that out of the way, I believe we can get another eye. This one is called the Magical Eye. And to get it, we have to throw pizza into a portal? Alright, let's open up the book for Britannia. So we have to craft an Alfheim portal. Okay, well we have the core block, but I don't know what that green is. And the rest of it looks like regular living wood. Oh, it's just glimmering logs. All you have to do is add glowstone. 1, 2, 3. So I guess we'll just put this here. Okay, so the gateway core goes there. Living wood here. You don't have to use living rock, this is just a placeholder. Glimmering living wood. Okay, I believe that is the basic portal frame. I hope I did it right. So if it wasn't clear before, the goal is to make the magical eye. We built the portal, that's what this is. All we have to do is throw a pizza in there. We'll get to that later. We don't have to make the eye, we just want to make sure that this portal is ready to function when we need it. The next thing we have to do is add 2 mana pools. I don't think it matters where we place them so long it's within an 11 by 11 block radius of this core. And above the pools we have to place a nature pylon. An upgraded version of the mana pylon, which we have yet to make. So let's take care of that. We'll craft 2 of these, and then we surround the mana pylon with Terra steel nuggets and an echo shard. That gives us the nature pylon, which we'll be able to place above our mana pool. Ooh, that looks cool. I think this is it. All we have to do is fill these with mana and we'll be set. All we have to do now is fill these pools with mana, and then we should be able to activate this portal. I looked it up and it turns out that having it on, it doesn't passively drain the mana pool. You only lose mana when you make trades, so we'll keep it running, and hopefully that information I read was accurate. Okay, I'm not sure if the mana pools have to be 100% full, maybe 50% full. This one is a little over 50, this one is full completely. So all we have to do is just click the gateway core and it should come to life, given if we have enough mana. So let's give it a try. And that seemed to work. How much mana did that use? I don't see any mana usage so far. Oh, it only used a little bit. I don't know why I thought that was going to be way worse. Okay, well, we have a portal, so we'll just leave it at that. We'll come back to that later. Now, we're going to be making trades with that portal, and we want to make sure we have plenty of mana. So, let's finally put this TNT to use. You know what? I just had an idea. I was about to make more mana with the TNT we've collected, but what if we upgrade our mana setup? Well, thanks to this portal, now we can. For most of this playthrough, we've been using the basic mana spreader, but we can do better by crafting an elven mana spreader. For this to work, we would have to convert our regular living wood into dream wood. Alright, we got our living wood log, our mana levels are virtually unchanged, so I think it's just as simple as throwing the stuff in. Hopefully we won't use too much mana. Let's give it a try. That was fast, and it didn't use any mana. Let's just do it all. Okay, that was a lot cheaper than I thought it'd be. Next thing we want to do is upgrade this mana steel. We'll throw that in there as well. And that gives us something new. This is an elementium ingot. Oh my god, the elves are generous today. we have all the ingredients we need to make our new mana spreaders. We'll go for 4. Let's go ahead and get rid of these old things. Out with the old and in with the new. Here's hoping they do really well. I think we can do a little better. Let's upgrade the lenses too. I'm gonna craft what's called a potency lens, and I guess it raises the potency of a mana burst, whatever that implies, but it sounds like it's gonna make our mana better. And then we can combine the two to apply both of their qualities to one lens, so long as we add a slime. Now we have velocity potency lens, combination of the two. Alright, let's see how these do. This better work. Look at that, the mana burst is pink. These things shoot the mana fast! I think we can make this even faster if we actually lower the distance between the mana spreader and the target. I'm talking about the mana splitter. Let's set them up like this. There we go, they're right in front of it now. With less distance between them and the mana splitter, their mana burst is going to be super fast. Come to think of it, I think we only need 3, but yeah, we're getting a lot of mana really quickly. Alright, how's this doing? 25 cubes actually, wow. We have enough. Finally hit the threshold. Alright, we're gonna keep this really simple. We'll just place a deployer right here, put it in the proper orientation. We'll throw in our Blizz cubes. As you can see, the deployer has the Blizz cube in hand. And now, this simple snowball is about to be transformed into something amazing. All we have to do is wait for all of the Blizz cubes, 250 of them, to be applied onto this humble snowball. In the time it took us to set this little thing up, over here we have almost an entire mana pool filled to the brim. These things are efficient. We're making some good progress today, folks. Let's make a little more. I'm thinking bees. If it wasn't obvious already, the Backrooms aren't the most friendly place for bees. For starters, there are no flowers except the ones that we plant. So if we're gonna have bees here, then we gotta make this place as cozy as possible. On top of that, the bees are gonna need a place to sleep. So let's go ahead and craft a nice place where they can rest their wings. Alright, we have our beehive. Let's put it right here, just for now. So, we have the beehive. What about the bees? Thankfully, summoning bees isn't that much of a challenge. All we need are 2 soul shards, some yellow and black dye, plus some charcoal. Thankfully, we have plenty of yellow dye, plus we can craft black dye from carpet dust. Before we spawn this bee, let's go ahead and break these slabs. We're going to put flowers around this area, that way the bee actually has somewhere to collect pollen, and in turn make honey. Hopefully this is enough. I hope they like botania flowers, because that's all we got. And we have a bee. And he likes the botania flower. Oh, this is a good sign. Alright, just get in the hive, you. That's right, pollinate the flower. Hello, Mr. Bee? Oh, there we go. Alright, let's go for 3. Hey, get back here! You have a roommate. Yes, my bee friends, my little bee buddies. Pollinate these flowers. Make me honey. So, we're just gonna let them do their thing. Because it looks like our coal dye is done. This one was actually a challenge to get. I thought it would be easy, but it was a grind, this one. We'll place this right here. We are down to the final 4. Alright, I think it's about that time. Let's collect some honeycomb. I'm no bee expert, but I'm pretty sure that smoke will calm them down. I don't know if they're supposed to come out. Yeah, we'll find out. That wasn't that bad. Just go ahead and put this out, that way they can get back to work. Now we gotta make some cheese. And yes, this is relevant to escaping the Backrooms. It's time to pay our cow a visit. Hello, friend. I've come to collect. Why can't I milk you? Oh, I forgot it has to be a bucket. Sorry. There we go. Crafting recipes like this are so convenient. 6 bottles of milk, although we only need 4, but hey, what's wrong with a little excess, am I right? Alright, let's make our way over here. We're gonna have to borrow one of these kegs. I think we have enough glimmercap spores. Break this. We'll put a heating cask here, the keg on top. Where do we add the milk? Well, I guess we have to take the water out. There we go. So we have the milk in the keg. Let's go ahead and add the pumpkin seeds, some brown mushrooms, and sugar. Is this how they actually make cheese? I mean, I know they use milk. Cheese is a dairy product, but mushrooms? I guess I'm not fancy enough to know. I almost forgot to put the honeycomb right here. That's gonna be the vessel to store the cheese. So while we're waiting for the cheese to, well, get cheesy, I think it's finally time we circle back to the project we were supposed to accomplish at the beginning of the video. We need to build more of these reality frames. We are so close to the finish line, but these last quests are so resource heavy. And if we want to get the final trio of eyes, then we have to automate these reality frames. So it was time to begin a very long process. Preparing resources, making resources, and of course we gotta build these things as well. Alright, we have 3 new frames added to our setup here. I wasn't gonna make one for every data chip that we unlocked, just for the really important ones. This one's gonna make osmium, this one will hopefully produce diamonds, and this one will make gold. I'm still figuring it out, but yeah, we'll have automated resources. Now, before we add any more to these, I want to refine the one that we already have. The goal is to automate this, recharging the reality charge. Right now, the main method we've been using is running from the reality frame over here to our recharging station, where we've been using tons of confusing powder to power up our reality charge. Well, the time has finally come to move it over. For this setup, we're going to have to craft more placers. So essentially, we're going to create a loop. We're going to have a placer here. We'll set it to pulse mode. And an auto breaker. The reason we want them in pulse mode is because I don't want this thing always breaking my blocks unless I tell it to. So now that it's on pulse mode, it'll only break the block once it gets a redstone signal. Now that's mainly a condition for the auto breaker. You don't have to have it in pulse mode for the auto placer. I want it to place as quickly as possible, and I'm fine with that. The idea is to get this to loop around like I've said before, so I think this can work by making some belts. So we'll put an ash alloy funnel here, and then a brass funnel here. And then I guess we'll put the empowerer right there. I think this should work. We'll surround the empowerer like we usually do. And perfect. Alright, we got a setup here. Legitimate setup. We'll put a brass funnel here, that way we can filter it so that only the charged blocks come out. Just like so. Perfect. And of course we have to incorporate an accumulator somehow, which will dispense the reality charge out onto this belt and back into the placer. And then from there it's more or less the same. Chutes above the display stands, and the chests that will contain the confusing dust. And there it is. We're going to be charging these things over and over, and to recharge them you need to surround it with confusing powder. This colorful dust right here. Now we have a way of automating it, in fact we've done it before. All we have to do is place an igneous extruder, an accumulator, and some lava. And with that, we've automated carpet dust. But that's just dust, not powder. No, for powder, it has to go into the centrifugal separator. So I'm going to place an upper above the igneous extruder. The dust is going to travel into this machine. At least it should. There we go. And now, we're making confusing powder. Well, at least we should be. There's only a 10% chance for it to spawn. The goal is to speed up this process, and we can thanks to these augmentations. And of all the augmentations, this is the best one. The resonant to integral component, which we've crafted before. All we have to do is add it. And with that, hopefully, our odds will go up. Okay, here we go. This is the final iteration. We have our whole setup connected to some rotational power via these chain conveyors. I added a deployer right here because, well, we're gonna need something to keep spamming our data chip. Let's go ahead and give it to him. There we go. And then on this side, I added a pulse timer. That way we're sending a redstone pulse every 15 seconds. Gives it enough time for our deployer to spam it with the data chip, and then it'll be broken and sent to be recharged. Let's stock this up with confusing powder. Let's assume this thing booted up, it's empty, and now it's waiting to be broken. There it goes. Oh, it's being recharged, all according to plan. Any second. Any day now. There we go. Why isn't this thing activating it? Oh my gosh, I'm so slow. It has to be clicking the block at the bottom. The reality controller, not the charge. This is it. This is the one. As soon as I place this block, this thing is gonna work. Deployer has the data chip. It's punching the reality controller. Finally, let's automate this. Here we go. Everything is going flawlessly so far. Our reality charge has been broken. Has it been spat out? Yes, it's recharging as I speak. Oh, isn't this setup amazing? I'm sure someone's come up with a more efficient design, but I'm pretty happy with what I was able to put together. There it goes. And with that, we've automated osmium. Took a while, but we finally got here. All I have to do now is rebuild this entire setup 3 more times. Oh boy. As you can see, we have 3 identical copies. They all mirror the original design, which is working pretty well so far. The only thing we'd have to improve on is actually filtering out the items, because I'm pretty sure that this thing is going to get full of deep slate pretty soon. But aside from that, I think it's finally time to get these running as well. They're connected to the main power. Let's see what happens. Alright, so this one will be a deep cave. This is the one that gives you diamonds, emeralds, lapis, all that good stuff. Put it there. This one will be a desert temple. This one drops so much good stuff. And this one will be the end, because we need endstone for what's about to come next. So I'll just put that there. And now let's bring these machines to life. Ow! I didn't know that was a thing! Note to self, do not step into the frame when it's active, you'll get withered. Jeez. Look at them. They're all working in perfect harmony. Not gonna lie, when these things break all the blocks at the same time, it does get a little laggy, but that's the price to pay for automatic resources. Why isn't this one working? Oh, that's a lot of stuff. This desert temple is dropping a ton of junk, which I don't want. So we're just gonna have to put a filter on this. We'll only allow diamonds, gold. I'm very happy that all of that's taken care of. So, what do we have to do now? Well, let's check the cheese. There it is, ready to be collected. I could have sworn we put honeycomb here. That's kind of weird. Oh well. Alright, so we have the cheese, and it's extra stinky. Now we have to age it? I don't exactly know how we do that. Guess we just leave it here? There's no indicator on how long we have to let it age for or how we age it, so we'll just leave it on the floor and let it do its thing. Now, if we're gonna give the elves pizza for one of the magic eyes, then I think we should work on the other ingredients as well. We already have wheat, and we can use mushrooms as one of the toppings. All we're missing is the sauce. Now, how exactly do we get tomatoes? Let me see if we have any in the old storage. No. Okay, what about over here? I know we got seeds before. Beetroot, pumpkin, melon, flax, tomato. Perfect! We're in business. Once again, we find ourselves at a familiar sight, the garden cloche, which is full of pumpkins. Let's get these out of here. There we go. All that's left to do is wait for the 2 tomatoes that we need to make our pizza. I watched some YouTube videos to kill some time, so hopefully these things are done growing. Huh, nice. We have tomatoes. Now we gotta make the sauce. Thankfully, we still have our trusty cooking pot. Let's go ahead and take this out. We are done with this. Leave a comment down below if you make a mean sauce. And if you do, share the recipe so others can make it too. This cheese is not cheesing. Why won't it ripen? Well, guess we're gonna have to give it more time. Let's do something else. The next beast we have to tackle is the Elite Control Circuit. Another expensive microchip. In Minecraft, when things are blue, they're usually pretty expensive. Thankfully, we're rich now. These things have been running non-stop, and now it's time to collect. Alright, let's see. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Oh, look at that osmium stash. 1, 2, almost 3 stacks of the stuff. So we have 454 diamonds. Yeah, 472 gold, and 234 raw osmium. Safe to say we're not broke. Right now I'm making a ton of resonant ender. Our first step is crafting a reality alloy, and one of the first things I want to get out of the way is crafting endurium. We've made it before, resonant ender and liquid osmium. I got the endurium prepped in here. As you can see, I think we're gonna have more than enough. We're also gonna need a lot of diamond dust, so let's get this pulverized. And then the last thing we have to prep is our liquid osmium. Is it a liquid? Or maybe it's a gas, I don't know, but there it is. We're gonna melt down this entire stack. Okay, everything is set. 64 endurium. And the cheese is ripe. Perfect. Okay, now we have to cut it up. Where is our cutting board? Here it is. Here we go. 4 cheese wedges. Alright, let's go ahead and make a pizza. We have ourselves one delicious pie. Hopefully this tasty treat suits the palate of the elves on the other side of this portal. All we have to do is toss it in, and I think we'll be set. Well, here goes nothing. Well, that was fast. We got it. Oh my god, we are closer now than ever before. Only 3 eyes left. The final push. Anyways, where were we? Oh, that's right. We were making these reinforced alloys. I think we're good on the ender pearl front. Guess we have to make a bifrost block then. What is pixie dust made out of? Oh, we need a lot of echo shards. We've been getting echo shards by cleaning skulk scrubbers, though this method only yields 2. Thankfully, I think we have everything we need to automate it. It's a little exploit that I read about, but we have no choice. I mean, come on, I'm not gonna go hunting multiple patches of skulk. All we have to do is find one. To be honest, I'm a little shocked we haven't done any exploring in this video yet. This looks promising. Oh yeah, this'll do. What's spawning over there though? Better play it safe and section it off. Best case scenario, oh it's slimes, we're saved. This could not have gone better. Oh my god, you can climb over. Alright, aside from the mildly annoying slime sounds on the other side of this cobblestone wall, everything is going according to plan. Anyways, this is what I was talking about. We gotta be fast. All I have to do is click it and break it. Hopefully we'll have skulk when we're done. Oh! Okay, we got it. Just like that, that's what I'm talking about right there. You see how it's gunked up with the skulk stayed? That's what we're going for. So we'll have the block breaker right there, ready to break the skulk block. The deployer that will place it, the deployer that will activate it, and then we'll just connect the two. Alright, so this is what I have so far. Water wheels are powering the whole thing. I don't even know if I needed 3, but I added them just to be safe. Here we have hoppers and belts and deployers. As you can see, they are moving in sync. Our block breaker is ready to demolish the skulk scrubber before it clears the skulk from the walls. Pyrolyzer right there has power. From where? From our Sterling dynamo, of course, which is being powered by tons of coke coal and a chest full of some backup fuel. It's time to put this to the test. I'm a little worried, but if all goes well, we'll be set. And because of the delicate nature of the skulk, no do-overs. No pressure. Here we go. Well, that worked flawlessly. The skulk scrubber was instantly broken, and now it's being baked in the pyrolyzer. And with that, we have 2 skulk shards. Wait a minute. I forgot about the void fluid. I'll just scoop that out with a bucket. Well, it won't be long until we can make more mana pearls, and then pixie dust, and finally, a rod of bifrost. It's taken a while. I've been scooping up this fluid of the void and dumping it here into this one little dew of void block. I wonder what happens if I swim in it. Nothing. But yeah, it's been about I don't even know how long it's been. I have no concept of time in here. But we have a stack. This is taking way too long. I'm gonna have to do something about this. I made a little marker here, that way I wouldn't forget where it was, so we won't lose it. We're gonna have to make one of those chunk loaders. Just like last time, to make this dimensional chunk loader, all we have to do is take a train casing and click it with this crystal. Now we can keep the chunk loaded and always make echo shards. Alright, let's power this thing up. Go ahead and place it here. Sterling dynamo on top. And then we'll put a chest connected to a hopper feeding into the dynamo, and then we'll just pour all of this coke coal in. And now this should keep the chunk loaded. As long as these 4 stay generated, we're good. And then the last thing we have to do is set up the drain for the fluid of the void. If this thing fills up, then it's going to stop making echo shards. Thankfully, there is a way to get it out. All I have to do is place this fluid duct, this is set to output, and it's going to drain all of the fluid into this nullifier. And the nullifier is basically a void trash can. We can put however much we want in here, and it'll just go away forever. Okay, now we're set. We can go work on other things while these echo shards accumulate. Hopefully by the time we come back, we'll have plenty to work with. So with the echo shards that we do have, let's convert them into mana pearls. We'll just toss these in here, and oh my god, look at all those mana pearls. Never thought I'd see the day. And now that we have the mana pearls, let's go ahead and trade them for pixie dust. Alright, I don't know how much mana this is going to cost, but this seems like it's going to be more on the expensive end. Should I just do the whole stack? Nah, let's just toss it a bunch in. Doesn't look like the mana's being drained. Is it being drained over here? Can't tell. I'm gonna throw the whole stack in and see what happens. No mana decrease yet. Oh, this one is actually going down a bit. So the elves are trading us the pixie dust in exchange for our mana pearls. This is essentially what we want to do. I don't know if we're gonna automate this. Don't see why we would need to. But yeah, this is very expensive, as is everything at the end of this mod pack, so if you play this, brace yourself. Next, we have to craft a dragon stone. That's just a mana diamond thrown into the portal. Thanks to our reality frames, we have so many diamonds, so this won't be a problem. Actually, the mana may be a problem, but we can always make more. And then same thing with the mana pearls, we just toss them inside. Dragonstone, check. Pixie dust, check. All we need now is elementium. And thankfully, elementium is just mana steel, and mana steel is just iron. Let's see if the elves like mana steel. I guess they love mana steel, wow. It took a minute, but we finally have all of the ingredients to make our Bifrost. Elementium, dragonstone, and pixie dust. Makes us only one stack. And it doesn't stack? Oh no, this is not good. It's a pretty looking item though. Alright, now we're going to combine the Bifrost with glass. Elf glass, which is just mana glass that we traded with the portal. Here goes nothing. And now we just combine them? Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you telling me I only had to make one of these things? Oh my god. What have I done? You know, Britannia, you really gotta make these things clear. Maybe you do in your manual, which I just don't bother reading, but I was about to craft like hundreds of these rods. Wow. Well, that's relieving and annoying. Okay, we finally have the trinity for expensive items. Endurium, Bifrost block, and Ender Pearl. All to make this reinforced alloy here at our terrestrial agglomeration plate. Here we go. 1, 2, don't throw this pearl. 3. I was a little worried I was going to teleport there. And give us our alloy. How much mana did that use? Oh, not that much, only a quarter. Not as expensive as I thought it'd be then. But yeah, we have it. So we're just gonna rinse and repeat this process until we have plenty of the alloys. I think I'm gonna only make the bare minimum. We have 20 reinforced alloy. This took a while to put together, but I'm glad we finally have them. Hopefully we'll use them all. Hopefully we don't have to make any more. Now that we have the reinforced alloy, we can upgrade it to an elite control circuit. I put a stack of diamonds in the enrichment chamber. These enriched diamonds, they're gonna act as fuel. Let's go ahead and dump this redstone, add our enriched diamonds, and now half of our reinforced alloy. The result? One elite control circuit. I'll just grab that so that we can get the achievement out of the way. We finally have it. And with it, we can craft another machine, a chemical injection chamber. The first step is to make a new material. We'll combine silicon with copper. This gives us a copper alloy. On top of that, we have to combine redstone with silicon to make another new material. This is a redstone alloy. Let's craft an impulse hopper. Now, since it has hopper in the name, does it operate like a regular hopper? Oh, there's a lot going on here. Thankfully, we don't have to figure any of it out because this is just a crafting item we need. Now we can craft our chemical injection chamber. Another step out of the way. For some reason, that just completed the singularity task? So the reason we wanted this is because, well, how do I put this? We're gonna make black holes. And to do that, we need a new data chip. A modified data chip that's basically the same as a regular one, except it requires a lot of stuff. Like a refined obsidian ingot, which we make with refined obsidian dust and osmium. Let's go ahead and convert this obsidian into obsidian dust. Or powdered obsidian if you want to be technical about it. We have the dust, let's refine it. Inside the metallurgic infuser, the powdered obsidian is being converted into refined obsidian dust. Look at this thing go. Do you remember the flow of time? That cosmic juice that we had to use to make the old eye? Well, we're gonna use it again. That's because we have to make a couple of overclocked clocks. Looks like our dust is done. Now we can finally use our new tool. So I think we just dump this up there, and then the osmium at the bottom. Wow, this thing is burning through osmium so fast. Let's craft a gas upgrade. Maybe this will help. I hope it'll help, because this thing is using osmium gas, so why wouldn't it work? At least I think it's using osmium gas. Okay, so it looks like the consumption rate just went down by a lot, so we'll be saving more osmium. I think we have everything, but the only item we're missing is the data chip, which we do have. It's just being used over here. Let's make use of this one. This one is spawning nothing but endstone, and I think we have more than enough of that. We'll take you. Thank you very much. And it doesn't work because I think it has to be a blank data chip. This one already has a seed. Let's make a data chip. Simple enough. And now we'll make its heavily modified variant. With this thing, we will generate black holes. Let's check on our singularity machine, and for good reason. See, when the black hole spawns, we're gonna have to throw these in. Why? You're about to find out. Here's hoping everything goes well. We'll stock up the confusing powder, let this thing recharge, and now we'll have to place this into the hand of the deployer. To think we've come so far. When we started this playthrough, we were breaking chairs to get planks, eating silverfish, and now here we are in our very own factory making black holes. Just goes to show that with a little hard work, you too can harness the power of reality. Here we go. And black hole incoming. I wonder what this is gonna look like. Better stand back. Black holes have a reputation for being a little harmful to the individual who gets too close to them. Any day now. Oh, I think we just destroyed our black hole. I didn't know that that would be voided by these blocks. Guess we're gonna have to cut them off from the power. You know what, let's just destroy them all. We gotta be quick about breaking these. Once that thing is oh, that's what I'm talking about. Why did the black hole reappear? Shoot, let's be quick. Throw the singularity in. Oh, we only need one. So, that's what we're going for. It's called antimatter. Guess the black hole is permanent. I just used a ton of singularities, and I don't want them to despawn. This animation takes forever, so I'm just gonna go for it. Hopefully I pick it all up. Oh, never mind, we're good. Alright, we have antimatter pellets. Just what we needed. So, we'll just leave this black hole alone. Don't really want to touch it. Let's go. So now that we have antimatter pellets, we need a device that can harness this power for our purposes. As you can see, we are 60% complete with this quest. There are 2 more devices we need. One which we already have, and one which we have yet to make. I'm talking about the chemical oxidizer, which we've already made. Now this next machine, get a load of this. We gotta make an antiprotonic nucleosynthesizer. That's the actual name. My god, I can't believe we're almost done with this. Simple looking thing. Looks like a 3D printer. Oh my gosh, guys. We're right there. The end is just within reach. Look at that. Next, we gotta make an ultimate control circuit. I think of all the circuits, this is the best one. I'm pretty sure it doesn't get better than ultimate. We're gonna have to make something called an atomic alloy. And that's where our new device comes into play. Wow, this thing takes a lot of power. Oh my goodness. So to make this alloy, we need 2 things. A refined obsidian ingot and liquid antimatter. We'll get the antimatter in liquid form by putting it in the chemical oxidizer. 1 pellet equals 1 millibucket of antimatter. Wow, we're almost a stack in and it's still not showing in this tank. How am I supposed to extract it? I think we can extract this with the chemical tank. Yes, we can. Perfect. Plus, I had to take the nucleosynthesizer, not saying the whole name for obvious reasons. This thing was sucking up all the power from our machines. It's just the way we have our whole system set up here. There was kind of a bottleneck. Like I was saying, there was something of a bottleneck going on, so hopefully if we bring it closer to the power source, that won't be the case. There's 40 million in here, and this thing has a capacity of 400 million? Oh, look at that. It is just sucking up all the power in this thing. We'll put our antimatter in here, find obsidian right there. Whoa! I don't think we were ready in terms of power. Look at this thing. Our transfer rate is so slow that it can't keep up with the actual machine. But at least we have it. Atomic alloys. Let's go convert these into the control circuits. Oh yeah, that thing is sucking up all the power. I'm gonna have to cut it off. If we don't have this accumulator, then this task would have been borderline impossible without building one. Before we do anything, let's make some enriched obsidian. This is gonna act as the fuel for making our circuit. Alright, one last time for the metallurgic infuser. Dump this in here. Add the atomic alloys, and we have them. Another massive milestone. The ultimate control circuit. All we have to do now is craft a combiner, and I think that's gonna be it. Let's do it. We have ourselves 1 combiner. We'll place that right there. Simple UI as always. And this is it, folks. All we have to do now is craft the eyes. Now we can practice a little string theory. Ooh, those are some interesting items we have to make. Like a quantum string, which requires lava, a loom, and the quantum entangloporter. Oh, that's insane. Thank God we still have 4 of these. Let's craft what is arguably the most expensive block in this entire mod pack, and I will stand by that. A quantum blah 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 blah. I'm not even going to say the name. Very detailed looking block for all the effort we put into it, so you know what? This is a pretty good trade-off. Thank God we don't have to work with this. Just take that. I mean, at this point, I don't think we're going to need the igneous extruder here anymore. And this should be pretty simple. Extruder here, the block there, lava on the side. And it's not working. Oh, we need a loom. And this will go down here. And with that, we're making quantum string. All we have to do is merge it with a singularity to make this a quantum entangled singularity. Where is the combiner? Right there. Good thing we made all these singularities. I can't believe we made it this far. I know I've said it before and I'll say it again, but this is it. The quantum entangled singularity. We're just breezing through these now. All that's left to do is to make the last 3 eyes. The evil eye, the cryptic eye, and the dragon eye. The question is, which one do we want to make first? Well, since we have the entangled singularity, why don't we put it to work and make the evil eye? All we have to do is spray it 100 times with Lumicine. It's basically a melted Bifrost block, and since we already have a rod of Bifrost, all we have to do is set up a little drainage system. This crucible will be connected to the spout, and today we're going to be melting Bifrost blocks. This will create that one liquid whose name I cannot pronounce. All we have to do is set up a depot, place our quantum entangled singularity, and then we'll extract it. All we have to do is wait until we have a bucket's worth of the stuff, and that's gonna be a while. Plus, we're gonna need a ton of Bifrost blocks. Good thing we have plenty of sand, because we're gonna need lots of glass and a lot of mana. Let's convert this mana glass into Alf glass, and then the Alf glass into Bifrost. We just have to repeat this process multiple times until that singularity is the next eye. I was in the middle of making more Bifrost blocks when I noticed that we're missing some plushies. Where did the other 2 skeletons and the wither go? Oh my god, did they catch on fire? Oh, that's heartbreaking if they did. Okay, mourning our plushies aside, let's leave this alone and work on the next eye, the cryptic eye. To do that, we have to make a block that absorbs all knowledge. I have my disenchanter here carrying the little XP that I had in my body. All we have to do is siphon it into the basin, and then I'll add some honeycomb to stick it all together. The result is this, a block of experience. Isn't that a beautiful block? Oh, it's one of my favorites. But aside from appearances, this is no ordinary block. This block is alive, and it can consume knowledge. All we have to do is feed it a ton of enchanted books. Over time, the block will get smarter and smarter, until finally, it converts into a cryptic eye. Now, there's something I want to try, and hopefully we don't have to spend XP to do it. We're gonna go to the Nether for this, as after all, the Nether is, at least the Backrooms variant, it's the source of all knowledge. I mean, come on. Look at all these books, and some of these are not your average books. For example, this one, somehow it's an enchanted book. And I'm hoping that this is what we can feed to our block, because to be honest, I don't feel like farming XP. Oh, by the way, the sniffer's still alive. I didn't forget about this guy. I had to cage him up because he was just up to no good, trying to escape through the Nether. He'll escape with me though. Anyways, we have our books. Let's go put our theory to the test. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked! It's asking for more knowledge. Knowledge absorbed, feed me more. Alright, we'll be back, friend. I can't imagine it's gonna require that many books. And if it does, that's okay, because these things are literally everywhere. Let's see if this is enough to satiate your hunger for knowledge. Ooh, it's really hungry. I have an inventory's worth of books here. All the knowledge you could eat. If this isn't enough, then I'm gonna start questioning whether or not these books are cutting it. Alright, so I just went into the Modpack Discord, and it turns out that the books in the Nether, they do count. We just need 300 of them. And, so far, I've only used 38. We're gonna be making a few trips. Alright, we have more books to feed this thing. Oh my god! Finally! Ah, that took forever. Alright, 7 down, 2 to go. So the evil eye is pending. That leaves us with the dragon eye. And to get the dragon eye, we have to summon dragon's breath. We gotta collect a lot of it, at least enough to spray a singularity with 100 buckets worth. Thankfully, summoning dragon's breath is pretty simple. We have plenty of endstone, plenty of those pink diamonds, and getting those soul gems shouldn't be that hard. Let's see how much dragon breath we can collect. Oh, hopefully it doesn't kill the bees. Oh my god! I can't even scoop it up! How do you scoop it up? Alright, if we're gonna collect this dragon's breath, then we need a lot of creosote oil, because scooping it up by hand doesn't seem like an option. The goal is to make a ton of this treated wood. We got a couple stacks of this stuff. Now it's time for the slow, grueling process of converting this treated wood into living wood. The reason we want so much living wood is because I want to craft a hand. With the hand, we'll be able to make a ton of deployers, which will collect all of the dragon breath once it spawns. Let's craft some wooden hands. Okay. All we have to do is line them up in a row. Pretty big range if you ask me. So this should work. Want to get as much coverage as possible. And here's hoping we don't overstress everything. Look at that, it works. Okay, I think we'll be good. They all have bottles in hand. Let's activate the ritual and see how this turns out. Oh. It stopped collecting. Why did it stop collecting? Oh, we got dragon's breath in every single one of them, though. Alright, so we got one dragon's breath. We have to extract them with a funnel. There we go. It's kind of hard to see, but each and every one of these deployers has a brass funnel. If there was a better way to do it, I didn't figure it out. I'm kind of rushing now, so hopefully this will get the job done. The only annoying thing is that it's hard to sneak in there and actually place the items. You kind of have to run around and sneak a little just to get a view. Come on, give me all the dragon stuff. There we go. Oh my god, we're getting a ton. Look at all that. How am I supposed to get the rest? Let's go collect the accumulator. You know all those skulk shards we made over there? I thought we were gonna need them. Guess we didn't, which is kind of a shame, but there's a design for a skulk shard farm if you want one. I think this was the final piece of the puzzle. Now they're gonna collect endlessly. There we go. Oh, this is good news. We have a stack now. So just by staring at this, you can probably get a grasp of what I'm getting at. So we're going to put all of our dragon's breath in this chest. It's going to come out through this funnel. It will land on this item drain. Empty bottles will shuffle down into this chest here. And then the liquid dragon's breath, that's going to travel through this pipe and into this spout, where it will store until it's ready to spray our eye. And with that, we're making the dragon eye. Well, we're going to let those eyes finish. I think it's finally time to start making the preparations to leave. Mr. Sniffer! It's time to go! The long-awaited hour has come at last, and soon you'll be free just like me. Let's go find somewhere to tie you up until we're ready to go. Where did that cow go? Don't tell me he died. Oh, thank God you're right here. You're hiding. Why are you all the way over here by yourself? And then there was the one weird cow who was hanging out on top of the reality frames. Hopefully he's still alive too. Sorry I didn't give you a name, by the way. There he is. Can you climb down a ladder? I think you can. Yes, you can. Look at you go. I'm pretty sure we had more cows, but something tells me that they're dead. Shame. You can hang out with a sniffer. There you go. And then, of course, we have the bees. And they're gone. Where did the bees go? That's too bad. I wanted to take them with me. If we leave them here, they're probably going to evolve into some horrifying Backrooms variant. There they are. Oh my god, why are they all the way over here? There's one, two. Come on, where's the third one? Is it just these two? Oh, that's a shame. Come on. Ah, got you. That's one. Oh, he's angry. Oh, we have his attention now. And mine. Thank you. There we go. There it is, everyone. Oh my god, it's right there, right in front of us. We have the evil eye, which means there's only one eye left to collect. I think one more spray should do the trick. How did I call it? Well, we're going home, everyone. We are going home. I never thought I'd live to see the day. We have all of the eyes, and with them, we can open the portal back to the overworld. There's only one thing left to do. We gotta get past the warden. Thankfully, I have a plan. A very risky plan, but a plan nonetheless. And it involves a nether portal, a big, beautiful nether portal, and maybe a jetpack. We're gonna craft a regular jetpack using a basic chemical tank, a control circuit, 2 steel, and what is that? 10 ingots. Alright, so we have ourselves one funny-looking jetpack. All we have to do is give it power. This thing takes hydrogen, so I don't know how we're gonna get the hydrogen in here, but let's figure it out. Oh, all we have to do is place it in the tank, and now it's fueling up. Alright, let's leave this alone to fill up. So here's the plan. We're gonna lure the warden. Pretend this is the warden. We're gonna fly over his head with our jetpack, and if all goes well, we'll lead him to a nether portal. we'll stand on the other side. The warden will rush towards us while we're standing on the other side, and in turn, he'll enter the Nether, gone forever, out of our hair. All we have to do is get him in the frame. All right, let's see how this works. And... oh my god. It's going to take a little mastering, but I think we can manage it. We can make an armored variant. Plus 8 armor when worn. We are in business. Guess we should make diamond armor because we can. Although it looks so boring. We could make a Terra Steel helmet. First we gotta craft the mana helmet. What does this even look like? That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Looks like a bicycle helmet. Hopefully the Terra Steel will look much better than the Mana Steel. Here we go. Oh my god, that looks so much cooler. We look like a woodland monster. Guess we should make the boots as well then. We're gonna use those runes of winter that I made a bunch of because I thought we need multiple. We actually look like some freakish Backrooms entity now. Look at that. It's probably a little careless of me that I'm not taking any healing items, but this should work. We're not taking the animals just yet. First we have to make it safe. I think we're getting close. First of all, where do we want to even build it? Why did he have to be standing right on top of the portal? I was kind of hoping he'd be at one of the staircases. Well, I'm not going to build it over here. The odds of him running down the stairs and then climbing up here is really low. He's probably going to run and get stuck on the wall, shoot us through the blocks with his beam. And if I build it over there, he's going to hear me placing the blocks and kill me before I can even light the frame. I didn't want to have to do this, but I think we're going to have to sacrifice a chicken. I'm sorry, little one. Come on. Make a noise. Walk. There we go. There we go. Yes, come on, you got it. You're kidding me. Where are the shriekers? Oh, there we go. Okay, rest in peace, little chicken. I think we should build a portal. Oh, we gotta be fast. Gotta be fast. Oh, we gotta be run, 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 run. Please tell me he went through. Did he go through? We gotta let him calm down. Wait for it. If he didn't, there's always plan B. We can always build a second portal. I don't think he went through. If we're lucky, he's still in the main room. If we're lucky. The heartbeat stopped. Did he actually? Oh, I think he did. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're set. I think we outsmarted the warden. God, that was nerve-wracking. Okay, let's bring everyone home. This was a wonderful place to stay. I'm not talking about the back rooms, I'm talking about the base that we built. So many memories made here, so many laws of reality broken. But now it's time for me and my friends to move on. Oh my goodness, and then we can't forget about the plushies. Oh, these guys, they're coming with us too. They were just as important as all of my other friends. Oh, I almost forgot. Look at them. Beautiful. One last final goodbye to our industrial haven. It's been fun. Alright, we're set. Let's get out of here. All we gotta do is break this block and we're in the clear. There. Banished forever. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then the last 3 eyes. 10, 11. We did it, everyone. We are getting out of here. All right, who's going first? Can I just push all of you in? Just get in there. Go away. Sniffer. Oh my god, Sniffer, no! Shoot, I'm gonna have to let you go. I hope you survive the fall. Oh! Oh my god. Please tell me there's no warden. Sniffer, just stay there. I'm coming. Oh, we got him. Where's the wall? The wardens are gone. Nothing will spawn. Oh my god, he spawned. He spawned, but he's back. Sniffer now! The sniffer is dead. We gotta get out of here. I can't believe he died. Oh, we were so close to having a perfect ending. I killed it. We were so close. Oh my god, that's heartbreaking. He was right there and he fell. I told... Oh. As for the rest of you, be free. Live the life that the sniffer couldn't live. That's seriously, that's such a tragedy. At least the chickens and the cows made it, and then the bees. And they're still mad at me. Such a tedious journey, but we're finally here in the overworld, and the sky is gorgeous. The sun, there's sheep, there's trees, grass. Oh, the sniffer would have loved it. Well, we're gonna have to honor his memory. A modest grave for a good friend, and so he's not alone. We'll leave him the plushies. Rest in peace. Well, that's gonna be it for today. Talk about a bittersweet ending. But despite all of that, we still made it out. Not only that, we escaped with a bunch of cool tech. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this series, and if you did, be sure to leave a like, tell me what your favorite part was in the comments, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and if you want exclusive early access to more of these videos, consider becoming a member. Thank you so much. I will see you next time. This has been Doublesal. Have a great day.